daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend
like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's mine soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live ever, never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wires. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the buzz, tryna build up to this milestone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, they wanna be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league, if you wanna get to me, I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
你小子挺得惊奇呀！
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to another week here at the Wild Rift League Asia. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Infinity. And welcome to the start of our last week for the year. How are you feeling about that, Infinity?
I'm feeling excited, but also sad at the same time, because from how many weeks that we've done, like 7 weeks already, 6 weeks already over the past few days or over the past few months of Wild Rift League Asia, and now we're down to the last one for the year.
Yeah, it is, kind of bittersweet that this is the last time we'll get to entertain you. And of course, the last time you'll see our beautiful faces for the year. But don't worry, we'll be coming back next year as, we're going to keep going until the playoffs and until the finals and all of that. But for today, we have some pretty good matches to show you guys. And I hope you guys are all ready for that. Starting, of course, we have BRU United versus Oh My God. Now that is, I feel like that's going to be a little bit of a slobber knocker, considering that these teams have almost literally nothing to lose now.
Yeah, nothing to lose for the Southeast Conference. In both APAC Conference, I think OMG and BRU initially had kind of a decent start and then came down into a downward slope coming into the following weeks in the middle of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, which was a lot of unfortunate series of events coming in from these two teams, considering how BRU, as we have mentioned and emphasized even in the past season, that BRU's lineup is the all-star team of the Thailand region.
Yeah, that's true. They are considered to be the strongest in that region, but they just weren't able to cut it against, most of their CN conference teams. And OMG on the other side, yeah, they also had a really, really decent start, but they did have that little bit of an upturn the last time we saw them, when they had that win versus Face Esports, who are still sitting, pretty high up there in the standings. So this could still be, a little bit of a good turnout for OMG today. But before we get into that, of course, we have the review of last week, the best of the best here of the CN Conference. Shin, 0711, Z, Remake, and Langui making the top.
Yeah, these players have been outperforming in each and every single one of their own roles. I mean, Remake for the side of Nova Esports, considering how they performed in the latter weeks of Wild Rift League Asia, was outright phenomenal for the side of Nova Esports, and Remake is one of the players in the front row of what led Nova Esports to success, along with Long for the side of Nova Esports. EDG 0711 has been insane, to say the least, because EDG is on a win streak, is on a win roll, and coming into the bottom half of the CN Conference leaderboards, wherein they lost so much series over the first 2 weeks of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, they came back, defeated Thunder Talk, removed the win streak of the likes of Trace Esports as well. So eyes on EDG.
Yeah, they're the ones now with the win streak to beat, basically, now that they've also beaten JTM. I think it's 9 series in a row that they win. Absolutely beastly performance from EDG. And for a lot of that, it does come down to 0711 and Langui, who have been absolutely phenomenal in their roles. 0711, of course, cannot be understated. Whenever he does get, a jungler that, well, to be fair, he has a very deep jungle pool, but whenever he gets a jungler that he's incredibly comfortable with, he is just popping off left and right. The last time we saw him, he had Hecarim in 2 games in a row. Somehow they didn't ban out the horse, and J-Team paid very dearly for that. 5 MVPs to his name.
And quite honestly, as you mentioned, right, give him any comfortable jungle champions, he's going to wreak havoc in the Rift with that. And the thing is, 0711 could pretty much play any jungle champion, so that's something to take note of here for the side of EDG. It is a role, it is a player coming down into this team that led EDG into a huge lot of win streak.
Exactly, and that can only, it can get stifled, but I don't think it will be just on their performance side. But on the APAC squad, Fennel have been absolutely beasting in their matches as of late. So we do have Chaz, Helios, and Danny taking up 3 of the 5 spots, along with Taku and Zero here.
Yeah, and Fennel was able to beat Naos Esports in a 2-0 series. And I believe that was one of the highlights coming into the last week that we've had for the side of Fennel. And Helios, as we have always remembered Helios to be, coming into the very first year of Wild Rift Esports back in Icons, Southeast Asia, Icons, Philippines, wherein Helios was coming from the top lane going into the mid lane, having so big of a champion pool. You also have Chaz coming in prior into the former RRQ team. You also have Danny right through. And these players have been really, really good into their own right. For the likes of Katie Rolster, why we all know how Zero has played over the past few weeks. They were able to get back their crown coming into the APAC conference, wherein it's a little bit tight into the likes of G2 Blacklist, but nevertheless, still really, really good in this support role.
Yeah, and it will be Danny, actually, who will be taking the MVP of the week. I mean, you're completely right. He did, absolutely perform in, his match versus Naus and their match versus Team Flash. And, well, he did show Mirmo a thing or two when it came to that Ashe play in that Naus match. And that is something that definitely has to be commended. But as well, he's really good at, pretty much flexing his champion pool. He can go mages in the bot lane. He can go traditional ADCs. He's a very flexible dragon lane player, and that really shows in his stats, in the number of damage that he has done. Not in the MVP count so far, because he only gotten that one MVP during that match against Naus, but still a very, very good showing from this player right here. Sad that Fennel couldn't pull it off during the earlier parts of the season.
Yeah, and now coming down into the top 5 band pick of last week, we had Hecarim, 100% appearance thus far. I mean, it's one of the strongest jungler at the moment because of how he could really just engage into a team fight quite easily with a huge amount of mobility as well. And then Akali, as always, along with Evelyn. These assassins are quite a detriment to any team fight, especially coming into the backliners, and Aatrox rising to the occasion when it comes to the jungle role.
Yeah, I love to see it. Aatrox, he used to be a monster in the top lane. Now he's a monster in the jungle. However, we do see that, even though Evelyn has been pretty much banned a lot, especially on that red side, not a lot of people have, not a lot of teams have been brave enough to actually pick her up and play her in that jungle role, but they are very, very scared of her. You see, she's never been picked before, even the times that she's been left open, even though those times are generally when there is already kind of a game plan in place for the team, so they don't really want to mess that up by picking an Evelyn, not knowing if anybody has a counter to that yet, just because of the lack of data on this champion. But Hecarim, of course, the other terrifying jungler, is going to be incredibly dominant. Looking at the standings, Thunder, Talk, and Trace Esports bringing up the top, while EDG very close, just behind them. 9 wins and 3 losses there.
Yeah, and EDG, this is considering that they are on a win streak over the prior weeks, and they were just able to rise up coming into the bottom half of CN Conference, on how we were able to touch that up a while ago. Trace Esports lost their second game already over the prior week as well, so really unfortunate coming from Trace. And Thunder Talk currently is just so strong. It was only EDG that was able to take them down, and thus far they're still on a huge state when it comes to the CN Conference. And later on, we're gonna watch out 2 Titans battle it out into the CN Conference. It's Thunder Talk up against Trace Esports, so a really exciting watch.
Yeah, and we thought, Thunder Talk early in the season, they looked untouchable, but then EDG came out swinging with their incredibly aggressive playstyle and handed them their first loss. Will Trace Esports will be able to do the same, especially considering that these two teams have, a little bit of that similar CN Conference playstyle where they're really methodical with their play, with their macro. But looking at the APAC standings, Naus Esports and KT Rolster Y neck and neck in that 1 and 2 spot. Of course, KT Rolster Y with the game difference is going to be in that second spot, with Naus still at the top. But G2 Blacklist and Cerberus Esports will be on that 3 and 4 spot.
And they will pretty be much secured already in the playoffs because no
Pretty
other
much.
teams, even if Fennel is able to take every single win, right now they cannot chase CES and even G2 Blacklist. So at this point in time, these 4 teams that we're seeing on the top half of the APAC conference leaderboards and standings are already secured. But something to take note of here, KD Roster Y has been consistently staying on top 1 to top 3 all throughout Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. It was CES as well, who was underperforming coming into week 1 and week 2, but they were able to come back quite quickly over the latter weeks. And it's just a really, really good thing to watch out for coming into the APAC conference. But as we've mentioned for today's games, we have a series of exciting matches up ahead.
Incredibly excited, of course. OMG versus BRU United, 2 teams who, you know, kind of have nothing to lose here, seeing as pretty much the playoff brackets have been kind of locked in. There's a very slight chance that OMG can still maybe make it by the skin of their teeth, but it's not very likely. Followed by Woohoo Gaming versus FPX, and of course the battle of the Titans, Trace Esports, and Thunder Talk. For our first match of the day here, our only CN Conference versus APAC Conference match, we have OMG and Barium United. OMG, of course, with White Cat, Inyan, SMK, 15, and Wawa.
Yeah, OMG, it's going to be really exciting. But you know what's exciting as well is the team introduction that we have.
欢迎各位收看英雄联盟手游职业联赛 WRL-A， 我是优后。今天是第8周的第1个比赛日，接下来将由无里南 BRU 对阵 Oh My God。BRU 的常规赛能否顺利收官，我们拭目以待。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. This is Yoho. The coming up matchup will be BRU United Esports versus Oh My God. Could BRU end their regular season perfectly? Let's wait and see. 首先，让我们有请 OMG 战队登场，有请单人路选手 in the solo lane White Cat。下面有请打野选手 in the jungle 应岩。接下来，让我们有请中路选手 in the mid lane SMK。接下来，让我们有请射手选手 in the dual lane 15。最后，有请辅助选手 and support 画画。接下来，欢迎五里南 BRU 战队 in the solo lane Thipper。In the jungle, Valdus. In the mid lane, Cold and Fit. In the dual lane, VVV. And in support, What the Jazz. 两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players getting ready. Let's start into the wild.
All right, let's get right into it. I'm still kind of sad that we can't see our APAC teams as much as we saw them back in Season 1. But, you know, it is what it is. But for now, we have our CN Conference team here on the stage. We do have OMG. They are ready to go. You saw a lot of kind of a lot of tension on their faces in their entrances. It does seem like, you know, they are taking this match very seriously. I just find it kind of funny that 15's number on his jersey isn't 15. It's actually 20.
Well, you add like 5 possible wins. No, never mind. I was thinking Well, I was thinking of like a transition going into 20 there, but I couldn't think of any because OMG did not get 5 series wins all throughout Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. And that's not going to happen this far because currently they only have 3 wins in the bag and they're fighting right now up against BRU. And at this point in time, I don't know if we're going to reach that point. But nevertheless, as you have mentioned, it will be OMG up against BRU coming into the very first one that we will have for today. And the thing about this series is that it will not shift the tides of any conference, may it be CN or may it be APAC conference, on the leaderboards, on the standings. So it will be pretty much a battle of pride and power at this point. But regardless, it's not gonna shift anything into these two sides.
It will just be kind of one of those matches that you have to play out. Unfortunately, it won't really change anything. But at the very least, one of these teams can show that they still have what it takes to, compete at a high level. Especially at OMG, they do have to kind of prove that because they did take a victory over Trace Esports the last time we saw them. So that is something that maybe could build their confidence up going up against BRU, who, they may underestimate a little bit here, knowing that BRU also is not doing the best in terms of their wins.
Yeah, you've mentioned it, right? OMG, unfortunately, it was only the very last second wherein they evolved in a sense wherein they were able to grasp a hold their roots and look for their footing coming into season 2. But at this point in time, there's so much into the lower echelon of the standings in the CN conference that in any way, shape, or form, in any wins that they're able to get in this last week, they're not able to come back.
Ooh. And straight off the bat in the fight for his side, we have Valdez with a flash death sentence, but will that be enough to save Pipper, because he's the one who came in with the Amumu, does not have the curse of the sad mummy, so that will be first blood over here for OMG. But Golden Feet wants to come in with that counter strike, get a couple of stuns up, but it doesn't seem like BRU are really in a position to follow up. It's a good thing that OMG doesn't really have a lot of damage. He couldn't take out Golden Feet at that moment. But yeah, this is the fight for side, ladies and gents. So a 5v5 Aram on Howling Abyss to see who will be able to get that first priority of picking the side.
Yeah, and thus far, when it comes to these ARAM or, well, fight for side draft in the Howling Abyss, we don't have to exactly look at anything at this point. Coming into the early game, you have this ins and outs, and as we have mentioned, coming into the series, and even in these Howling Abyss fight for side, it doesn't matter as much as we've hoped compared to the official game.
Yeah, but speaking of not counting for much, there is a couple kills there that will not really count for all too much, because it is just, kind of trading back and forth. That is a pretty decent kill, actually, onto the Blitzcrank from that Draven, played by VVV. Now, Draven and Howling Abyss can get pretty scary, especially since, if he is able to proc that passive consistently, when he does die, he can come back incredibly strong. But with all that setup, look at all that CC. They do get a couple of kills there for BRU. Looking for another one here onto Whitecat, but he's going to hookshot away Inyan on the assassination onto the backside, but he will be caught out and punished with that.
Yeah, well, Draven coming into the early game, this is already one of the expectations that, they are going to dominate. And Triple V is going to dominate into these early state, but he's back and forth. It's already to be expected already. OMG still on an even level footing. When it comes to gold and when it comes to kills, which are to be expected, what will not be expected though, once we reach that level 9 point, once we reach the point wherein all of these players already have one item to them, this will really change.
Oh yeah, big flash setup there coming in, but Pipper on the backside will be taking that Sivir out for retreat. Golden Feet though was trying to get that big counter strike. Unfortunately, it is just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Look at those missile barrages from 15, just chunking away at those health bars. But Golden Feet just trying to reset his health bar, get a little bit more combat efficiency by getting more items. But that was a huge catch onto the Draven by the Blitzcrank. Big shutdown there onto Triple V. Now Pipper trying to do something about it, but there really isn't a lot of damage on the side of BRU other than, Triple V and maybe Golden Feet, as Valdez is struggling to just live right there. Like Golden Feet with a triple big stun there with his counter strike, gets another kill. That is a 3-kill streak for Golden Feet. May he get another one here with the shield from, that is going to be Triple V just grabbing another one there from a long range. 15, the last man left standing under the tower. Really be able to get this tower? Yes, they should be able to.
Yeah, and really, we don't have the type of focus coming into the fight for sides, right? And thus far, BRU is dominating. Thus far, really strong. coming for the side of BRU United. But something really interesting to take note is that we saw Shyvana come going to fire, and I think that is also something that is flip. That you know what, Shyvana could really be that late game insurance that we have for any single team that really want to really input this into their composition. And that's, you know what, I want to expect more. I want to see more of these unpredictable things.
Yeah, speaking of that, Shyvana, what the Jess is just going to go into Dragon form, get immediately stun locked, and taken to town. Yeah, even though the late game is where Shyvana shines the most, she is not going to be really super effective in these mid-game scuffles. Now, speaking of the scuffles, Dipper trying to get something happening there. Unfortunately, Golden Feet and Valdez really can't do all too much in terms of damage, so they're just trying to get as much CC. They're trying to use that turret to their advantage. Inyan will be shut down by that turret, and what the chest there is going to grab a little kill there. SMK the last man standing, but still, it is just a bloodbath and a half here. 18 kills to 15 at less than 5 minutes in.
Yeah, and coming back to the topic, right, of Shyvana coming through, when it is going to show up into the Rift, expect it to not fight up until level 5, because without Dragon's Descent, Shyvana is pretty much just a giant minion, a super minion if you may, just walking into the early game. So expectedly, when it does come up, it's all about that farm game experience.
It really is. That's not something that he can do. And how look at this. That is a huge curse from the Sad Mommy, though, with the assist of the counter strike. That's a lot of health bars down, and that is a kill for Triple D. They could snowball this. Look at all the health bars from OMG, very low. Wahua is the healthiest there. He does get that hook onto Valdez. It's not enough. He's got the shield from the Lantern. SMK and 15 just playing with fire here. They know if they die, this could be the tower. That is a huge catch onto VVV, and this could be a big catch onto Inyan, but no, he just jumped in. Valdez and what the Jets are the ones actually in trouble here after basically all their damage has gone down the drain. They're gonna get run down. Look at the dodge by Inyan, and then securing the kill onto the Shyvana. OMG actually turned that situation around.
They were able to turn the situation around. Has just a lot of capabilities onto going in for ganks, going in for plays, right? Because you have White Cat with Exit Ultimatum possibility to just jump in onto those team fights. SMK will be deleted right out of the get-go. That will be a 2v1. But as you mentioned, OMG just has a lot of engage tools coming into their competition.
Yeah, quite a lot of engage tools and a lot of damage from pretty far away. You got the Mesa Barrage from the Koroki, you got that Sivir, but you also got Golden Feet just trying his best every single time he's aiming to engage with that counter-strike, and so far, sometimes it just doesn't work. That's a huge patch, a big play, and that is 15 down already. Now, Inyan getting caught again. These death sentences are on point by Valdez Tipper with the Curse of the Sad Mummy onto 2, but not the 2 targets that they really wanted, and that means that Tipper will go down. Now the chase is on by OMG. Wawa tried to go for the flash hook play there. Unfortunately, did not work. The health font will get a little bit of health there for VVV. VVV, Valdez and what the Jess. The last 3 lines of defense here. Golden Feet now coming in, but he's going to jump in as soon as he can as White Cat gets caught out and then jumps onto SMK. Great that sentence onto the Sivir once again. As man, Valdez is just hitting these death sentences left and right. He does get hit by the hook himself though, so that is a little bit unfortunate, but still, at least it's not their only source of damage pretty much, which is VVV. What the Jess, he can try once he's in Dragon form, but VVV gets caught out, and that is just not bueno for BRU.
Bueno for BRU at the moment, and then Golden Feet just going to the backside, but in the 3v1 situation, there's just no capabilities on going in for that one, and thus far, OMG utilizing their engage tools to a T. And you also have SMK. When it comes to a team fight, Severe is just so good.
Yeah. It is incredible. Just the stats that she gives, the move speed, just the shred she can do with her ricochet and her boomerang blades. But Pipper is not going to be able to reach that far back, but BVV is with his whirling, takes that kill onto Inyan, and it is just going to be pretty back and forth so far. A lot of tankiness on the BRU side, but more and more damage coming in from OMG as they start scaling harder.
Harder. They have to really utilize the jump in coming from Tipper. Tipper has to engage on those team fights or Valdez coming in, but if they did not take the opportunity to pounce there, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, speaking of the opportunity to pounce, that is what Golden Feet is doing once again. He's incredibly tanky, lasting very long in these fights, but unfortunately without the help of the rest of his team, does not really make for a decent catch on these members of OMG, who are now running down Valdez, trying to get another death sentence. Whitecat trying to at least get the kill onto Thresh. There's a box going to be thrown down, but the turret will go down as well. The first Sad Mummy available, but not being used yet by Tipper. There he goes, he gets two at the very least, and that's a Shyvana taking out Whitecat. But a very sticky Amumu coming in with his tears still, but that's not going to do a lot of damage more. Just tanking it up. What the Jess immediately shut down Inyan on that assassination plan. He's got the classroom, he's the teacher right now. As VVV trying to use Golden Blaze of Death to get at least one, but Wahwa narrowly gets away with basically 1 HP. Golden Feet at least is able to finish him off, but that is a ace for OMG. Inyan and 15 survive.
Yeah, they were able to come back. OMG was able to reach that point we're in. Sivir was already so fed up, and then Inyan as well, 15 as well. These three champions are super strong coming into the late game. And we've mentioned, you know what, it's BRU who has that early game advantage, but at this point there's just a lot of scaling from the opposition.
Yeah, and that scaling will be the winner here. OMG takes that fight for side, and they will decide which side they'll be starting on in this match. Now, the trend for most CN teams have been to, you know, pick that blue side first in order to get a little bit easier of a champion select where they don't have to really focus in on the Hecarim or the Evelyn bans, much like red side. So that, I think, probably will be the route here for OMG.
Yeah, could probably be so, and I feel like it will be OMG. Coming into these games that we would have, right? It will be really interesting because this far there is a lot of pathways that we could go for. We could go for a lot of aggression coming into the early game with the likes of Sin, with the likes of Jace. These are early game champions that could really snowball the game out of proportion. You also have Lucian, you also have Ezreal that can come through into a lot of safety net coming into the early phases, in the laning phases, and exponentially grow when it comes to power when you feed him a lot of kills. So that could be one of the perspectives, or they could double down late game. And yeah, there's just a lot of risk towards that, but we see a lot of teams go for that late game insurance.
Absolutely. The late game is kind of what the CN conference specializes in, or at least a lot of the teams do. But for, you know, OMG specifically, I feel like they want to kind of hone in a little bit on that early game with their jungler, with Inyan maybe going on something like a maybe a Lee Sin, as you said, or a Kha'Zix even, which is really decent in those situations. But they could also, you know, just kind of funnel in on SMK and 15, have Inyan pick something like Shen, or even if Hecarim's available, Hecarim could be a great option here. There's a lot of options, but what we definitely are not going to be seeing, I think, is an Evelyn still. She's incredibly feared, and yet when she's unbanned, people are hesitant to pick her up.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, as we have mentioned already during the time we're in, the top 5 picks and bans were shown. Hecarim is really just one of the greatest when it comes to mobility and when it comes to engage. So that is already one of the expectations here coming into the draft. And something that has risen when it comes to the meta over the recent days, over the recent weeks, is the Aatrox jungle that we have because of that team fight prowess, and coming into these level 5 engages, it's really massive, especially coming into these objective fights. So that is also one of the expectations and a possible selection for any of these two teams.
Yeah, now we are just waiting for that champion select to pop, but I feel like if BRU United want to take this game, want to take this series, they have to kind of read what OMG is going to be doing from the first couple of picks. So let's get right into the pick and bans here. I think there will be a lot of focus on, well, the Orin is gone. There could be a lot of focus on the support here for OMG, knowing that What the Jess is one of the most talented supports, or the most talented support in the Thailand region. And yeah, Sona has been banned out as well. She has been showing up ever since the first time she showed up. She's had a lot of really decent play, a lot of good results, just based on the number of stats that she can give and the protection she can give to the entire team come late game.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I believe Sona was reworked over how many patches ago?
Yeah.
Just recently. Sona has just been on Brink's edge on the gray area when it comes to being picked up during the draft, because typically when it comes to the meta right now in the support role, it's all about that team fighting. That is the reason why you see a lot of these Orns, the Gragas, come through into the support role, because that is just how important it is when it comes to that crowd control aspect into those team fights, along with the likes of Galio and even the Alistar. And once again, emphasizing, right, Gragas being one of the priorities there by OMG.
Interesting that they will still be with that Gragas first pick. Now the Akali for Golden Feet is something that could be deadly here for OMG, but I feel like this Aatrox just lends to that aggressive scaling comp that BRU seem to be picking up. Of course, he is still very decent in the early game, especially against a jungler that may be farming more, but that's not going to be the case here, as Anyan picked up the Hecarim. Now that's going to be a scary jungler to deal with.
Yeah, Hecarim has been open and it will be locked in by the side of OMG. Vladimir also a good pickup coming in from this side for OMG. But right now, BRU could now prioritize into that early power. Lucian could be picked up. This is what we have expected a while ago, right? Aatrox into the jungle, Lucian coming into the bottom lane to be picked up as well. Now BRU could just focus into the top side of the map, and it could be, these Renekton's that we've seen over the recent past that has been locked in onto the top side of the map, but could also pivot somewhere else into the bottom lane. If they want to remove Ezreal, that could be a good option, as they have Lucian coming into the bottom lane.
Yeah, and 15 is pretty proficient on that Ezreal as well. He's had some, decent performances on that champion. He did win and get the MVP on that champion versus Trace Esports, but by and large, it does look like this is a pretty standard OMG composition. Vladimir incredibly safe in the mid lane, does a lot of damage in big team fights with his Hemo Plague. Now the Galio being picked up there for What the Jess, a really good ultimate, the hero's entrance coming in and basically saving anybody from very long range. But 15 will still be picking up the Ezreal, so that is a little bit of that early game and also the late game scaling locked in for OMG, and with the Renekton there as well. I wouldn't be surprised if BRU picked up a Camille. Oh wait, no, sorry, Camille's banned out, so I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up something to counter this. But Karma being hovered, now I'm not quite sure about that in the top lane, but
could be a Kali top here from here on forward. And then you have Aatrox jungle, Karma going into the mid lane, and then Lucian Galio into the bottom lane. At this point, BRU is just going in on a very glass cannon type of composition here. And thus far, some of our predictions are actually coming right through into fruition here into the draft, right? We mentioned about Ezreal pickup for the side of OMG as one of the not exactly a counter onto Lucian, but because Lucian's so strong coming into the early game, having an Ezreal towards your side gives you a lot of safety, just because you have a lot of pokes.
Yeah, not only a lot of poke, but you also have that arcane shift that you can use to get out of danger, get out of maybe a culling or something, or get out of Lucian's piercing light range or something like that. It's a very mobile champion that Lucian kind of has a little bit of tough time dealing with, especially during those first few levels. And sometimes those first few levels we see Ezreal's just really going ham with their support.
No, it definitely is. And right now, some of the expectations are, when it comes to these drafts, is that OMG, when it comes to those team fights, has so much of a better edge up against BRU, because when we're looking at their draft, it is such a good sight to see, right? A very team fight centric composition we're in. When it comes to the early game, a very decent safety net coming across the board in each and every single lane, and coming into the late game and mid game, you have the likes of the jungle, you have the likes of the mid laner wherein it's Hecarim, it's Vladimir, it's Ezreal that has good scaling.
Yeah, now Valdez here getting a cheeky level 1 assist onto Whitecat versus Tipper. And it's actually going to be the Karma in the bot lane for BRU, and the Lucian in the mid lane. So that does give a little bit of a better matchup towards BRU for that mid lane. Because Vladimir kind of struggles against those early game AD champions. So a good mind game there from BRU, as well as Karma being a decent poker as well against Ezreal, kind of matching their game plan here. Look at the insane poke already from just level 2 of BVV, getting a lot of value from his mantra creeps.
Yeah, and at this point, it's pretty much interchangeable, right? Put Karma coming into the mid lane, you still have that safety net with the shields, you have pokes as well, so Vladimir will not have an easy access towards you. So nevertheless, Karma going to the bottom lane, Lucian coming into the middle lane, it is something that could be interchanged, but as you mentioned as well, coming into the early game, Lucian, you want that pressure coming into Vladimir. That is why you put that in there. So the big problem that I have for the side of BRU is that when it comes to these all-in team fights later on, they will be squishy, very, very squishy, and they will heavily rely onto the likes of Karma to be able to really sustain them with the shields. You also have Aatrox coming into the middle of all team fights with Galio as well, to really aid onto that engages. But aside from that, if they're not able to capitalize onto the likes of Karma, Galio, and Aatrox into those 5v5s later on, especially coming into the objectives, it will be a difficult time for them.
Yeah, so what I'm seeing from that is that BRU does need to get a little bit of an early game lead to be able to really compete later on at that team fight level, just so they can, keep skirmishing, because they do want to skirmish when they are stronger. So if first blood is on the cards for BRU, they will, try to go for that. But it does look like OMG, they're the ones looking for first blood here. They look for that invade, but the response from BRU is to bring 4 members over here towards the top side of the map to just try to keep OMG from, using their will in their own jungle. And he's going to run through the jungle and go all the way to that other side. OMG they're not showing any respect to BRU in terms of, what they own on the map right now.
They're strong. At level 5, they're really strong, right? Because the thing is, Inyan already has Onslaught of Shadows, a very mobile champion as well on top of that. So coming in and out of fights is something that Hecarim is very, very strong suited for when it comes to these early games. And that is the reason why you see these early rotations coming from Inyan as well. And then SMK is pretty much safe all across the board at level 2, level 3 already with the Sanguine Flow. So pretty much this is already one of the expectations here, and pressuring towards the early game is something that they want about this.
Speaking of the early game pressure, they are going to go for that first gag onto Whitecat. There is the Onslaught of Shadows, though, to keep Whitecat alive. And Fipper's now the one caught out, has to flash out and get into his mist to be able to get out of there. But that is a great counter gag from Inyan, keeping his buddy alive. No kills exchanged on either side.
Yeah, no kills exchanged for now, as they are. But on the safer side of things, they do not want to force an all-in here from the side of BRU and even OMG. Ooh, good Arcane Shift though.
Yeah, 15 very aware that if what the dress catches him could be a sticky situation. A lot of risk being negated here on both sides, but does look like they are kind of vying for some lane control, some kind of pressure here, at least in the early game. But they're just kind of dancing around each other.
Dancing around each other for now, but 30 seconds before the objective comes through, one of the standards we've seen thus far, the switch in lane for the bottom lane coming into the middle lane. This will give a better edge into those objective fights. And as always, when it comes to these Renekton versus Akali matchup, it will be White Cat. If there is no Shroud available for Tipper, that will be the all-in for White Cat. That will have the advantage as well, just because he also have the single targeted CC available for himself. So a really good addition regardless. But
yeah, I was just gonna say I love the way that BRU is playing around this map, keeping it very open and ambiguous as to which objective they're going for first. Though Huahua has been caught out here. He will be going for the explosive cast, but it's already too late. That's the first blood coming over to BRU. But now the onslaught of shadows has been used. White Cat just dominating into the fight. Now it's Thipper inside his Twilight Shroud. 15 could be the target here. He's looking for at least a little bit of assassination. Gets exhausted, and it will be the Rift Herald started for OMG, but they are kind of on the weaker side right now. As BRU, they are just going to commit onto that Drake first, while the rest of them try to fight, try to skirmish here. Thipper already taken down as the next one, VVV, goes down to the ground. It will be a secure for OMG, at least on the objective, but Cold Feet trying to get one more kill there. It is going to be BRU coming out on top.
a little bit unfortunate for the side of OMG, because they were a bit isolated time and time again. If we look at the replay especially, right, there's already one man down in these engages, wherein BRU was just delaying onto the Rift Herald. Dipper was pretty much safe. They were able to take him down, but 15 was a bit over the edge, right, wherein he was a little bit far away from his teammates, and that is the reason why the trade was secured by BRU United Esports. But as you have mentioned, right, the objectives being taken out by the side of OMG, regardless, is something that could net them a lot of gold injection, especially how BRU contested this a while ago.
Yeah, and looks like BRU, they do have a little bit of an early game advantage here, but it does look like they're going to be kind of losing that here as Thipper goes down and Shelly immediately drop to give SMK that tower. A really decent play there from Inyan to just secure control over the bottom lane, open that side of the map up, while the rest of OMG is over in mid lane.
We're on mid lane for now. Right now, OMG in a good position. Comes through into that fight, but Cold in Feet with that good response. Valdez though!
Oh, this is going to be a big dive. White Cat has the stun, but it won't be super effective, as it is going to be still Valdez grabbing that kill. There's a hero's entrance to try to save him. Huahua and Inyan trying to fight a fight on two fronts. But if 15 just trying to come in, Bawa trying to stay alive, he will not. As 15 tries to get at least one, but is unable to get even one kill there. Inyan unfortunately was on the other side of the wall without his onslaught, so he couldn't help out. That's going to be 3 kills for BRU.
And now Tipper comes through as well into the bottom side. BRU once again just playing this on a macro level, really exceptional, as they went in for a 3-man roam on top side, and BRU as well sent 2 of the members coming into the bottom lane that netted them so much of a huge benefit. And White Cat unexpectedly having me 2 members coming from BRU side was a bit of a shocker, right? It was Cold and Feet who used up the calling immediately, and then it was Valdez with a World Ender as well to come through. And given the fact that BRU sent 2 members into the bottom side, having to kill down the Renekton for the side of OMG netted them the even level playing field when it comes to the numbers game, that forced out OMG to not go for the engage. And at this point in time, it is BRU who got so much advantage into this early game pace, and this is a huge thing coming from them.
Yep, it is absolutely huge. Now that BRU has a pretty decently sized gold lead, they can start forcing the issue here, forcing fights. Look, they've already taken that bot lane tower, and they are going to start working on the pretty much the rest of the map, because it's only the mid lane tower that really is still standing on the outside for OMG, and they really want to defend that. They don't want that map to open up for BRU, especially since BRU are really strong at the moment. And Valdez and Golden Feet, you saw how much burst they did on that Renekton. If they can get a little bit of CC, a little catch on any member, immediately, bam, the calling goes down.
Yeah, calling goes down. And right now, BRU has been doing everything right. From what we mentioned a while ago, right? They have a huge dependency on the likes of Karma, Galio, and even Valdez as well with Aatrox to be able to go into the front lines. And so far, and they are doing a great job. Galio
yeah, Galio with the hero's entrance there, but the onslaught of shadows coming in to stop that gank from really coming to fruition. SMK being saved by his teammates, but that's really all OMG can do right now, is to negate these plays coming in from BRU. They can't really set up plays of their own just yet, just based on how strong BRU is. But that won't stop Whitecat from trying, as he just dashes in on what the Jest gets a little bit of damage.
Yeah, and the sad part about the side of OMG, right? Aside from the loss in engages that they had thus far, 15's always being caught up. He's always overextending. He's always into the middle of nowhere, wherein BRU's just having an easy access into these ADCs. And thing is, traditionally, when it comes to these team fights, you do not want your ADC to come into the middle of it all, and that is not. And that is something that 15 has been doing thus far, and BRU is capitalizing towards that top side.
Oh, that because it is SMK who is on the back foot. Unfortunately, the shuriken won't land, so Thipper can't follow up on that. OMG always on the back foot here. Even when it does seem they have the numbers advantage, they have to just kind of pause and take a little bit of a breather, take a little bit of a back step, as the Drake will be part of the race here by BRU. The Hecarim is in a little bit of position to go for the steal, and he does get it in, yeah, with a drive-by, but he's just going to run into their jungle. At least he stops the soul point from getting there for BRU with that steal.
It was the perfect onslaught of Shadow coming right through into the Dragon's Pit. Let's look at the replay once again. That was just a very, very good engage coming in from Inya. But also, they do take note. We're tipping our hats towards the Gragas as well. That explosive cast pushed back the member of BRU as well onto the Dragon's Pit. So it was just coordination on top of coordination by the support in the jungle for the side of OMG that netted them the Ice Drake. But thus far, they are still at a 4k gold deficit that is massive for the likes of BRU, as they have huge favor over Oh My God in game number 1.
Absolutely. As BRU, they are the ones who are making these plays in the jungle. What the Jazz with the top onto 2, looking for more possibly, but it's just such iron-fisted control that BRU has over the entire map. OMG can't really contest pretty much anything, not even their buffs in their own jungle. As you can see, Thipper already does so much damage. He is a glass cannon, but he emphasis on the cannon and less on the glass, as SMK was half health. That is a snipe though, coming in by 15 onto the Akali. Great true shot barrage there, but will that be enough for OMG to look for something else to get a little bit more off of that? Maybe a tower here, as they may have gotten the catch onto what suggests. There's the explosive cast onto 3, but a little bit of a delay there as the spaces did go, as 15 is going to get run down by Valdez with the smite and the auto attack. Now Whitecat follows, as he was not powerful enough to withstand the onslaught that Golden Feet and Valdez portrayed there.
That was so good coming in for the likes of OMG initially, as well as the explosive cast to top it all off. That was really good, but unfortunately, with a massive gold advantage for the likes of BRU, they cannot win that team fight alone with a 4k gold deficit, despite having a very good engage coming in for the likes of Gragas and Hecarim as well for Oh My God. And that's just a really unfortunate moment coming from this team. If they're down on the back, but they just have to play it slow, not like this.
Valdez, the World Ender, has been popped, as well as a speed buff from VVV, but that's not going to find anything on OMG, but it is going to intimidate them. This is such a downward spiral now for OMG. They can't even be in their own side of the map without, fearing BRU engaging from any side. They have such good engage here with the Akali, with the Galio, with Golden Feet even, almost taking down SMK solo in the top lane.
Yeah, just one calling removed the HP bars of the Vladimir coming into the top side of the map, but this bar OMG. To have mentioned, at this state of the game, they have to play it a bit more slowly up against Korean United Esports, but they have to also be wary of the likes of the Baron. If it's left open for BRU, and if they force this, if they take it down, it will be over for the likes of Oh My God.
Yeah, now OMG just checking the Baron with True Shot Barrage. They know that they can't really contest it, but BRU know that there is zero vision for them, so they can just take Huahua as he tries to go into ward. One more auto attack to fade away. Maybe it's going to be ignite by Golden Feet to take the life of the support there, and this buff will be going over still to OMG, but at the very least, you know, it was a kill for BRU, and they're going to keep baiting that Baron to keep OMG guessing to... Oh, this is so dangerous for OMG. They are on the mid lane, but they are going to get chased off by VVV. Golden Feet and Thipper aggressing onto 15. He's got the Shuriken. There's the hero's entrance, and Thipper will finish that kill right off, and that means they can go for the Baron now.
When you get 2 kills in trade for a blue buff, and then you also have the Baron coming into the side of BRU, the equation's not right. It's not equal. And right now, that Baron is already getting melted. Information provided to the side of OMG.
It's gone.
No contest.
No contest whatsoever. And Whitecat, he tried to do something, but he wasn't really able to. Even with the Dominus, he was just ran right off. Had to use everything in his power just to escape. And now BRU are taking full control of every single objective. They got the Baron, they're going for the Drake, and then they're going to go for the push afterwards.
Okay, Drake already secured here, but it likes to BRU. There's no opening for OMG does yet. Inyan with a good push coming on top side of the map, but only able to take down the turret. Wait for, oh my god, and that is not enough to even out the gold advantage BRU was able to take prior to the 16 minutes into game number 1. And thus far, Ocean Drake will be added into the side of Buriram. That's not something that OMG could really take on at this point. They have to burn. They have to just delay the push coming from BRU, clear down the wave. They only have Ezreal and Vladimir to be able to do so. It will be quite a difficult moment for them to be able to just push back Buriram United on taking in if they're turrets.
Yeah, because BRU are just so strong at the moment, and so intimidating, especially with what the Jess tanking in the front. Valdez and Thipper as well, kind of on the sides here, just trying to get as much damage onto that turret as possible. As Valdez, he does go for the World Ender. The turret is down there in the top lane. As SMK went into his Sanguine Pool, will not be able to find anything, but there is a pretty decent explosive cast attempt, but not quite enough because Valdez was still there to say alley-oop and grab that kill. Now OMG, they are going to be fighting from the back as Golden Feet still lays down damage, even taking some himself. That is still 2 turrets from that Baron push for BRU.
Yeah, and as for BRU, yes, the Baron Nashor was melted out. This is in favor for OMG because they wanted to burn the Baron buff. And thus far, they only lost 2 tier 2 turrets out from that. So it's a good thing for OMG. They bought crucial time for them to be able to make it back. But the thing is, 1 Elder and 1 Baron could change the whole game.
Exactly, and that Elder is going to be spawning in just about 10 seconds here. Buriram already setting up the vision, setting up the attempt here on the Elder Drake. OMG, they really need to find some avenue to contest this, but they're already just kind of grouping around their own jungle as what the Jess goes for the Justice Punch onto SMK. Gets quite a bit of damage. There's the Hemo Plague used as well, I believe, just to keep himself alive. And you can see BRU has full control. They're not even scared of OMG coming in through their own jungle. Look at how far OMG has to go just to try to get into that dragon, as that is almost a catch onto Whitecat. He's able to slice and dice out, as well as Dominus to keep himself free. Healthy SMK on the top side. He is going to get caught out by VVV. Incredibly low on that Sanguine Pool. Has to flash out and go for the stasis just to get away from Thipper. But you can see Whitecat already just getting burned down by Golden Feet, as well as this Elder Drake getting burned down by Valdez. It's just Valdez on the Drake right now, and it's going to be the fight here. Wawa trying to go for that explosive gas onto 2. What the Jess holding back 2 on his own, as Inyan incredibly low. He does go for the steal, and he does get it. At least the steal onto the Elder Drake for OMG, but is that enough for them to come back?
OMG, they got it! And BRU can't force the Baron because remember, it is OMG who has the Elder Drake. So if ever BRU overextends here, BRU could just get eliminated, and OMG is looking for the turnaround. But Valdez coming in over the hills.
Yeah, because 15, he's just trying to go for the kill, but no, Valdez just immediately deletes the Astro from the face of the earth. SNK trying to find any kills. He does get one, but BRU take him out and go for the Baron immediately. It's just White Cat left because he was the first one to die in that fight as BRU extend their lead more and more.
They got it! They got the Elder Drake! Not like this! You just can't overextend like that. There's just no respect. BRU still has a massive gold advantage and they lost it. I mean, OMG, right? We're looking still at 3 members coming from BRU. You have massive gold advantage coming from this team as well. And yes, they have the HP disadvantage, but going in like that with no vision, with no eyes on the Baron, no eyes on the river, no eyes on the left quadrant jungle, you're just stating your own death there.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did. The death of OMG. They got a little bit too confident with the Elder Drake buff. They didn't really cross their T's or dot their I's, but they did have to go for something risky, or else BRU would have just ran away with it. And that is exactly what BRU are doing. The risk was not calculated enough here for OMG, and now 2 of their inhib turrets are down. That means that BRU are putting a lot of pressure on the top and mid lanes just naturally, as well as with the Baron buff. So now they can put VVV down there to just push as much as he can in the Dragon lane.
Yeah, and pretty much this is already unwinnable. There's probably like a 5% chance for OMG to make it back, but at this point in time, I'm not bagging on a 5% chance here, because thus far, BRU already has Baron. They take down 2 inhibitor turrets left already, and a while ago we saw OMG take the Elder Drake, but once again, they keep on overextending. They do this time and time again, and now BRU could just end the game, and now OMG has to think about the next game.
Yeah, because OMG, they are just they're putting all of their eggs into defending that final inhibitor turret, and it is not working. BRU just burning it down. It's already gone. SNK tried to go for that big burst with the Halo Plague, but it will not connect onto any significant portion of BRU. Their health bars are getting low, but it is not something that OMG can really go for, as what the Jess got interrupted in the Justice Punch was able to flash out. BRU now on the back foot because their health bars are not the healthiest, but they are just going to go for the turnaround there with Inyan leading the charge. He has to go away as well. BVV now trying to get as much damage as a Valdez. Big flash, big attempt. But it is just such a back and forth fight. OMG, they tried to go for the aggression, but BRU just beat them down.
Yeah, and once again, BRU has 95% chance of winning this game. Probably even more than that, but I'm giving the benefit of that for the likes of OMG to be able to get those steals once again, because in theory, you know what? Inyan has done it once, has done it twice. Maybe they can do it tries or 4 more times coming right after, because you also have the Baron Master that OMG pretty much also wants to be able to try and make a comeback and buy time. But at this stage, OMG really just has to think about the next game here. And BRU once again engage.
Because they are just incredibly ahead, BRU can force any single issue. Every single lane is pushing with super minions now. Golden Feet, he hits like a truck. VVV as well. And 15 can't really keep up with the amount of damage that is being laid down. Even with, you know, Valdez being an Aatrox, as soon as he gets into the fight, everything at OMG, they just try to retreat because he is so intimidating. He does so much damage with his World Ender. And what the chest as well, if he's able to get a Justice Punch into a taunt, it's pretty much over. He's trying to get Wawa there. Wawa had to use his Frog to get away, but Inyan trying to 1v1 Valdez. He sees why that is a folly, because he just takes half of his health in 2 skills from Valdez.
And quite honestly, I really want to talk about the draft of BRU, on how it works, and how they went in with Karma. And yes, it's very unexpected that they did this, but it's gonna work, right? I want to talk about it, but we're nearing the finish already. Elder Drake is already up, and Baron Nashor is already up as well. So I'm gonna stay still for now. I'm gonna sit down in my chair and just wait for the moment to finish. But right now, BRU, if they take a win, it's over.
Wow, almost got caught, had to flash out, And yeah, BRU, they are going to just put Golden Feet on that Elder Drake and have everybody else run interference because they don't want Inyan to do the same thing. Look, what the Jess is trying to keep him away, as well as Valdez. He's just going to go in. Look at all the damage onto SMK. Fipper is on the backside. There's the hero's entrance, but he does get the finish off onto at least one member, even though he gets burned down there by Whitecat. Is completely fine because Inyan on the backside gets immediately deleted. Look at Whitecat and Huahua just getting taken down one after the other. Valdez now chasing the Ezreal. 15 has to go into stasis. It's a 1 versus 4 here. He gets immediately deleted as well. And there it is, the first game for BRU.
Let's go. BRU was able to capitalize on that advantage and was able to take that win. I mean, we've mentioned this already, right? You know what? OMG has 5% chance of making it back. BRU at this moment, they only need one more team fight to win the whole game. But what I want to talk about is the draft that they have, right? Initially, our perspective coming into these draft composition of the side of BRU United in game number 1 is that it's very glass cannon, right? They're only relying on the likes of Galio and Aatrox to be able to go into those front lines and make those team fights work. Because they have 3 squishy targets, which is Karma, the Lucian, and also the Akali. But the thing is, the reason why they brought out the double utility into the bottom lane with Karma and Galio is that they're relying heavily on Aatrox. And the reason why Aatrox came into the jungle, came into the meta as we've seen, and even Sivir as well, being one of the 2 champions that is being paired consistently when it comes to the initial release of Sivir into the competitive scene, is because of team fighting. The reason why Sivir is just so strong is because of the ability to give movement speed for each and every single champion on the hunt. And that is what Karma gives on a little bit lesser degree, because you can only give it to a person or multiple persons if ever you were able to bring it up with passive. But Karma and Aatrox, the chase potential is out of this world.
Yep, it was just too much for OMG to handle the speed at which that Aatrox could come in and decimate their forces. Look at that goal diff over time. There was a little bit of hope there for OMG in the early phases of the game, but man, Valdez 10-0-7 with that Aatrox. You don't usually see an Aatrox up in the damage charge, but 34,000 damage. He has just been fighting every single time here on Bariram's side to just take OMG out. Every chance that he can get, Valdez was in the fight, and even though Inyan did get a couple of steals, props to him, he wasn't a match just in terms of pressure from Valdez.
Yeah, it very much is, and that was just a really good stature coming in for the likes of BRU United coming into game number 1. This is one of their playstyles ever since, right? Play a little bit more towards methodical plays, right? They get so much of an advantage coming into their game. It takes a bit more time to be able to finish up games, but right now they were able to do so up against OMG.
Yep. And well done to Valdez for being the MVP there. 10-0-7 on that Aatrox. A beast of a jungler indeed, and that is why that Aatrox has been pretty proficient in that jungle role, pretty present there, and we'll see if he does come back in game number 2 when we come back. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with game number 2.
light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 here between Oh My God and BRU United. BRU just had an incredibly convincing game versus OMG with a pretty diverse composition. Let's see if they can do the same for game number 2.
We'll see, because it's really exciting, right? It's really exciting to see the all-star lineup coming in from the Thailand region come into fray, get a game up against OMG as well, the likes of a CN conference team into the series that we have, especially considering the history built into the team of BRU. Individually, as players, they're part of multiple teams before back in year 1, but came through into the likes of BRU to form this all-star team. And Valdez has always seen greatness come into Southeast Asia. Priority, one of the strongest jungler in the region.
Yeah, he is pretty much one of the strongest junglers in the CE region, and we did see why in the last game. He got that MVP 10-0-7 on Aatrox. I know the Aatrox is getting more popular in the jungle, but really Valdez showed, with BRU why he's so terrifying to play against, especially when you have a team comp that really enables that. So the man's coming out here, game number 2, still Akali, not going to be available this time for Tipper or Cold Feet. Sona still getting banned out. He's just really strong with the rework. And on the other side, Camille Akshan getting taken out of action.
Yeah, and what BRU did there was insane. How Tipper has used the Akali topside in the map, because we haven't seen Akali topside for quite the longest time already. We've seen it a couple of times before back in year 1, year 2, wherein you had the AD Akali come through with Divine Thunder, building on tank as well. Now it's not present in the current meta, but this far Tipper was able to make it work as well. To consider is how Valdez was able to shadow on top side of the map and able to really just guide and take off a lot of the pressure coming in from White Cat onto the opposition here. But looking into the draft, Aatrox will be open for the likes of OMG. We've seen them prioritize this a while ago for the likes of Valdez, and it's just really, really strong overall when it comes to team fighting, and that is why OMG denies it away from BRU. But Evelyn will be the answer here, a possible answer by Bariram instead.
And that is going to be the first Evelyn we're actually going to be seeing pick up here, because she has been mostly banned out, but now that she's available, that's going to be the first pick there. Valdez going to make her work somehow, and that is something that can be a bit scary for OMG, because Evelyn is a little bit of an unknown quantity here in the WRL-A. Yes, she's really strong, you know, in regular play, solo queue and stuff, but she does not have any data that teams can really rely on when you get to this high level of play, because she just has not been playing this tournament yet. So really looking forward to how Valdez pilots her in this match.
Ooh, very interesting point, because Evelyn has seen a lot of shine as well over the first couple of weeks of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, and then coming into the following weeks as well, it has shown up really, really well. And yes, you've mentioned, like, we haven't seen it over the past week. There's a lot of bans. It hasn't been something that these teams want to prioritize. But really interesting, right? But Evelyn will be locked in by the side of BRU. OMG goes for the Ornn and the Zoe, but BRU answers with the Yasuo. This has been one of the counters as well to the Ornn and Zoe coming into the first couple of weeks, just because of the wind wall. It's just so massive to deny a big ultimate with just a wind wall.
Yeah, I like that. I really like that pick. Most likely going to be going to Cold and Feet himself. Because I don't see Thipper picking up the Yasuo here against, you know, blind picking him in the Baron lane. So we do see some more bans coming up onto the Baron lane. No Fiora, no Jax. The Renekton still up, of course. But the Grog is getting taken out here, because that is one of the nasty activators for Yasuo's last breath there. Renekton getting banned out as well. I really quite like this. As you said, yes, the wind wall is a huge factor, but just Yasuo's style and the way that he can take over games if he's played well, it's something that I think BRU are going to be really relying on here. With a Braum and possibly Lucian in the Dragon lane, that's a really strong classic combination. Lucian dash into the blows from Braum. The passive stacks are just easy to trigger with that Lucian passive as well. So that's something that BRU can use in the early game to get a little bit of aggression going, especially against a Zoe.
And I like how you mentioned about the Braum passive, because the concussive blows, this will be easier procced by Lucian with the passive, as you've mentioned, coming into the early game. But also, in addition to that layer of why I love the Braum, is because there's a lot of bruisers for the side of OMG. You have Ornn, you have Garen, you have Aatrox into the front line, so it's easier to connect onto these champions. But as we have always seen to the likes of BRU, and even in game number 1, when they brought the Braum, or well, rather, a utility bottom laner coming into their side, they're doing it once again with Morgana going on to Triple V.
Okay. So this is a lot of support in the late game for BRU, but once again they are just running a very, very squishy team comp overall. Just really the Braum is the one that's going to be tanking a lot, and I wonder if that's going to be enough for BRU here, specifically because they are going to be up against a Zoe, a Garen in the top lane, so that is going to be a little bit of a difficult lane for Yasuo to really dominate, because it is going to be Thipper on that Yasuo, and yeah, it is just BRU having an incredibly aggressive composition, and OMG just kind of, I don't know if they were mind gamed, or if they're just kind of reacting to that kind of composition. So there's a lot of question marks in this game for Bariram and for Oh My God. But what's something that is definite is that Bariram are not holding anything back. They're pulling out all the stops in this match.
Yeah, they're not holding back. I mean, bringing out the Yasuo into the game. You also have the Morgana into a matchup. Evelyn's one of the expectation already. Evelyn's really strong regardless, like how much he's capable onto rotating around the map. The macro plays, especially on the hands of Valdas, being one of the greatest junglers in Southeast Asia in year 1 of Wild Rift Esports. Very strong. But the thing about Valdas is that consistently what he does is he waits towards the top side of the map. He wants Tipper to have an easier time up against the opposing Baron laner, and that is the reason why he starts up onto the Grumps, or rather the Krugs, onto the top quadrant jungle. So if ever a fight breaks loose, especially given how Yasuo is just really weak coming into the early game, he could easily respond. And this is already one of the expectations. But now that Evelyn's coming into the red camps, you can now predict that he goes in for the full jungle camps here, full clear, reach level 5 before he rotates.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing is that this bot lane for BRU is going to be a lot more passive than initially we thought, because when we thought it was going to be a Lucian. So that does mean that VVV is going to be taking a lot of damage, but Tipper taking a lot of damage there as well, going to get ticked down. Oh, the shield, the flow shield popping and saving it from the final tick of the Ignite. White Cat as well, not able to get that final auto attack off, and that will be a little bit of a scuffle there in the top lane, and that could be a little bit of a problem there with that pause coming through right now.
I don't know where this came from, but probably is the basic attack coming from Garen, because I'm currently looking at what happened there as well. The flash was connected, right? They went in for the flash, did not connect with the basic attack. But nevertheless, we'll just wait for that. But something to take note as well, that like how we mentioned about the level 5 Evelyn, this will be the farming game for Valdas all throughout, like 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 30 seconds into Wild Rift. And then coming into these matches, the expectations are into the top side of the map is that we just have to play it a little bit slow. For the side of BRU more specifically, because Garen versus Yasuo, Garen's just gonna wreck. Garen's just gonna wreck, especially coming into level 1 to level 3. And level 5 as well with the execute. That's not something you want to go 1v1 on. But for the viewers watching at home right now, we just heard an announcement coming in from our prod that Inyan had some difficulties. Inyan reported technical problems, so that's ongoing when it comes to investigation and also solving the problem. But nevertheless, I'm actually really excited about game 2.
Yeah,
it's new.
100%.
It's new. Yeah.
It's going to be, I think, another bloody game here. It is a little bit of a shocker that this composition was pulled up by BRU, but I believe it's something that they can pull off. It is just going to be a little bit slow to get going, but once they have their tools, once they actually are able to find their momentum, it's going to be very difficult for OMG to stop them once again, especially since they don't really have things that can super disrupt the attack of BRU. They don't have that explosive cast or something. They do have that Call of the Forge God, but that's really used more for initiation than trying to deny a play going on.
And I'm so glad you mentioned about the Call of the Forge God, because the thing is, we've mentioned it very slightly. We touched up on it about Yasuo's capability on denying the Ornn Call of the Forge God. This has been one of the the El Clasico of the first couple of weeks of Wild Rift League Asia, wherein Yasuo has been brought out into a draft composition just to deny that big ultimate coming in from Ornn. But what we have overlooked is also another layer to it, because you also have Braum to the side of BRU, wherein the shield could deny the Call of the Forge God as well. True. So that's just so much of the defensive capabilities for the likes of BRU to deny DCCs from OMG. And that is a huge problem that Oh My God has to face later on. How do we engage onto these team fights? If we go for the long range engage, it will be expected and it could be denied by any of these two champions we mentioned. On top of that, you also have the Black Shield for Triple V that could go pretty much anywhere. It could go on Evelyn, it could go Yasuo, it could go on Lucian. So there's so much defensive capabilities on the side of BRU's composition, and when it comes to damage, they are full of it as well. So that's something to take note of when it comes to this game.
Yeah, it is going to be a lot of things going on there that OMG really needs to take note of. That can be used by BRU just to keep themselves safe. So they OMG have to be super calculated with their engages, with the way that they catch people off guard, that they catch the players of BRU. Otherwise, BRU can just kind of walk away, and there is not, too much of a chase element from the composition of OMG, especially with, say, a Sivir or a Sona to boost some move speed. But it is still possible for them. They have an Aatrox with his World Ender. You've got Garen with his Q. Of course, Zeri is a very mobile champion as well. But overall, if BRU wanted to disengage, they do have that Braum as well to use that Glacial Fissure, not only knock up but also slow down chasers coming in from OMG.
Yeah, and quite honestly, when it comes to the draft, I really love the draft of BRU United Esports overall. It's just too good. I mean, not the best, but it's too good in and of itself, and that's something I'm really looking forward into. But something to really just not belittle as well for the side of OMG is that if 15 is able to reach to that point wherein he's able to get those free farms up until the 3-item power spike, even 2-item power spike, wherein he buys the Bloodthirster, he goes for probably the Trinity Force as well, coming into his first 2 items. If he's able to free hit with the bruisers available for the side of OMG, with Garen, with Aatrox, and with Ornn, that will be their late game insurance. On top of that, they also have Zoe as one of the champions that BRU has to respect. And I think that is also what Triple V is looking at. The Black Shield will be reserved for the CP Trouble Bubble.
Yeah, that's something that has to be pretty much on point there for VVV. He has to always know or kind of react to that Sleepy Trouble Bubble being thrown out and use the Black Shield, especially when it does come to that late game setting. Otherwise, it will be very dicey for somebody on a BRU side to get caught. But for now, we are just looking to solve that problem right now, ladies and gents. Sorry for the delay. It is what it is. Hopefully you are you're still having a good time as we kind of wait for Inyan's complaint to be solved. But other than that, I mean, this is still shaping up to be a pretty good fight in this match, and looking to be a very good series between these two teams as well.
Yeah, a very exciting series overall. But we're still waiting. We're still waiting on to the patch. For the viewers watching at home, just stay put. You know what? We're on to moments away to jumping back into game number 2, but I believe we've mentioned already what we're looking for the side of OMG and what we're looking for the side of BRU as well. It will be really crucial as well to be able to utilize onto these champions that we have emphasized come into these drafts. Something that will be a little bit scary as well. If Inyan utilizes the Aatrox coming into the late game, that will be exciting stuff for OMG. Right? That will be exciting stuff for OMG. So a lot of dependencies here. Zeri, Zoe, and Aatrox for oh my god. And then you also have BRU, who will be depending on Valtus. As always, especially coming from that game 1 performance, outright really amazing. 10-0 or like 10-0-7 or something like that. It's insane.
Yeah, and that's something that Inyan wants to kind of replicate with his own Aatrox pick in this one. So hopefully we do get some really decent matchups here in the jungle with Valdus on the Evelyn. The first time we see that Evelyn, I believe, on the WRL-A Season 2, just because she has just been banned out consistently and nobody's been brave enough to pick her. But when all of the chips are down here, when there's nothing to lose, BRU and Valdus are going to be picking that Seductress from the Twisted Isles up. So I want to see how well he does with her and how terrifying she really is, because so far all we've had is conjecture. This is the first real practical application of that Evelyn being picked up.
But you know what? Talking about the champions, what's your favorite champion, G10?
Me? In Wild Rift, I would say it's I'd say Volibear most probably. But in League of Legends, like everywhere, just it's Udyr. I'm an Udyr main through and through.
But nevertheless, we're jumping back in. I guess we're back.
It's us.
It's us. It's me. It's you.
Welcome back. All right. So with that being said, ladies and gents, we do apologize for the delay there. We are, still relying on the technical team on ground to solve the problem with Inyan. And when that is, solved, we will be coming right back on it. But for now, I think we'll be throwing it to a little bit of a short break, and we'll be right back when the problem is solved and when we're in game. So we'll see you guys when that does happen. Stay tuned. Right?
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can...
Alright, and there we are. We've solved all of the problems with Inyan. Hopefully, we do get a smooth game now as we are back into it, ladies and gents. Thank you for your patience. And we can see White Cat dominating Thipper in that early game.
And as we've mentioned, right, Thipper didn't just go for an overextension because White Cat could just go move one, just turn around, and there's just so big of a damage. It's just level 3, even level 4, it is White Cat who will have the advantage, considering that this is a Yasuo that we're talking about on top side of the map here. But right now, Valdez nearing that level 5 that we mentioned. It's all about that farm game. Goes in for the reset for now, but after he comes back, that will be the expectations of visiting those lanes, visiting onto these teammates and make plays happen.
Yeah, And just so you guys know, I was spreading a little bit of misinformation earlier. Thanks for the correction, Infinity. Evelyn has been picked quite a bit. It just wasn't picked last week, and I was misunderstanding the stats we saw at the start of the stream. So that is a huge, my bad moment. But you know, she just wasn't picked whenever I was casting. So I guess I was just unlucky to not witness her. But I want to see if Valdez can make her great.
Lucky or unlucky, right? Because the thing is, if Evelyn is brought into a game that's just so big and so massive when it comes to these team fights because of the assassination prowess, and we've seen Deeper played the Akali right a while ago and how it's so good.
Speaking of Valdez, there is the big gank onto White Cat. Can they actually finish this off? He actually misses the ultimate, unfortunately. So White Cat is able to live, and now it's Valdez who is behind enemy lines, going to get immediately first blooded by Inyan. So unlucky that gank happened that way and the ultimate did not land. So let's take a look at that again.
Yeah, we're just talking about luck and unluckiness. Once again, Garen's defensive capability is massive, and diving under a turn when you're battling up against Garen is not exactly what you want to do.
Definitely not, especially since there was a big Aatrox coming up behind the entire time. So that was just something that he did not want to be competing with on the side of BRU. So yeah, getting caught out there is a little bit unfortunate, but that shouldn't delay BRU all too much, especially since they do have a very defensive kind of mid to late game later on.
Yeah, mid to late game thus far will be where BRU would shine, but these early games is not something that BRU wants to overextend. And if ever Valdez wants to pay a visit into someplace else, that could be the bot side of the map, or that could be the mid lane. And yes, Zoe is a much harder target, so bottom lane is a better place for Valdez to be able to really just put out and dish out team fights and kills. But it's just too unfortunate what happened there a while ago. And once again, BRU always does this, and Valdez always has this idea, right? Because he wants to really just alleviate some of the pressure that Tipper is having up against his opposition onto the Baron lane, but not up against Garen. It just can't happen.
Garen is just one of those champions that can stay in lane pretty much indefinitely if given the chance. So, you know, picking a Yasuo up against that Garen, something that may not have been the best idea if they wanted to go for some early kills, but it's still possible for, you know, for Valdez to go for something, especially since he has eyes on Inyan right now doing this Rift Herald. Wahwa is there now. Valdez has been revealed and they know he's inside the pit. They're going to maybe try to go for something. There's the Call of the Forge God. There's the Black Shield onto Valdez, so he won't get knocked up. It will be an out suggest, but look at that spread onto Valdez. He's already down to like 20%, as the Rift Herald will be the only casualty of that fight so far. BRU had to be on the back foot for that.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Right now, we're seeing the advantage that OMG has when it comes to these all-bruiser type of composition. Not all-bruiser, but a tree-bruiser composition wherein they have so much heftiness into their front lines and sustainability as well in and of itself, and BRU needs a little bit more time to be able to ramp up. This is the cost of having the likes of Morgana, having the likes of a lot of utilities coming into your composition and not those early game powers.
Yeah, and you can see White Cat resisting that last breath. Tipper even landing everything he can, did not really do enough to get the kill onto there. And look at the damage already onto what the Jester. There's Sneaky Trouble Bubble and the Paddle Star to finish it off. SMK with the Zoe looking for one more kill. The Paddle Star and the auto attack will give 2 kills over to the mid laner of OMG.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. OMG is just getting all these early games. BRU's now going for a little bit more towards those overextensions. Valdez now being chased out.
Speaking of overextension, Inyan might be overextending here. Has been
nice
just stunned up, but there's not really all too much damage coming in, as well as the Call of Forge God to get his exit secured. Wahwa really being the homie there, the support of ages, but still Tipper trying to 1v1 White Cat, and all White Cat has to do is run away.
The problem now that BRU has to face is how are they going to melt the likes of Ornn? How are they going to melt the likes of Aatrox 15?
Great calling out the 15. Did not get to secure the kill yet. Inyan coming in really quickly there. The Glacial Fissure will dissuade Baja from coming in. Inyan, though, had a really easy escape route out from the river into his own jungle. So BRU can't really find anything at the moment. And OMG are in a pretty good spot.
Right, and once again, the big problem of BRU now, yes, I commended their composition of how they went in for the Yasuo and the Morgana, but the cost of having this type of composition is how are you going to melt the likes of the Ornn? How are you going to melt the likes of Garen and even the Aatrox as well? Because it will only be Lucian, and if Lucian is gapped towards his opposition,
Valdez has been found out, has to use his ultimate to get away as Feet comes in for the assist, but Valdez has to get out of this fight. But he gets battle starred, immediately assassinated by SMK, and the Lucian as well had no chance right there. What the just left to be the sacrificial lamb. That's a 3 for nothing. OMG extending their lead some more.
once again, this is really unfortunate because the thing is, Valdez and Cold and Feet will be their dependency, and how Valdez and Cold and Feet has been consistently is on the back foot, is on the bitter end of those engages. Valdez is what now? 0-2, 0-3? What is Cold and Feet? 0-2, 0-3 as well? Like, there's just so much detriment coming into the dependencies of BRU, wherein Lucian will be the only one that can have the possibility of melting down the likes of Aatrox, Garen, and Ornn. And Valdez is the dependency when it comes to hunting down SMK and Zeri. These champions are being broken down like flies.
It is not looking all too good for BRU, because you are right, they are getting broken down left. Oh my god, that burst from SMK is already online. Really nothing that BRU can do about it. That is a great win wall onto Wawa, but Thipper is still behind enemy lines. Even with Whitecat there, you know, Hua is just going to keep him locked down for SMK to come in, and that is going to be no more life there for Thipper.
There's so much overextension happening currently for the likes of BRU. Valdez overextended a while ago. Now Yasuo overextended as well. What's happening when it comes to these plays? And this is not what we have expected Barium United to play out when it comes to these game number 2. It was an expectation that they have to play it a little bit more safely, and they have to play it a bit more towards that late game. But just look at this. There's no more tier 1 coming in top side in maps. So expectedly, there is no more of that safety net. Just for that overextension, going in for that free farm, and they consistently do it still.
Yeah, I mean, why are you just overextending when you know that you are on the back foot? I don't know if Virium is just, you know, risking it for the biscuit. They're always, you know, trying to get something done just so they can, you know, kind of claw back this game, but it just is not working in their favor at the moment because OMG is so far ahead and they have so much burst with that Zoe and with the jungler as well. Thipper once again doing the exact thing that we've been saying, just overextending and getting caught out. 15 and Inyan are not even gonna sweat killing him.
Like, he did it once, he did it twice. This just can't be
again.
happening.
Whitecat now in a little bit of a pickle, but that should be fine because there is. He's still just going to find the Braum, execute him. It's a 1-for-1 trade up here. But now OMG, they have found the rest of their members. They're going to look for more here against BRU. The Drake will be taken right there by Inyan. As Valdez looking to try to get SMK. He will finally get the assassination onto somebody. The Zoe goes down. Wahoa, the last man left there, but it's still more than enough to keep this tower going. That is the first 2 kills that BRU have seen all game.
15 going to the back will be coming into fray, but not gonna go in for the all-in engage. Inyan versus Thipper.
Yeah, as there is going to be the last breath onto Inyan. Thipper does a lot of damage, but Inyan is able to get out of there just very easily, very quickly. OMG, once again, secure another objective.
Yeah, and right now, it's just a difficult time for BRU. The only detriment to their lineup is coming into these early games. They have nothing in the early game. The huge dependency would be the Cold and Feet. and Valdez as well with the Evelyn that could play for gank, but Valdez played so much on top side of the map and they overextended too much as well. Fed the Aatrox, fed the likes of Garen. So it will be a hard time now.
It is so difficult for Buriram to actually... yeah, Thipper just not able to resist Whitecap at all, even in the 1v1. The Garen just does a lot of damage, and Yasuo is not tanky enough to really be able to handle it. So now it's gonna be the chase coming in from OMG. What the Jess with a Glacial Fissure to delay them, but SMK is just too fed. He does so much damage, and then there's another catch onto the Braum. Unfortunately, there will be no living here for What the Jess. What the heck is more like it, as he says, as he falls down, and the Baron is the target here for OMG.
Well, you know what? 0-10 power spike, we're back at it again.
Yeah, the classic Yasuo.
The classic, and Valdez hoping for that steal as well with the last caress, but not gonna be enough.
Not quite. It's gonna be the Zora.
So close yet so far, but nevertheless, OMG now just capitalizing on their advantage. They have every single advantage towards their side. Every single lane is in favor of OMG, and I just can't deny the fact that, you know what, there's nothing that BRU can do right now to be able to stop this up until coming into 20 minutes into the game wherein they're able to free farm, and that is if they're able to farm.
That's a big if, because right now it doesn't look like BRU is even safe in their own jungle. Thipper, you can see he is trying to farm. Wahala is there. He knows where these members of BRU are and where they want to be. So I can't see BRU, you know, even scaling up to the point where they can actually take fights here versus OMG.
It is. And right now, what they could do, because the Baron already being utilized, takes all tier 2 turrets, inhibitor turrets are left. Now, and it's the same position that OMG was coming into game 1 that is currently towards the side of BRU now. They have to think about the draft. They have to reallocate what they're gonna do when it comes to their composition, because this far it's not working.
This is just not it for BRU. I mean, they took a huge risk. And it's not paying off as well as it did in the last game that we saw. There's a call to Forge God to isolate Thipper down. Inian just effortlessly beams him, as What the Jess is now trying to get away along with Ballas, but no, they're just going to get immediately bursted down. SMK and Inian are just way too powerful, and Golden Feet just immediately gets deleted, and that is going to be Nexus broken down even through the shielding. BRU taken down immediately by OMG.
Very anticlimactic. That ender was a little bit unfortunate for the likes of BRU, but we have expected this. We've already mentioned this, that when it comes to the draft, BRU still has to respect the likes of 15 and SMK, because if Zoe's left open, if 15 is just gonna go for a free hit, there's no one that can stop them, especially when it comes to damage. Every single one of them will be melted. Yes, they have a lot of deny when it comes to the LCCs with a Black Shield, with a Wind Wall, and also Braum with the shield, but that's only towards the call of the Forge God. They tunnel visioned into that one aspect, and they banked on Yasuo, they banked on Evelyn, they banked on Lucian, but every single one of these three consistently gets eliminated, gets obliterated coming into the game, and there's just nothing left for them to be able to make it back.
Yeah, it was just a very sad story for Buriram United all the way through. I agree, they did just tunnel vision on the one thing that they can prevent in the team fights, and they didn't really focus on how they would win that early game, especially considering that they had, you know, they were going up against Inian on that Aatrox, and White Cat was just never going to lose a 1v1 versus Yasuo in the top lane. So that was just something that a risk that was taken that was just immediately countered. That was a great read and counter pick there by OMG. So it's back to the drawing board for Buriram United. Unfortunately, man, you can see the domination there by OMG.
Yeah, really unfortunate. It was BRU who did not play towards their winning condition. And I get the attempt there by Valdez, visiting topside consistently every single time that there's an opportunity to do so, but
yeah, going
a little bit too deep with a Garen on the opposition, silences you, Evelyn can't do nothing, and then Aatrox comes through into fray. Like, look at Inian, 606 on the Aatrox in the jungle role.
6-0-6, and just like the Aatrox of Valgus in the last game, Inyan was saying, you know what, I can do that, and he did. Of course, SMK with the huge burst consistently, 9-1-7 on the Zoe, just bullied the laners, man. And Golden Feet, he just got eliminated over and over, 1-5-0 on the solution. It just was not that great for BRU, especially when they got just dunked on by SMK, the MVP of this game. 9-1-7 on the Zoe.
9-1-7. SMK did a lot of work coming in from that matchup with those DP Trouble Bubbles and Paddlestar consistently connecting into Golden Feet. So Lucian just got erased.
Yeah, so with that being said, it is going to be a 3-game series here. Hopefully it's going to be a much more climactic game as we get into game number 3. We'll be right back with that game. See ya.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
There we go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 3 of OMG versus BRU United. We've seen 2 games that were very convincing on either side. Now let's see who can close it out. Let's get into the bans and picks.
It shouldn't have been like this. I was looking into this series and I was thinking it will be a 2-0 series for one team or the other, but not like this. We're reaching the distance coming into the series here today, but nevertheless, I like more games. I like myself more games.
Yes, sir.
Unironically, but coming into the draft here, we have for game number 3 is that we have Zoe, you have Action, shockingly, you have Aatrox and Sona as well. Sona has been really strong when it comes to the CN conference. Has been utilized quite well, but once again, we have the meta to revolve around these big engage tools that we have into the jungle role. So expectedly with Gragas and Ornn open, it could show up as a priority for BRU.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, we have a sub on the side of BRU. VVV has been subbed out for a cat type, and he will be switching roles with Golden Feet. So Golden Feet is going to be on the AD role, or the Dragon Laner role, while cat type will be on the mid lane. So something that BRU thinks it might help, and hopefully it does.
Hopefully it does. We'll see how BRU will be able to really just change things up coming into this matchup that we have for today. Because right now, Camille is also banned. With Aatrox removed coming into their draft, you have Evelyn available for BRU, but with the performance coming from game number 2, that is not an option from them here today. Hecarim will instead be the priority, and now this leaves the Gragas or Ornn open for OMG to pick up. But with that said, with these 2 supports open, you could just leave it for their 3rd pick. Evelyn will be locked in first instead, and now they could go in for someplace else. With Vladimir still open, OMG could pick it up.
Yeah, so we see with these 2 power picks unbanned, we will be seeing their full potential here in a straight up fight. Now we do see the Ornn coming out. Really good pick once again from OMG. It did help them secure that victory in the last game, but I'm pretty excited to see Inyan on this Evelyn, because Inyan is a jungler who really takes every opportunity to gank and to be as present as possible on the map for his team.
BRU could go Vladimir from here on out. They could leave the Gragas, just leave it open. Vladimir is open for anyone to pick up here, but BRU not gonna lock it in. Instead, the Riven will be the hover here for the likes of Tipper to get a priority and give them a comfortable champion. And OMG now has an option to go for Fiora, to go for Renekton, or go for Vladimir, but that is not a priority here right now. And Renekton will instead be hovered as a similar role lock-in will be there for both sides.
Alright, so Riven going up against the Renekton. This is more of a skill matchup, but you know, if White Cat does get the early advantage, it's going to be much more difficult for Dipper to really perform on the Riven here. So that is something to be watched out for in this one. Now, I do like the Lucian pick. It's once again another flex pick that can go either mid or in the Dragon lane. So BRU loves leaving their options open. That's just something that they as a team like doing in the draft pick. So I quite want to see how that pans out for them. But yeah, we will be seeing some really good bans here on the sports side. No Gragas, no Nautilus, and no Yasuo, and no Zeri here for the side of that BRU.
Really interesting on what BRU is banning away. Like banning away Yasuo and banning away Zeri. And yes, on paper, Yasuo is good with an Ornn, but that is not going to be an option for OMG. They already have Renekton, they already have Evelyn, so what? They're going to put Yasuo coming into the mid lane, so a very interesting aspect to it. But with Seraphine being locked in, that is the reason why they banned the Yasuo in their draft, and that's just a coin flip coming through. But now the question is, who will be their mid laner? Because expectedly, it will be Seraphine that will come through for cat type, and then Senna coming into the bottom lane. Oh my word.
Ooh, that is interesting. So many risks being taken here by BRU. this is just while it's not unprecedented, there is some basis for these picks. It's just that we haven't seen Seraphine in a while in season 2. You have seen a fair share of her back in WRL-A season 1, but this is a very interesting pick for BRU, considering that this is a pretty much a do or die game for them for the series.
Yeah, I would have hoped like a Vladimir is open for the side of BRU. They banned the Zoe already. Why not pick it up for themselves? But nevertheless, you know what? BRU has something in mind here. Seraphine rather has a good play when it comes to the ultimate. They just have to utilize it exceptionally well onto those team fights. Considering that there is no possible deny from the opposition, there's no Yasuo, there's no Braum for them to be able to really just bring down the Encore. But it's a coin flip. It's a champion that's too much founded on coin flip, right?
Yep.
It's very difficult to play with. So we'll see how BRU gets the execution onto the specific champion into their draft.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I don't think Zoe is the most stable champion. I don't think she's the most consistent champ. Seraphine, sorry. Not Zoe. Zoe is a really stable champ. But I don't think Seraphine is the most stable champ. She is a big risk that is being taken here by BRU. But if it pays off huge, especially since there aren't any champions, as you said, that can really deny that Encore from going off. So let's see if it is really effective here against OMG in this final game of the series.
Yeah, and the thing is, BRU is going back to the very, very classic of Wild Rift. This is what they have done back in year 1 of League of Legends Wild Rift, back in year 2 of League of Legends Wild Rift, where Senna comes in topside, and we all know how what just plays!
From the get-go, White Cat getting immediately thrown for a loop there, and the fist emote comes out as well. He knows when he's been got. Yep, that is going to be a pause after that gank. I don't think it's because of the gank, but that was a really it's not really even a gank. He just stayed in the lane, but that was a really good play coming in from BRU.
This is classic. This is classic BRU. For those who doesn't know, for the viewers watching at home, just stay tuned into Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. That wasn't able to catch up when it comes to year 1 and year 2 of League of Legends Wild Rift, is that this has been done over the beginning of Wild Rift, wherein Senna, when it is brought out as a support, is consistently going on top side of the map and is getting that huge priority for themselves. And even if they don't get a kill, it doesn't matter. What they wanted is that extra damage onto the opposition of the top side of the map, and they just want that HP advantage for you to get that priority. And how BRU has played very, very top-centered consistently in Game 1 and Game 2, they want this advantage for Tipper, and that they have done just because they got that kill onto White Cat, and getting that early kill means that White Cat will not get a priority if something doesn't burst out on top side of the map.
Yeah, that's just so unfortunate that White Cat was the victim there, but he knows when he's been got. He knows that he should have been looking out for it, especially since that's something that BRU has been bringing out ever since. But it does look like it is Cat type who's reporting a technical problem this time, so fingers crossed we get that fixed post haste and we can get back to the action for you guys.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Give me more of these plays, BRU, or OMG, it doesn't matter. Give me any of these early engages from both sides. Keep them coming. I love to see that, especially considering how BRU's draft is more towards a little bit more of the late game with the Senna. And yes, you have the Lucian also available coming into their draft as well. That speaks volume into the early game phases. They still need to reach at level 5 for the likes of Hecarim, for the likes of Seraphine to be able to be useful coming into these games. So once again, those early engages, those early fights are massive.
Yep, and that was a pretty massive first blood for BRU. Now they can really have that little bit of a safety in the top lane where, you know, that Riven won't really be bullied by the Renekton. So something to think about if you're OMG. You either had to divert some resources up there have the Evelyn get a cheeky gank off, or you just, you know, take the L and have that Renekton play a little bit more passively until, you know, such a time where he can actually be useful.
Yeah, and now we have to talk about Inyan for the side of OMG.
Yeah.
With that kill coming from BRU, with what the Jess and also Tipper taking that execution onto Whitecat, it is now Whitecat who has to play more of a safety net, and Inyan has to capitalize that, wherein if Tipper overextends, they could punish.
Yep, that could be a very big punish for Tipper if he's not careful, so he really has to try to keep an eye out. I know it's an Evelyn, so it's going to be very difficult to keep an eye out for her with just regular wards. So, you know, maybe just try to be as cautious as he can in order to avoid those ganks, even though he is, you know, in the advantage right now with that little bit of a gold feed that he has.
Yeah, and I love what's happening towards the top side of the map, because BRU, Tipper, overextended a bit, right? He almost got killed by Whitecat, and that is the reason why he's forced to go in for the reset. He's forced to go in for recall. But look at Inyan going on bottom lane.
Oh, this could be a huge gank as he does go in and goes for the execution.
Valdez.
Yes, Seraphine is already down, but Valdez comes in and he does at least get a revenge kill, 1 for 1. Unfortunately, it wasn't the support that went down on the side of BRU, but the carry.
Okay, it's not the worst because BRU got that trade back. And the thing is, even if you get the kill on the Clothing Feet or what the Jess, it doesn't matter. They're using these two champions as a support. It will be Valdez that will get a huge dependency. And that, with that kill going on to Valdez as well, is a huge gold injection. Once again, SMK.
Oh, yeah, SMK is already in there. He goes for the there's the Dawning Shadow to keep BRU safe and sound as SMK tried to go for that 1 versus 2. He almost succeeded, but is able to disengage.
We'll be able to go in for the disengage, but once again, this is what we mentioned, right? That the thing is, kill Seraphine, or kill what the Jess with the Senna, it doesn't matter. They will be using these two champions as more towards the utility later on rather than damage. And Clothing Feet will have damage, what the Jess will have damage in the late game, but it will take a bit more time to be able to reach that point. So it will be something that OMG has to take note of, that their target should be the likes of the top laner, should be the likes of the jungle in mid lane, where in cat type up against Aurelia will have an easy time.
Yeah, cat type is going to be he's going to have a little bit easier of a time in that mid lane because of the pressure being applied already by BRU. So with that being said, it's still, I think, up to Inyan to really dictate the pace of the game for OMG. So whether or not OMG is successful will be dependent on whether or not Inyan can get some value, because BRU is just they have so much utility, they have so many ways to get out of sticky situations that it really doesn't matter how many times they trade in lane, because they'll be coming out on top of trades. It has to be a gank or something similar, or a huge engage that will be the avenue for OMG to get back in. But Whitecat versus Tipper in that 1v1, and there's the wind slash. Whitecat has to get out of there as he flashes out. Tipper will get on the upper hand of that, but not if Whitecat is able to actually keep that fight going. Oh, that is Valdez coming in, taking Inyan out for a ride. A double charm coming in from the Encore. Now SMK trying his best to at least get something, but not able to find anything whatsoever. BRU with 3 kills and a dragon now.
And that's the reason why they pick up the Seraphine. I mean, we've mentioned this, right? It will not be a damage dependency for BRU. It will be utility for BRU United that they want to utilize the Seraphine and the likes. And now Valdez. This is one of their damage leaders. The Onslaught of Shadows goes for the Fear, gets that kill, and then Clothing Feet all of a sudden gets a double man Encore, which was massive coming for the team. They were able to utilize that ultimate from Clothing Feet and get themselves under the kill.
That was just really, really good from BRU to have that presence of mind to see, oh, okay, we can have this, we can, you know, have this entire engage, we can lock down this entire area of the river, and then the two-man encore is just the cherry on top, and now Whitecat trying to go on the Thipper once again. It was not incredibly successful last time, as Thipper just is able to get out of any situation whatsoever as a Riven. And because he is ahead, he's out of there.
And quite shockingly, it will be Whitecat who has that advantage.
Half-type, and there's
a little
unfortunately
bit of
SMK.
A little bit of an overextension, to say the least. And now it will be BRU who stacks up another kill for themselves. Valdez comes into the back.
That was a great calling from that, but now Valdez has to actually match Inyan's pressure right here. 15 and Floswa, they do get the Rift Herald to charge in, but they're not going to be able to get that tower. So at least that stays alive, as Valdez was getting zoned out by the Xayah a little bit. And he's going to go for the Assault of Shadows into the Encore. The Xayah has been targeted, and there's no playing for 15. He is not allowed to play League of Legends. He wasn't even able to get the Feather Storm off because he was feared and then charmed.
Yeah, and shockingly enough, surprisingly enough, BRU has been playing Classic Wild Rift from game 1, game 2, game 3, with their type of composition, bringing out the AP bottom laners and also doing a utility buff, right? Wherein they brought out the Galio Karma. Right now, they brought out the Senna and Seraphine. And thus far, with BRU's strength, as we have all known them in year 1 and year 2 to be the all-star team, even in Southeast Asia, they perform even on par to the likes of Team Flash and CES with their shadows of the former self of both these teams. They're really strong. And BRU right now, capitalizing onto that classic composition and classic meta, they're getting themselves a lot of benefit once again.
Yeah, back to the basics here for BRU, and it's working really well. There's the wind slash onto Whitecat, but he dominates right in time. Does not give Thipper that kill, but is really unable to fight back to this Riven. But that is a huge dive there for OMG, taking the Lucian out to dinner. So that is something that BRU was willing to give up for this tower in the top lane.
Yeah, and coming into these early paces, the good thing... Oh my. The good thing about OMG is that they're still able to keep pace with the likes of BRU, right? Because BRU got the first blood, they got a couple of kills, they got a lot of advantage coming into the early game. But it is still OMG who's able to take a lot of these trades back and getting value someplace else. We see the bottom lane. It's 2v1 with the Call to Fortune. There's just no escape. But going back, it's still even level playing field. It's still even gold. In fact, it is OMG who has 200 gold lead. And that just speaks volume to how OMG, you know what, regardless, you can take the first bloods, you can take those early game leads, we can still make it through.
Yeah, they're like, that's completely fine. We'll give that to you, but we will be... you know, still looking for ways to keep the gold close. The macro from these CN conference teams is absolutely, you know, trained, and it is really one of the strong suits of the region. So they are not going to let themselves get gapped all too hard here, even though it is BRU technically who have more kills. But that just means that BRU, they are going to have to hustle a little bit harder come the later phase of the game to actually make... Oh my god, cat type almost executed, almost assassinated, but SMK will be finishing that kill off. Valdez was not able to defend with the onslaught of shadows, so that is just a free kill for OMG.
That is why Evelyn is strong.
Yup,
that is why Evelyn is currently in a meta. That is why currently he is 94% ban into week 7 of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. It's just too strong to assassinate these backliners. Just one-shots these squishy targets.
Yeah, you can't even see her. You can't even like defend against her. But now the dragon will be contested here. Valdez trying his best to keep everybody on it. But who's he going to be? It's going to be Inyan who finishes it off. Valdez will be finished off as well. And now Thipper separated from his teammates. But he's a Riven. He should be completely fine. Just trying to escape. Gets the... Oh, he's actually trapped. He actually was not able to get the blast code. And because of that, the feathers and the Evelyn hate spikes will be just chunking him down. Let's take a look at that again.
Yeah, it was pretty much Valdez was stuck. It was OMG who was stacked on top of each other. And BRU was isolated. Right? And that that patience coming from Inyan as well was exceptional. Golden Feet is gonna get deleted. No escape. Yeah.
Yep, no escape, no surrender. That is just what Evelyn does. You cannot escape the burst coming in from her. So it is a difficult position to be in when the Evelyn is strong, because you don't know where she's gonna be coming from, or where you should be focusing your attention on.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate sight to see, because the thing is, BRU got the early game beat, and right now OMG is getting back on their footing. I think that's hugely understandable, right? Because Evelyn is present coming into the side of OMG. They have the likes of a good power scaling composition with Zaya, with Aurelia, with Evelyn as well in their draft.
Yep, and now you can see that BRU are even trying to group together, while OMG is still incredibly strong. Look at how much rotate you're doing. BRU just looking for at least one pick onto Wawa here, but he's able to get away scot-free. Even with the falling trying to fiddle him down, it's not going to be a kill here. BRU, all 5 of them grouped up towards the mid lane, while the side lanes are being focused there. And Inyan, he is behind enemy lines. Golden Feet is going to be the victim, and victim he is. Valdez trying to get at least one thing in, but unfortunately the Senna does fall as well. No more bot lane duo here, basically, for BRU.
Really unfortunate. Now OMG, with the amount of advantage they were able to secure, with Hecarim also going for the reset, the Baron's gonna melt. There's no contest, because the thing is, even if they only have one ADC when in comparison to the traditional double ADC that we've had in the current meta, they still have Evelyn. And Evelyn is one of the champions that has one of the faster clear as well when it comes to these jungle caps, just because he has that consistent DPS.
Yep, a very consistent way of just doing as much damage as you can. It is something that I don't think BRU can really contest at the moment. Just they have to find a different way to, get the drop on OMG. Just like this, with SMK overextended a little bit, has to get out of there, flash out, and it is very difficult for BRU to actually catch anybody, even with 4 or 5 of them roaming around trying to get anything they can.
Yeah, and the thing about the composition that we have right now, Inyan.
Oh, Inyan has been maybe caught out there, and he will be, as Valdez is the one who alley-oops that kill, gets it completely. But is this going to be enough for BRU to turn the tide? Because Swafwa is there, he gets that knockup, and he uses his breath to take at least one kill for himself and get out of there. He's too tanky for BRU to chase down.
And right now, FMK as well, along with White Cat, goes in for a split push to inhibitor. It's already down. And the thing about the composition as we go back is that BRU cannot afford to make mistakes. And OMG, on the other hand, can make mistakes because they still have the likes of SMK to go into the front line. 15 for the late game investment, OMG.
That is going to be, oh my god, just pushing into the base. Once again, SMK onto Golden Feet. Got one kill. The last man standing is Golden Feet. He's got the cold feet in this base, and he's not going to be able to defend the Nexus. That's going to be it, ladies and gents, for this match. Oh my god, comes out and wins it all.
Well, it will be OMG who gets the reverse sweep in a very good fashion, if you can call it that, because the thing is, game number 3 was a little bit of their detriment in the early game pace, but
yeah,
they were able to really just reach up into a huge success. And Inyan to be pretty much just center of it all on how they're able to go for those ganks and go for those plays. It was really successful because time and time again, Cat type was getting punished because of the visits of Evelyn into the bottom lane.
Yeah. And that Evelyn really was something else. She just was unstoppable. That's kind of what I think Valdez wanted to do back in the second game.
Yeah.
But he just was not able to perform as much as what we saw Inyan do. He was just in the back, always looking for an assassination. It was just, absolute perfection how he played that Evelyn. So big props to Inyan for that. That was a really good showing, especially against a Hecarim who could be that jungler that does interrupt that kind of play style. But unfortunately, Valdez was not really able to do ultimate punch.
Yeah, they were not able to do as much. And once again, BRU, when it comes to these early games, it's just not gonna happen. What did Jess and Colden beat? The utility bot laners is a good thing back in the past, but currently when it comes to these massive fights into the early game, especially at first objective, especially how aggressive the current meta evolves onto, it's not gonna work as great as what you have traditionally with the double ADCs or the AP ADC meta that we have in the meta at the moment. And of course, OMG, once you leave an opportunity open, they will take it.
Yep. Much like most CN conference teams, they are incredibly opportunistic. Every time that there was a space for a gank, there was space for, you know, something to be done. You saw Anyan was there, SMK was there. They hesitated absolutely 0 times in this game, and that's why, you know, they were able to make it look so effortless, just taking down BRU in that one.
Yeah, and right now, OMG, it should be in Yan. 100%. There's no other player coming with that game tree that I believe deserves the title more rather than Inyan, just because of how he played that game with the amount of ganks he did for his team.
Yeah, and the amount of mental pressure he was able to lay down onto BRU just by existing as an Evelyn was, you cannot understate that, just because, you know, they had to be always looking or always kind of feeling, oh, is there an Evelyn near me? That's something that kind of stifled their gameplay quite a lot. And with that being said, congratulations to OMG for taking that in a 2-1 fashion. We will have another match coming up next right after this break, so stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
欢迎各位收看这一场的赛后采访环节，我是优厚。那我们也是请到了 OMG 的打野选手应岩来到我们的赛后采访。你好，应岩，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 OMG 的打野应岩。
欢迎应岩。那首先想问一下，因为虽然第一把可能说非常遗憾没有能够拿下嘛，但是第一局的你那个人马飞身进龙坑抢掉远古龙，非常非常的帅气。那一波大概的沟通是怎么样的？
那波我就叫队友不要急嘛，我能抢龙的就等我抢就行了。
叫队友不要急，就看颜子哥发挥了。So the first question for him is like, how did you manage to stole the arrow the dragon in game 1? And his answer is, well, actually we didn't talk too much. I just told them to like keep calm and I got this. 那第二个问题想问一下，就是因为他们在这3场都是在前3班连着搬了3把阿克上，非常冷门的一个英雄，算是你们的一个秘密武器吗？
可能是因为我们训练赛用这个英雄给他们留下了不小的一个心理创伤，他们就比较提防。
留下了一个不小的心理创伤，也是可以看得出来，阿克上可能在训练赛里面的效果真的非常非常的好。So the second question for him is like, they ban action in the all 3 games, and is that your secret weapon? And his answer is like, well, actually, we played a lot action in our scrim, and I believe that's when we left them some like trauma. 那第3个问题想问一下，就是下一局比赛，其实你们就要去要面对到微博嘛，然后微博其实整体的打法风格跟你们也比较相似，然后他们的打野选手也是非常强力的一名选手。那在你看来，要赢下微博的话，关键点在哪？
其实我觉得打微博就是我们上中野差距拉的不是太开，主要看我们下路的发挥吧，看他们能不能打出自己的风采。
看下路的发挥了，也是非常信任自己的下路的2个队友啊。So the last question for him is like, what's the key points to win next matchup against Weibo? And his answer is like, well, actually, we are kind of tight in the top and in the mid, and the key is the dual lane, and if we can win in the dual lane, we can win the match. 那这一场的赛后采访就到此结束了，我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
Step light. Strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is match number 2 of the day. We have Woohoo Gaming versus FPX here on the WRL-A. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Infinity, and we just saw a 2-1 in the favor of OMG in the last game, and this time we have one of the more aggressive teams in the CN Conference.
Yeah, one of the more aggressive teams as well, and this will be a battle between the top half, one of the teams in the top half of the CN leaderboards against one of the teams that is currently on the lower echelon as well of the CN standings, which is really unfortunate. But the thing is, they could still make it through, and that will be something of a big importance coming in from this team with Woohoo Gaming up against FPX. And as you mentioned, right, generally CN teams have been aggressive, and that is one of the expectations that we have right now in the series as well.
Yeah, it is something that is to be very much expected, especially since, you know, one of the teams that has that aggressive playstyle, EDG, has had a really successful turnout for the past few weeks. FPX is kind of one of those teams as well that still plays that kind of playstyle versus you know, pretty much any team that they can go up against. And I'm not actually sure if Woohoo Gaming can, you know, find the tools to stop that playstyle from really doing them in. So we do have Rocky, Carryman, Sandy, and Wake Up here for the side of Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, it will be a very interesting play that we could expect here. And Wake Up thus far has been doing a lot of things for WHG into the bottom lane as a support. It will be such a crucial role for you to be able to go in for those engages, and for the rest of the crew to be able to to follow up rather. And Wake Up has been doing that consistently into the bottom lane and even as support coming into WHG's game. But as always, it is always of big importance to always to look at rather the jungle role and the bottom lane coming in from the same team.
Yeah, speaking of the jungle role for FPX, they have Xingdao7, who has been kind of the linchpin of a lot of the aggression here for these guys. Kong and Chao as well have been, you know, holding down that bot lane really well and trying to get some early leads going there, while Skyfeld and Dawn are just really pretty consistent in their own roles in the mid and Baron lane. So this team is very proficient, and yet we do see that they haven't had the same results as EDG. They are kind of up there in terms of the standings, I believe right under EDG at the moment. So something to think about, something to be very scared of if you are Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, and the thing about EDG and WHG, specifically if there is the likes of the Gwen Foratel, if there is the likes of these champion players in anonymity, it will also be Don128 onto the Jack. So for FPX, later on, if Don128 gets ahead of Jax being open, it could be picked up by this team. But once again, when it comes to the head-to-head matchup, Pan versus Kong, looking at the stats, it is Pan who has the better edge up against FPX in kill participation and damage per gold. But when we're looking at kill KDA, it's Kong who consistently outright just is so much better than Pan by what, 1.1%, 1.1 in total KDA.
1.1 KDA, yeah. It's just because FPX, I feel like in their game specifically, there's just been more kills for them during their matches. They just have, in general, bloodier matches, and Kong has been a really big part of that as well. But really, it is, I think, in that jungle role that a lot of the kill participation is going to focus on Xingdao7 for FPX. Just because I feel like that's just how it's been really going on, and that exactly right. Xingdao7 has been a little bit more consistent, a lot more present for his team than, you know, Carryman has. You know, contrary to his name, I don't think I've seen Carryman yet really decently carry Woohoo Gaming to a victory compared to, say, Xingdao 7.
Yeah, Xingdao 7 is just really good. As a jungle role for the side of FPX, he's the one who keeps up and dictates the pacing of each and every single game for the side of FPX. And the thing about the CN conference that in the prior week, in week 7, when it started, there are pretty much 6 teams who is battling for the playoff spot. There are 6 teams who has even level playing field and similarity when it comes to series wins and series loss. And the thing is, FPX came out of their shadow and was able to take a couple of wins, and the reason for that is how Xingdao 7 played into the prior week's games.
Absolutely. Xingdao 7 has just been kind of on fire for his team, and it's been a really dependable jungler, a really dependable part of the team, especially in a time and a meta where junglers are just really prioritized, and the way that they're, the way that their impact is on the map, on the game, is just absolutely insane right now. This patch, and just when you have an aggressive jungler, when you have a jungler that is not afraid to go for some invades, to go for really early ganks, it becomes a really big tool for you to get the edge over the other team. And if Woohoo Gaming are passive here, it could come back to bite them in the face.
It could definitely be, and thus far, a lot of expectations here for the FPX, one of the favorites in this series more specifically. And for Woohoo Gaming, there's a lot on the line. There's a lot of pressure to be able to overcome these situations. And now both these players into the mid lane, Sand1 and SkyFL, one of the expectations is we could expect Vladimir to come through. If it's left open, any of these two teams, any of these two players will pick it up.
Of course, as they are both very proficient Vladimir players, but also you do not want to give either of these guys something like an Akali, or even a Zoe if you're going to be picking up a Vladimir, because they know exactly how to play that matchup. They know exactly how to basically counter the Vladimir. So that's something that you need to be incredibly aware of if you're on the other side, if you're on either side basically of this matchup. So can't wait to see how this does shake out, because this is definitely one of those matchups that are really sought after. So let's go to the stage.
欢迎各位收看英雄联盟手游职业联赛 WRL-A， 我是优后。接下来将由呜呼 Gaming 对阵 FunPlus。常规赛接近尾声，任何一场比赛都至关重要。谁能拿下关键的胜利？我们接下来把时间交给赛场。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. This is Yoho. The coming up matchup will be Woohoo Gaming versus FunPlus Phoenix. Who can win this team fight? Time to check. Now, please welcome Woohoo Gaming and FunPlus Phoenix.
今天感谢芜湖的哥几个送来的复活甲。
想的挺美，梦里什么都有。
Friendly batters across the board here for both FPX and WHG. I mean, one way to start off a series.
Absolutely. I mean, they just they look like they're having a great time. They look like, it's nothing to kind of sweat about too hard. So, they just want to have a good time here, I feel. And I hope that the match reflects that.
Yeah, and the thing about CN teams generally, they are friends before rivals. A lot of these teams, a lot of these players
WHG, Rocky, FPX, done. 1, 2, 8.
That also applies to FPX and WHG, and we saw a lot of personality come across over the duration of Wild Rift.
接下来，让我们有请双方打野选手登场。In the jungle, WHG, Carryman, FunPlus Phoenix, Xingdao 7.
It's just amazing things to really look out for as personality.
有请双方中路选手登场。In the mid lane, WHG, Sunny, FPX, Skyfall.
Really has to be commended here for a lot of the CN conference teams. They're just they know each other on a, as you said.
有请双方射手登场。In the dual lane, WHG, Pan, FPX, 空。
Admired not just on a professional level, but also like you're basically doing exactly what you love.
最后有请双方辅助选手登场。In the support, WHG, Wake Up, FPX, 超。
And you're doing it with a bunch of your homies. So what is not to love there, and what's not to admire? So FPX and
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players getting ready. Let's start into the wild.
Taken down.
Yeah, taken down and fight for side. Here we go. I mean, the Howling Abyss as usual. It's something that we don't have to read tunnel vision into. There's just a lot of other things that we could talk about, but this is a good warm-up for each and every single teams. This is also a good entry point into the series itself, but overall these fights for sides gives an advantage for one team for the viewers watching at home who doesn't understand why we go into Howling Abyss. It gives an edge from any team who wins it for the side selection to go red or to go blue.
Yeah, it is one of those big advantages that cannot be like overstated, because a lot of these CN conference teams, they put a lot of emphasis on getting that that blue side pick. It is just something that is really important for quite a lot of them, because they want to dodge having to ban out, say, the Hecarim, the Evelyn, and things of that nature that they really do not want to have to deal with, and they can really target ban somebody else. So it's still very important to think about that fight for side, and of course it is a little bit of a warm-up, as you said, for both the players and for us to get us going right before the match itself.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it just gives an edge for any of these two teams to go for the blue side selection, especially considering how 4.3C have changed the patch, or have changed the competitive scene into that aspect, wherein a lot more teams now favor on the blue side selection rather than going into red side, because in the prior patch, in the competitive, it has always been 50-50. A lot of teams goes in for the blue side selection, but also a lot of teams may prefer the red side just because they know how to counter the likes of Hecarim or the likes of Fiddlesticks prior into the weeks that we've had here in Season 2. But thus far, it's been the blue side fiesta, if you may, here in Season 2 in the new patch that we have.
Yeah, and speaking of the fiesta, it's going to be fiesta right here on the Howling Abyss as they get it started from the first few seconds. Dawn was one who took most of the damage there. Wake Up took a little bit, but look at these compositions. I feel like it is going to be FPX that has a lot more damage, a lot more scaling later on, but not as much tankiness and not as much utility as, say, WHG Gaming.
Yeah, and looking at this draft as well, it will be FPX who's going for a glass cannon, wherein they have triple ADCs, they have single 7 on the fizz, but really squishy.
Yep, already a couple of kills there coming in for FPX, and the third one as well. They've gotten Pan Wake Up as well. Now they're looking for Sani, maybe Rocky here. Sani just using his rockets, try to go for something. There's Illusion with the passage of double auto attack to get it, but there's a face break with the Haymaker for the set. Dawn 128 was not able to really get anything because he was stuck behind enemy lines, but that does mean that, oh god, look at that hit on that snowball. Rocky coming in, taking down Chow, and looking for a little bit more maybe. Qingdao 7, he will chum the waters there onto Rocky, and that will be a showstopper. A successful kill there for Dawn 128. At the very least, he gets another kill onto Pan as well, and that means that the rest of the team can aggress here. Sky FL dashing in, trying to get the piercing life, but he will get bumped with the Justice Punch. Qingdao 7 will at least pick up the slack here along with Chow, so they will be getting quite a few kills here. Kong trying to go for the kill.
Oh, wow.
He will trade it off. That is an ace for WHG Gaming, but FPX got so many kills under the tower there.
It doesn't matter. Like FPX, the reason why they did that, like Kong going in for that extra kill, is good. Because the thing is, he wants to go in for the reset along with the rest of the team to be able to go in for the first item buyout for FPX. So it's just so good what FPX did there. They're going hyper aggressive coming into these early games, and later on, if they hyper scale, they have 3 ADCs that we're talking about.
Yeah, hyper scaling is something that can really benefit them in the Howling Abyss, especially when you have insane damage coming out. But they do have to be wary of some of that utility, some of that CC coming in. And I do see that Sani is the one who has pretty most of the kills there for Voodoo Gaming, so that could be something that they have to be very wary of, especially with a Jinx passive. Get excited if Sani does get a single assist there, and that will be a factor here. There's a showstopper by Don128 onto Wake Up. Will he be able to get the kill? Yes, he will. He secures it onto them, but Rocky is now on the back side. His pad already tried and failed to get more kills for himself. Carryman coming in from the back as he comes in to get at least a little bit of defense on that side. There's a chum. The waters onto Sandy, perfectly executed, and the snowball and the Sea Zone tried it. Well done by Shingdao7 to absolutely nab that kill from 100 to 0 onto Sandy. Yeah, and then Rocky as well. He's down. As we wake up, there's the next target, maybe Carryman with his hero's entrance. He gets taken out by the 2 damage by Don128. Skyfell and Kong did get their eyes taken as well, but now it's just Can. You get the snowball onto him, and a little bit more wouldn't hurt, but it would hurt Can as he does hang on by a slip of health.
Within inches of death there. Can comes in.
A very ambitious play by Pat. Not quite hitting the mark yet, as we see.
And FPX just takes foot. Shingdao7 comes in.
Yep, it's Shingdao7. He is going to at least look for maybe something, but really looking to back more than anything to get more items there. As Don comes in with the showstopper, tries to go for the haymaker, face break, but wasn't able to do it. And with the resets now, the Death Lotus at least grabs a couple of kills for himself before he's able to get sent back. Skyfell with a fancy feat, grabs another kill for him as well.
Far, FPX will stand still. The Shingdao7 and Skyfell now alive, with the rest of the crew coming back up pretty soon. And Woohoo Gaming, right now, as expected, they have to play a little bit more towards the late game, because Rocky doesn't scale early on, San1 with the Jinx doesn't scale early on, so they have to wait for time. Jumps the water, comes through onto San1, and for the side of FPX, looking into it, they have so much coming into level 5. They have Don128 to engage those fights coming into the back. Oh, Wake Up.
That is huge. Wake Up, unfortunately, is going to go to sleep here, and that is a great engage onto the back line coming in. Already got Sandy. He's down, and they don't even lose Chow. He's at 1 HP. Carryman down, already going to get ignited, but at least he gets a Justice Punch, gets a couple of kills, and is able to at least find that little bit of revenge. Shingdao7 and Dawn, the last 2 remaining, they will just execute themselves on the tower, or at least try to. Wake Up is there. He's going to look for, just that kill. He uses his ultimate for it to take that man Shingdao7 down.
Yeah, he has to use the ultimate if he wants to deny the execute. Nevertheless, he still takes that kill. At this point in time, Woohoo Gaming still has to reach that point of power spike, and FPX definitely has a better edge when it comes to these scaling, right? Because they have the Sivir as well when it comes to that 5v5 with the On the Hunt. So if they utilize that well, they could just jump in.
Yep, that could be something that is the route here for FPX to just go in, but they usually lead with the showstopper and then the face breaker haymaker as Don128 once again gets a 2 damage kill, and Sandy just evaporates. Well, he tried to get evaporated, but it was actually Pat who I meant was evaporated. Carry man as well. Sandy gets dashed on, gets taken down. Rocky, the last man standing, but the members of FPX are very low as well. Shingdao7, Rocky doesn't want to get near him because that Fizz can burst him down if he's not quick with the pool. No killer instinct available for Kong, unfortunately. So they will just go on to Rocky. There's the pool, and he won't even be able to finish that kill off. Skyman's the one who finishes off the last 2 members of FPX.
Yeah, the damage was insane, but FPX was just playing tag your red there, coming into that engage. They just want to go in for the reset. FPX now buying onto their items at the moment. Kong also going a little bit more towards the AP, so I love this. Like, a lot more pokes being built into Kong with the Kaisa, because the thing is PC. Yes, it's effective in melting down these tanks, but having that extra AP damage from long range is a hell of a lot better coming through into these delayed fights.
Yeah, I tend to agree. It is a lot nicer for these extended fights to go for that kind of damage, but it doesn't look like Woohoo Gaming is really in a position to fight back. Oh, Chow just kind of yeeting himself into there. Got hooked, I believe, by Wake Up. So now Wake Up looking for a little bit more, but there is a showstopper on the floor, a haymaker as well, and that is Don128, showing why you cannot underestimate the power of this man, of the haymaker facebreaker, of the set. So that is a lot of damage already being laid down before the ADCs even get into the fight itself. And the Super Mega Death Rocket will at least finish Don128 off. That is just Sandy versus Shingdao 7 and Chow. Chow kind of Kong
what a flash.
Chow as well. As Kong is going to try to save Shingdao 7, he is successful. Sandy went down, but you can see a lot of FPX is just throwing themselves at Woohoo Gaming and trying to get as much kills as they can. Shingdao 7 once again trying to get a little bit of damage on the tower before he goes down. And Chow has to flash out of there, gets just a flash. Not taunted, he did get the spell shield on that. So at least Chow was able to get out of there and beat the last line of defense. But the Death Lotus will take him out.
Let's go coming in, and Sky's role is to just clear out the wave. Wake Up.
What's up? He will not be able to put on his makeup this time, as he will get taken down once again. Skya fell. He narrowly avoided death by healing at the health font before Sandy's Super Mega Death Rocket shot him in the face. And Pan once again coming in with the Shunpo Death Lotus combo to take down that Lucian. Great stuff here by both teams, but we're already approaching 10 minutes. We have 65 kills on the board. Rocky looking to beat the 66 there with the showstopper, but unfortunately, Don128 lacked the damage, and they lacked the follow-up there. Kong once again got assassinated, and really scaling up here on this Katarina.
Yeah, Pan always looking for the back lines, the backside out of team fights, and since FPX is on a squishy composition, it's just really good with the Death Lotus into the back.
Yeah, the Death Lotus is just does a lot of damage, especially considering that almost every member of FPX is pretty squishy, but you can see that squishy member, oh, Chow, just was not able to escape the Rocket Fist, the grab coming in from Wake Up. And this is just the Blitzcrank who gets the picks. But FPX, the rest of them, they are really good at clearing waves, they're really good at laying down a lot of damage so that Woohoo Gaming cannot really find any turrets, as well as the showstopper facebreaker haymaker combo from Don128 once again securing another kill odds carry. Man, they are trying to carry their way forward onto the next turret, but Wake Up maybe looking for more, maybe looking for Pan, as he does get Death Lotus started, but he will be able to get the resets. Not quite, as he gets taken out on Sandy, and Wake Up, the last man standing, won't be standing for all too long. That's an ace for FPX, and they get onto the tower, and they will be going on to the Nexus. I don't think Carry Man will be up for quite some time, 10 more seconds, and that should be enough for Shingdao and SkyFL to do a lot of damage, or even take down this Nexus itself.
Yeah, there's no more wave though. That is a bit unfortunate. Yeah, now Carry Man could go in.
895 on that Nexus, and Chow not able to 1v1 the Galio, very unfortunate. And that does mean that that's a lot of death timers left for FPX.
But it doesn't matter, the wave is pushing in, they have super minions for the side of FPX, and now this just buys time for them to be able to go back and reset buy items, because when we're looking at their inventory, we already have 4 item power supply for pretty much, or 4 item lock-in for pretty much every single one coming in from this team.
Yeah, that is a very big turnaround. Well, not really a turnaround, but still a power spike basically for these guys now. If Woohoo Gaming can maybe find one pick off from Wake Up, or if Pan can find a way into the back line and get those Death Lotuses in, could still be a turnaround here for Woohoo Gaming. so far, the consistency is on the side of FPX. As Don Lunchwage once again goes in with a showstopper, facebreaker, haymaker, all of that stuff. As Carryman comes in with the hero's entrance, but already Sani is gone. Pan is not able to assassinate anybody. No resets available really. And he can't get to that dagger to Shinpo away. So that will be FPX acing once again Woohoo Gaming, and that will be the Nexus going down. FPX will be the ones who choose the side of the game.
Unexpectedly, they will choose the blue side selection here in game number 1. We'll see what they would be doing into this series, but with how the stature of the series of games we have seen coming from WHG and FPX, FPX is the fan favorites here into the series today that we have up against WHG. And I'm really excited overall. What will be the priority? What kind of plays are we going to expect?
That is the question. What really can we expect here from these guys, from FPX? They are one of the really aggressive teams here in the CN conference. Them and Edward Gaming, I would say, have the similar playstyle. So is Woohoo Gaming going to be able to really take it down? Is Woohoo Gaming able to study that kind of playstyle and counter it, considering that they kind of play the standard way that the CN conference usually does?
Yeah, it will be interesting, but what I am afraid of is that this series will go to 3 games. And the thing why I said that is because over the past few weeks, especially coming down into the latter half of season 2 here in the regular stage, if a CN conference matchup has brought out, it's always a consistent 3-game series. And I'm not saying this is gonna reach 3 games with how FPX has played over the past few weeks, but I'm not denying the fact that we could reach the long distance.
Oh yeah, it is very possible and even likely that we'll go all the way here, because the CN conference is just that competitive. A lot of the times we do see those game 3s, and it's not something that is out of the ballpark here. Even if FPX were able to get that early lead, even if they were able to get a dominant game 1, Woohoo Gaming could study them in that side and, you know, try to flip it around for the second game. So let's get into the picks and bans right here or right now. Zoe first out.
Zoe first out, and it is immediately banned away here by the side of FPX and also Vladimir. I mean, this is what we've talked about in San Juan and Sky FL head-to-head matchup. We've stated that Vladimir, if it's left open, any of these 2 teams could pick it up with how much they have performed with these champions, and even Zoe removed as well, as these 2 are really strong with it. But Orin to follow through as a ban here, and expectedly WHG as well might look to ban away Gragas, because FPX could pick it up, could get this priority for themselves, but could also have the double bluff here, leaving a possibility of a Hecarim open for the likes of WHG for them to do just pick up the Hecarim instead. So a lot of mind games could be done here during the banning phase.
Yep, a lot of mind games are available, as we saw in that game in that match between BRU and OMG earlier today. Quite a few things can be done in the Champion that, you know, are a little bit tricky.
Oh my gosh.
One of them that is not tricky is Xingdao 7 on the Hecarim. Now that is a scary proposition for Woohoo Gaming.
We mentioned this, we predicted this. Like, WHG might just go in for the double bluff here, and Hecarim will be left open by FPX. I love what I'm seeing right now, and WHG with Camille, they're gonna pick up Gragas. They should be.
They have to. Kind of have to. There's very few other champions that, you know, would be good here. That they're not actually gonna pick the Gragas yet. They're going to pick the Lucian.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I think at this point, Lucian's still also strong, but I would have.
And he's a flex.
I would have preferred. I would have preferred the Gragas much better here. But nevertheless, FPX could now pick up the Gragas for themselves. Jax is always the expectation. This is also what we have mentioned a while ago, that don't want to wait. If Jax is left open, it is going to be picked up. Now, for the side of FPX, they could follow through with another ADC of their own. Ezreal could be picked up as a counter onto Lucian, as something that could play that even level playing field. But as we have mentioned, Gragas is a much better option.
And Gragas is a monster of support in the hands of Chow. And there is just so much disruption already on the side of FPX, and that is exactly what they like to do, especially in that early game, just disrupt the game plan of the enemy team. But we see a Fiora coming out here for Rocky, most likely, and we'll probably see that Camille in the hands of Perryman.
Yeah, it will be Fiora that will be locked in here by the side of WHG, but now the bans are coming through. You ban away the Zai, you ban away the ADC. I would have expected Ezreal much better here for WHG because they want that safety net for Pan into the bottom lane, and Ezreal is such a huge detriment and annoying champion to face off when you are playing with the Lucian. Now for the side of FPX, we could now look into banning away the mid laners, banning away these massive supports, right? Ban away the Nautilus as well, could be for FPX or Alistar to just remove the supports of Wake Up.
Yep, that Alistar could be a huge ban here right now for FPX. Wake Up then won't have, you know, too many up, but it will be the Ziggs ban out. It looks like they want to focus more on Pan and trying to limit that chat people, but Sona could be coming out here for Wake Up, which, you know, Sona has been really on an uptrend lately.
Yeah, and it's really strong, right? It's really strong. It's not as strong as engaged champions as what we're seeing right now as a hover here for WHG, because right now engaged tools are much a better option, right? Especially with how WHG is going with a Camille jungle and a Fiora top lane. This will be something that they have to adjust. They need someone that can CC, that can go for the engage, and Rakan is something that can do that. But FPX, with the amount of team fighting capabilities that they have during this initial draft composition, Severe fits perfectly with a Zeri that can come through into the mid lane as well.
Ooh, a Zeri in the mid lane for SkyFL. This is a high damage composition, high damage, high mobility composition for FPX with a lot of disruption as well. They are lacking a little bit in the tankiness, but that should be completely fine if they keep the Hecarim, the Jax, and the Gragas in the front. The soak for, you know, damage for the Sivir and the Zeri. Of course, the catch potential is off the charts here for FPX. But we do have a Lux here for Pan. Now, I'm not certain I agree with that, but if they want to control that bot lane a little bit and try to make sure that Kong and Chow don't go for, you know, some of those early kills, there is that light barrier and, of course, the light binding for Pan. If he manages to land that, immediately it's going to be the grand entrance there for Wake Up, and that's going to be a very delicate proposition for FPX.
And quite honestly, I love this, right? It doesn't matter, because the thing is, what we have mentioned a while ago for the draft of WHG is that they're lacking crowd control. The reason why is because they locked into the likes of Fiora and Camille into a single composition, where in theory, it's not a really amazing two pickups. Camille is fantastic. I'm not gonna lie, it's really, really good onto the top side of the map. Jungle, not so much. Yes, it is good for the engage, but you're lacking a lot of things when you go for the Camille jungle. And they now need a lot more CCs built into the draft, and Lux has it.
Yep, at least they have that little bit of CC to keep that rolling going. That is a lot of, well, in the late game, if there is going to be a catch there, by the light binding, it's going to be pretty big for Woohoo Gaming because they have a lot of damage as well. And it could lead to, you know, any kind of CC could lead to a big catch there for them. But it does look like Rocky first up here, but Don 128 and Qingdao may be in a lot of trouble as Qingdao gets grand entrance on knocked up and will be the first sacrificial lamb here. Woohoo Gaming with the first blood.
Very interesting. WHG, I mean, any team would be unexpected of this, right? Coming in with the 4-man rotation along with the Lucian on top side as well is very unexpected. So FPX, it's not disappointing that they lost the first blood immediately coming in 10 seconds into the game, because WHG just did a massive surprise. Because traditionally, from what we've seen, right, over the past series, that you have the 2-man rotations coming in from the opposition, going on top side of the map because they want those early engagements to happen. but WHG just took that on another level. Now they have the lead, but thus far, it's just FPX just has to play it a bit more safer up until level 5.
Yeah, that really won't give them all too many problems, giving Sani that first blood. Other than, say, yeah, a little bit of an irritation really on the jungler side. Unfortunately, the Hecarim will just have to wait a little bit longer for that level 5 and won't really be able to compete with that Camille when it comes to some of these objectives early on. But Qingdao7, he doesn't want objectives, he wants kills, and they're going to go for the diver right now with the Grand Entrance there. Pan is the target, and Pan will be taken down. But Kong, he tanked one too many tower shots there, so it will be a 1-for-1 there.
Yeah, a little bit of a detriment with the Severe, with the Boomerang. It was a little bit unfortunate, right? Because the thing is, it was Chao who was taking the turret damage, but he has to use the flash because one more hit would have killed him. But that left the turret to focus fire onto Severe, just because of the auto attacks.
Yep. That was unfortunate that went down the way it did. If Qingdao7 was the one to tank that, they really could have made a very clean dive, but that's just unfortunate the way that it shook out. They still were able to get a kill onto Pan at least, so delaying that Lux's power a little bit longer is really good. But this is just classic FPX. They want as many advantages as they can as early as possible.
Yeah. As many advantages. That's definitely something that any team would want, but something they don't want is WHG getting 2 kills already coming into the early game. That's not something that they have to do, and they have to play it towards their advantages. At level 5, they're doing a little bit more towards that aggressive aspect to things into these early games, which I definitely do respect because they want to accelerate a lot of things, especially coming down to their power spikes, but they have to still be wary and be respectful of the advantage of having a Lux into the early game, having Lucian into the early game.
Yeah, but they are going to go for that Lux once again. There's the Onslaught of Shadows, and the explosive cast will save Pan a little bit. Qingdao7 will get ignited, and Wake Up's the one who takes that kill. Kong tried his best to, run up and be as aggressive as possible, but was not able to finish those kills out. Maybe the Ricochet with the Boomerang Blade will not be able to take Pan down quite yet. But you can see how much focus they're putting on that bot lane and how much that puts Dawn in danger here in the top lane.
Yeah, Caraman. You also have Hextech Ultimatum, so if ever it comes out, yes.
Hextech Ultimatum. It comes out, and Dawn has to flash out. Maybe he has a chance here. Not quite, as the tactical sweep comes through. But Qingdao7 will at least be there to soak up all the safe XP, all these minions, make sure that they don't get anything else like a tower plate there.
Yeah, and it's just really unfortunate. This is the power of Camille Jungle. The play on gank is the security of lockdowns with the Hextech Ultimatum. The disadvantage will come out later on, more towards that mid-game, wherein Hecarim will have a much better lead when it comes to team fighting. Will have a much better lead when it comes to those full-on blown engage up against the opposition. But this is where the advantage that Camille will come through as well. And as soon as we mentioned, right, how FPX should respect the advantage of having a Lux into the early game, having a Lucian into the early game, they dive into the bottom lane and lost 2-3 or 2-1 members immediately coming out from that fight.
Just kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is. FPX now kind of at a disadvantage. 1.4, 1.5k gold behind, but Chao trying to make it so that they get maybe one pick here, but unfortunately Wake Up was able to dodge out on that explosive cast, get to safety. So FPX, they're still trying to make every play possible, trying to go for every single kill possible, but it's just has not been working so far, as Woohoo Gaming is a lot more prepared, it seems, than FPX at the moment. It does look like Qingdao7's the one going to be going for the Drake here, but look at that quickness and Grand Entrance. They're isolating Chao already, and Chao is almost able to get out, but the Ignite will take him out. Wake Up will be in the back just dancing around, and Dawn will not be able to follow his dance moves as he's able to get that Jax killed. That's 2 kills for nothing, as Woohoo Gaming look to secure another objective, but Rakan will go down. Sani incredibly low, will get exhausted, and SkyFL and Kong working together to get a couple of kills of their own. While Xingdao7 is here, he will not be able to get the steal behind Carryman and Rocky, but it still is FPX trying to even up the scoreline here.
Actually, a little bit unfortunate here. Carryman just getting denied of the recall, and this buys crucial time for FPX to go for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I actually thought that Woohoo Gaming was going to go for the Rift Herald instead, but they went for the Drake. They focused that down. This could be FPX, you know, getting a little bit of an equalization in terms of gold once they drop that Rift Herald in whatever lane that Xingdao7 sets a gang next in, and it could be in the mid lane if Chao is ready to go.
Yeah, right now, don't want to 8 up against Rocky. And the thing about a Jax versus Fiora matchup is the first one who uses either Riposte or the Counter-Strike will be at a disadvantage because it could be timed well. Both of these skills are a counter for each other, so it doesn't really matter who comes first. But Carryman coming through into the top side of the map. It's a 2v2.
It's a 3v2 now because Wake Up, he's going to go for the quickness. Unfortunately, Grand Entrance kind of missed, but it's fine because Xingdao7 is still going to be the target. He actually almost gets out, but the flash and tactical sweep will take him down. Now Chao is here. He's got the explosive cast to try to keep people there while Kong makes his way in, but Don is still alive. He's still keeping himself alive there as Wake Up incredibly low, but Carryman is still a force to be reckoned with. You do not want to be in the face of a Camille as an ADC, so that will just be a kill and a retreat from Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, and the thing what happened there is that WHG just got the pincer maneuver. They were able to capitalize on the Wake Up with the quickness and the Grand. It was a bit unfortunate. The Grand Entrance became it was on himself. That was really unfortunate, but nevertheless, it's WHG was able to still capitalize on getting that kill onto Hecarim, and that just gave them numbers advantage. And yes, Wake Up was really low coming down to that, but the plan is really just push back FPX, got a couple of kills on top side. Once again, Wake Up!
Oh, Dawn is just going to be the focus once again. He's got the Counter-Strike onto 2, but that won't keep him alive, unfortunately, as a 3-man dive will secure him and this tower for Woohoo Gaming. In the mid lane, though, at least FPX was able to use that Rift Herald to take one tower down, and they're working on this one in the top lane, too.
Yeah, they're getting a couple of turrets of themselves, and this is what is amazing for FPX and CN Conference in general is that
the culling and the auto attacks will find Kong down, and we'll find out what's amazing about the CN Conference as soon as we get out of this fight, as the onslaught of shadows will miss. Sani is going to get out of there, but Pan is going to be the target here. Unfortunately, he can't flash out of there. He does get taken down by SkyFL, use the ultimate for it, but Wake Up is still getting chased down. Will he be sent to sleep? Not quite. Just one more HP, but Xingdao7 will not chase. SkyFL almost, but Wake Up with the nerves of steel to just keep backing while that W just went right over his head.
Yeah, and once again, this is the amazing part about CN Conference team. The ability of them to play towards the macro game and the ability for them to look for value someplace else. Even if they're on a massive disadvantage, even if the Grand Entrance again. Ooh.
Wake Up. Unfortunate. What is happening with maybe he's just misclicking or fat fingering or something.
No, I feel like it's just the click of the Grand Entrance itself, not necessarily locking down onto a champion, which traditionally we lock on first before we go through, but nevertheless, that's unfortunate, but they still got the turret, which is the plan all along. Get value someplace else, get the gold injection onto Fiora, get the gold injection for the members of Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah. It's just a little unfortunate that, you know, there were some really good plays that Wake Up could have done, but just did not happen, not quite yet. But if he does kind of get that solve later on, this could be a very deadly Rakan too. Watch out for, but the Ice Drake has spawned up. It is going to be contested here by both FPX and Woohoo Gaming, but nobody wants to go first here. Chao is going to get that first hit pick onto Wake Up, and Wake Up is going to get sent to sleep, even with the quickness. He won't be able to Grand Entrance out of there, or Grand Exit even. So that does mean that it's going to be a 5 versus 4 coming into this Ice Drake.
Yeah, that was so good. And right now, FPX has the numbers game. WHG's role is to delay it. Wait for a con to come back in. And FPX is on a timer. If they don't start the objective right now, they will be at a disadvantage. The objective and the advantage that they were able to take on a numbers game is now being stated by WHG. They have to start up the objective.
Yeah, and they do start it up. They're burning it down pretty well, but will there be a steal coming in from Carryman? Not quite, as it will be secured there. There is the final spark, but will it be enough? No, Carryman gets immediately alley-ooped out of there with the explosive cast. He could have actually got it picked off there if FPX had chosen to, you know, maybe explosive casting towards the team, but that will still be at least a good objective secured by FPX.
Now wake up, grand entrance into the back.
Yeah, he did get the charm onto Tooth. There's the outside of shadows onto Pan, but Pan is able to flash out, get out of there. Scott free. Sandy with the calling will scare FPX away.
Yeah, and this far, FPX has been batting a hand-to-hand combat up against WHG.
Oh, that is quite a lot of kills come through, but no kills, just damage onto both sides. Now we get a little bit more of a lull here in the game, as Rocky and Don, they're going to be the ones who see each other here in the bot lane. Nobody really looking for more kills because it has been quite an action-packed few minutes. 5 kills to 9 already. It's still Woohoo Gaming who's leading with a 2.6k goal lead, but FPX, they are not afraid of still fighting even though they're down.
They're not afraid to just back off into these fights regardless if WHG is on a massive advantage. They have the 3k goal lead at this point in time. They still have to be wary of the Baron Master, because the thing is, they just have to wait for Kong, they just have to wait for Zeri and Hecarim to be able to scale. Jax doesn't matter, because Jax is just like a walking tank. He doesn't matter when it comes to those team fights. As long as he goes in with a counter-strike and the ultimate to just sustain.
That's it.
But important members here for the side of FPX will be Singdo 7, will be Kong, will be Zeri, and Chow as well. Graga's explosive cast will be crucial into those 5v5s, and thus far it has netted them a lot of benefit over the prior 13 minutes. Yeah,
Chow is the one who is in front most of the time, so his explosive cast has been really decent now. You could see the damage from Sky FL is starting to ramp up, and just took one W to the face and just immediately got half health. And there it is, the onslaught of shadows onto Pan. They're trying to isolate at least one person. Xingdao 7, even though he was tanking, he won't be tanking for all too long, as he did a drop down. It's 1-for-1 and for Xingdao. Still, it is going to be just a wash, 1-for-1.
Yeah, it will be a 1-for-1. Unfortunately, it is the jungler for FPX, but with one member missing as well for WHG, with Pan not being available coming into that fight. Wake up!
That could have been huge. Sky FL was able to get out of there. But Wake Up with the ambitious plays. He knows that he's going for, you know, something onto Sky FL. He had the follow-up, but they were just not able to execute fast enough. I think Carryman could have Hextech ultimatum there, but it wasn't quite on point. Chow, though, fighting for his life, has to flash out into tower range, as Woohoo Gaming are trying to isolate this man. They're trying to bait FPX into coming in, because they know that there is no vision on this side of the map. Xingdao 7 now has been spotted out. They know, he knows of the Lord. Chow is going to be there. He's gotten the isolation onto Wake Up once again, and Wake Up will be put to sleep again, as Rocky will now be the one who will be chased out of the fight, out of the river. FPX, they're looking once again to pick off every single member that they can, one at a time.
That's massive. They remove Wake Up, the key engager for WHG, because the thing is, Carryman could always go in for the engage with a hook shot and the Hextech ultimatum, but no one will follow through aside from Wake Up. And yes, Pan could go in with a light binding, but that will not be enough. So they need to Wake Up onto those team fights. FPX bought themselves a lot of advantage, but this is really clever. They did not go for the Baron, but instead they go in for the bottom lane tier 1 turret instead, because they're waiting for the Ocean Drake. If Ocean Drake comes up, they will get the even level playing field of map control up against WHG, just because they got the tier 1 as well into the bottom lane, which is really good for FPX.
It is really good for FPX, because that does mean that this map has opened up. They can do a lot more with their positioning, but very first they have to contest this Ocean Drake. and Xingdao7 is going to be the one who's conjuring carry man.
Oh, they got it.
Unfortunately,
They've stolen it?
the smite.
Oh,
no, he used his smite on that skull crab, so it might not be up in time for this. But that is a great explosive gas to isolate once again. Wake up and carry man is on the backside, but he is starting to tear through these health bars. His guardian angel has been popped, and he is going to be able to still stay in the fight. Sandy flashes in, and he gets immediately feared by the onslaught of shadows. Dawn 128 will be finishing him off, but unfortunately that is still a 2 for 2. Xingdao7 is a little bit too low to actually get into this fight. SkyFL can do as much damage as he can from over the wall, but this is kind of a losing proposition for FPX if they keep this fight going. But at least they were able to get the reset onto that Drake. SkyFL being as annoying as possible here, waiting for maybe Xingdao7 to regen, but no, I think they just have to give this dragon away.
Yeah, I love Wild Rift. I love League of Legends Wild Rift. These are amazing micro plays from both sides. If we look at the replay, right? Look at Xingdao7. This is something that we have to take note. Like the stasis enchant immediately to deny that engage from a grand entrance. Now Wake Up has to reposition. Xingdao7 used to dash away into his teammates, where the Hextech ultimatum brought Camille into the middle of FPX, and that's just really good. Sandwich just broke loose into the backside. That is the reason why FPX just lost that, because Sandwich single-handedly just caught up 3 members' attention from the side of FPX. But regardless, these two players, these two teams, outright amazing players, amazing teams in Wild Rift League Asia. I love it.
Yeah, so many mechanical decisions being made in that fight alone to minimize as much damage as they can and really do as much as Wake Up. He tried to go for that Hextech ultimatum as well, but there is the onslaught of shadows to disrupt as many members, and SkyFL is able to actually do so much damage. They keep the support alive. Chow is still up. My god, look at all of the damage from SkyFL, as that is going to be 1 kill for FPX, and they're out of there. What a threat this Zeri is.
Elder Drake now being started. It's Xiao who wants to zone away WHG. Rocky and Wake Up has information.
And they have the information, but can they actually contest? Because Rocky is already started up. That is a great knock onto 3, but will it be enough as Carryman has been zoned out?
7.
He gets sniped down by the final spark. There's no jungler here. They have to peel off of this Elder Drake, or else Woohoo Gaming can just smite it out. Can Woohoo actually find this Drake or find more members of FPX?
That's
Elder
so
Drake just
good. Pan, that perfect timing with the light binding. It was just impressive. Elder Drake though being started by WHG.
It is being started, but Chow is there. He's got the disruption. Dawn is there as well. Skyfall is going to try to do damage from the side, from the back, as Pawn he uses over. But there's the big explosive cast onto 3. But Wake Up is onto the back, and that is a great light biting into the final spark. And now that's 1 member down. SkyFL gets run down, as well as Chow in the middle of it all, in the back of it all is Pan. He will get taken down at least by Kong, but also unfortunately Chow was gone, and now it is going to be Elder Drake for Woohoo Gaming. They finally get a solid lead in this game.
WHG played that exceptionally well from the beginning onto the fight into their own jungle up until the very bitter end. It was WHG who conquered it, and FPX did a decent way in a decent step into that fight, wherein Kong used up on the hunt. That gave extra movement speed for the rest of the crew to jump in into the backside, but they left Kong open. They left a lot of these players, when it comes to these situations, open for WHG. And remember, it is still Woohoo Gaming who had the numbers game advantage. So when it comes to that point, it's really difficult for them. WHG played that 3v3, and 2 members for WHG was also on the back of Kong.
Absolutely. And with that being said, FPX now, they are getting out-dueled here. They are getting out-positioned most of the time here. And if they allow Woohoo Gaming to get the drop on them to get the first engage, then it becomes so difficult for them to stop that Fiora, to stop that Camille from running rampant in the back. So now, how does FPX defend against this Baroned up, Eldered up Woohoo Gaming?
They actually cannot, because the thing is, Elder Drake and a Baron Nashor, they could utilize these 2 buffs coming into the mid lane.
Great stasis to deny that. But Xingdao7 just barely lives through the final spark. The culling will keep Kong and Chow away for long enough, but there's a stage to keep Cal alive. Oh, just barely knocks him up with a grand entrance. Still, it is going to be Chow going down. No, 2 inhibitor turrets down as well. There's the onslaught of Chow. The Hail Mary play coming in from FPX, but already everybody is down. It's just on 128. They just got deleted from the face of the earth, as well as the Nexus. Woohoo Gaming sees victory.
They were able to take that game 1 down for themselves. WHG played that exceptionally well from the early phases of the game, coming into the middle of it all, wherein they were banking on the likes for Carryman to actually carry the game. And thus far, Camille, you know what, has carried the game with those Hextech ultimatums, with those entries coming in from those 5v5 engages. It was spot on.
Absolutely spot on, and it was absolutely amazing to see Carryman pretty much live up to his name. He was the carry man of the jungle. He went up against Qingdao 7 on that Hecarim, and he absolutely did a lot of damage. He did a lot in terms of in terms of positioning, in terms of securing objectives, and with his Hextech ultimatum really denied a lot of the aggression that FPX wanted to do, especially when it paired with that grand entrance.
Yeah, paired with that grand entrance. At the beginning, Wake Up, those grand entrances, very unfortunate times, but coming into the middle of those fights, coming into those late games, Wake Up came through and woke up. He was able to do it with the grand entrances, the quickness, the follow through, and even Pan as well. I think I'm tipping my hats onto Pan, aside from Carryman, because those snipes with the light binding and also the final spark gave them so much advantage, especially coming into that final stretch wherein Sengdo 7 just got sniped from that game with just the final spark into the right quadrant jungle. Really good overall.
And you can see how much Carryman actually did. 22,000 damage on a Camille, and even though Sani and Pan were on those poke champions and were doing a lot of damage, still Carryman was in the fight a lot of the time, and he actually did get the most gold in that game, just being around and really being the big obstacle for FPX to deal with. And unfortunately, they weren't able to deal with him and Wake Up at the same time, so that is something that I think FPX has to go back and reconsider in the drawing board there. And as well as Rocky just really having his way with that Jax with Dawn 128 there. And yeah, you can see it, the tail of the tape on the KDA 5-0 and 12 on that Fiora, just really doing what Fiora does best.
Yeah, what Fiora does best. Duel. 5-0-12 on Rocky as a Baron laner for WHG. Amazing start here by Woohoo Gaming. And defeating FPX coming into the CN conference speaks a lot of volume coming into this team. And yes, they might not reach to the playoffs, but they're still one of the strong teams nevertheless. And now Singdo 7 coming right through, coming into those early phases, also good, decent, but the thing is Carryman was one step ahead. Coming into those fights, he was consistently one step across Singdo 7 into those ganks on top side of the map that carried the game through. And as we have mentioned, the one deserving of the title, it's Carryman with a Camille.
Absolutely, he made his name proud. He was carrying, and he was just that unskippable obstacle for FPX that they had no really good way of dealing with, especially when he had that adaptive shield and that Hextech ultimatum that they really had to deal with. So can Carryman do the same in game number 2 here? We'll find out after this break. Don't go in.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
题呀、So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat back, stick it in the WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
Step light, strike hard.
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 here between Woohoo Gaming and FPX. Woohoo just really controlled the battlefield in the last game. Can FPX find a way to take them out? Let's go right to the draft.
Can they do it? I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna lie if I don't believe FPX can do it, but I want WHG to do it. Because the thing is, if WHG takes the series, they move on to the playoffs. So it's big stakes on the line here for Woohoo Gaming, and emphasis on massive stakes, because this will be a do or die for WHG here in the CN conference.
Yeah, it really is do or die. This is one of their only routes to get to that playoffs cutoff. So if they don't do here, well, it's see you next season kind of angle for them. But you know, no team wants to think of that. So they definitely want to find a way to get this 2-0. But FPX, they're not gonna make it easy for Woohoo Gaming. So Woohoo, they're now the ones that are gonna be on the blue side. They have banned out some very strong champions, Vladimir and probably in the mid lane. Aatrox as well, not going to be available for Qingdao 7. Meanwhile, Zoe and the two terrifying junglers will be banned out here for FPX.
On WHG expectedly, they're going to go Camille. I think this will be much more important for them. But you know what? Ornn is also a good option.
Ornn is important.
I don't mind it. But for the side of FPX, since Camille is open, they can pick it up. But the thing is, the weird thing is, they're not gonna pick Camille. Why? Because Don128 is there, and Jax is always their priority. Ooh, I could be mistaken for once here, but This is really different from what we have seen from the past.
You said they're not gonna take the Camille, and they said, you know what? I don't like what Infinity is saying. I think we're gonna do it. We're gonna pick Camille right here.
It's the caster's curse, man. It's the caster's curse. Dawn128 has always prioritized the Jax, but you know what? It's a change of pace here. It's a change of pace for FPX, and I'm loving it. I'm loving the change. Lucian to follow through is also really good because this will give them an early game advantage coming into the bottom lane. It will give them so much prowess into the first 5 minutes into the game. For the side of WHG, now they can bank onto the likes of a Renekton and even an Ezreal as well to follow up if they want to match the pacing of FPX into the bottom lane.
That's true. I mean,
ooh, could also be Zeri.
Zeri. That's something that
I don't mind it. Yeah.
The thing about Zeri is you can flex it to mid as well, so Sandy can definitely pick that one up. I mean, the same story is with the Lucian, so that's definitely something that you know, it's kind of a wash here in terms of picks. They just can counter each other. They can put those two ADs in the mid lane and they'll duel it out. But of course, if we see you know, either one in the bot lane, that's also something that that they have considered here. So
yeah, the
Galio pick up now for FPX, a very decent support, especially considering that it is going to be going up against a Foreign. There could be a lot of early game pressure here from FPX depending on who they pick up next for mid lane. But they will be banning out the Jace for the jungle.
Since they banned away the Jace, I feel like they want to remove this flexibility for WHG. And if it is the same wavelength that I'm thinking about from the side of FPX, they might bring Lucian into the mid lane. They might be, because they ban away the Jace. But nevertheless, WHG banning away Jax is a good thing coming in from them, because the thing is, Camille could still be flexed into the jungle. And as we mentioned a while ago, Dawn128, if Jax is left open, they're going to pick that up any time of the day. And now Lee Sin will be banned away, so these early game champions coming into the jungler role is also removed here. Now WHG could pivot themselves onto the likes of Kha'Zix, since it is still left open for them to pick up. Now for the side of WHG, they could now pivot themselves into the banning of the mid laners or the junglers, and Shen is a good option.
Yeah, Shen is something that Shing7 also is proficient on. Yeah, it's not like a carry jungler, but it does enable a lot of carries to just be confident and safe in trading and trying to fight, especially once
they're
that
denying it
is activated. But the Kha'Zix will be picked up here for Shing7. Denied on the side of Carryman, and man, Shing7 on Kha'Zix is absolutely terrifying. But we will be seeing a Karma picked up here, most likely for Pan. And that is a lot of utility that Woohoo Gaming is banking on.
Oh, I love this. I love these mind games from both sides. They're bringing the Riven into the jungle. Oh,
that's dope. I love that. Riven jungle. Now we have seen Riven quite a bit, but mostly in the top lane. But putting her in the jungle, that's something straight out of season 1 here.
And Ziggs too.
Yeah, season 1 indeed. The Ziggs coming out. The mage bot lanes. And the Riven in the jungle. This is what patch are we on? Is this really WRL-A season 2? I feel like we're back in season 1. This is
not even
season
0.
Year one.
Oh my word! I love Wild Rift. I love Wild Rift. I mean, these mind games coming in from both sides, the champions they picked up, how they did it, how they came there, was so good. And yeah, as you mentioned a while ago, the Shen ban was something of an unexpectation, if you may. Because, well, it's not an unexpectations, but the reason for that ban is because when we're looking at the overall gist of the composition for the side of FPX, they have Camille, they have Galio. And if they add a Shen to that, this will be a wombo combo like no other. Global ultimates across the board, a lot of safety nets as well, and that will be very difficult to fight up against. And that ban just saved Woohoo Gaming a little bit more towards bursting down these key champions. But man, I love it. I am loving the game.
I absolutely do as well, man. Woohoo Gaming versus FPX. This is an absolute banger of a series, a banger of a game. We're going back to basics right here on the wildest of the rifts. I want to see this Kha'Zix duel. I want to see this Riven duel. I want to see them really go at each other in the jungle. And Woohoo Gaming, I feel like they're kind of expecting something now at level 1. So you can see this positioning of their members. They're trying to actually get an invade going. They will be spotted out. There is a ward there, so they will at least the information will be there. But
yeah, information provided.
This is really good for Woohoo. They're just denying resources from the Kha'Zix. Maybe a little bit of vertical jungling coming out, but Wake Up helping Carryman jungle right here. It does kind of lend itself to a 3-man onto top lane really quickly.
Oh, I love this. I am loving it. Because the thing is FPX has information about what WHG is doing. Right? They went in onto the top quadrant jungle to go in for that invade, and now Singdo 7 went in for the vertical jungling. This is so good when it comes to macro play. It's a very minute thing to really just state, but regardless, it is how these players think. If someone else go to our own jungle and we start up on blue, we could go vertical jungling. And FPX did just that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, it was a little bit late for the Riven to save that red buff, but completely fine, because there is still the possibility for that gank later on. But oh man, Rocky, even with his full rotation of spells, could get past that adaptive shield. Now, I do love that vertical jungling angle, but it does mean that Singdo 7 is going to have a little bit of a weird route. He will get that scuttle stab, and then, you know, since the bot lane is kind of pushing, there's no way to get to that top lane, where that would have been a really good gank, as Rocky was kind of pushed up, pretty pushed up. If he did go the traditional jungling route, would have had the time to go gank that.
Yeah, it's so good. Right now at this moment, there's no expectations to go in for those invades. There's no expectations to go in for those ganks, because the thing is, Kha'Zix cannot go in for ganks prior to level 5, and yes, you could on paper, but it's not ideal. And that same theory also applies to Riven, right? So expectedly, these two teams, for both WHG and FPX, they're going to wait for level 5. They're going to wait for the ultimate before they pay a visit. And something that FPX could pay a visit into is pretty much every single lane at this point, because Zeri is super squishy. They could visit that. Renekton could also be locked in by the Hextech ultimatum by Camille, so Kha'Zix could follow through. So any of these two lanes could be visited, especially considering that Kha'Zix is currently right now on top corner jungle.
Oh, but it's going to be the mid that was visited. Carryman getting the kill there with the wind slash, taking that Lucian out to Jitter, and that is a really decent start there for Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Level 5 visit. We've called it. Level 5 is the expectation that these junglers will pay a visit, but it was a bit too early for FPX. And right now, coming on top side.
Yeah, Hextech ultimatum, everything thrown, and the kitchen sink. It will be the tactical sweep to take out Araki Dom. Is the winner there with the gank from Singdo 7. Carryman still looking to at least deny resources from the Kha'Zix, get this blue buff, but he will get spotted out here by Chow probably.
Chow.
Yeah, he should be able to get out of there scot-free, but at least the information has been given that he was there at the blue buff.
Yeah, I love this. I love this. A series of events that we have predicted. Right, Kha'Zix will pay a visit on top side with a Hextech ultimatum from down 1 to 8, netted them a kill. WHG pays a visit on mid lane as well, just because he's already at level 5. He has the capability to jump in and burst the opposition, so it's really good coming from both sides. And thus far, it will be Woohoo Gaming who takes the 1k gold lead, but this is still minute. Because we're still in the early game phase, we're still on the laning phase, we're in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. If that balloons into a 2k gold lead and a 3k gold lead, this will now be different.
Yeah, it could be a little bit different. if we do get to that point, if we do see a lead forming on either side of the board. But right now, it's fairly even. Woohoo Gaming just a little bit ahead, basically 1,000 gold, but it's really not all too big of a difference. What we will be seeing is in about 5 seconds, when those objectives spawn up, we will probably see some action go on. Carryman though, immediately starting the Rift Herald by himself.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Because the thing is, Zeri is also on top side of the map, so if ever it's FPX who wants to contest, they could go for it. And another thing is, they have a ward into the Dragon Spit into the bottom side, so that's a signal for FPX, or for Woohoo Gaming, that FPX is starting the Infernal Drake.
Already know. They choose to trade that out, and then they bring the homies over to get a gank onto Dawn 1-2-8 as they get the Hall of the Forest God. There's Hero's entrance though to try to deny this a little bit, but Dawn still goes down. Chao now trying to keep people under the tower. Carryman incredibly low. Carryman gets taken down. Shooting down 7. He doesn't have the resets, unfortunately, or else he would have just jumped onto Wake Up Insanity, but that is still going to be a 1-for-1.
A 1-for-1. Look at the backside. Single 7.
They'd be looking for more here, but it's Wake Up and Pat that are under these turrets. Pushing down just walks away, content with that one kill that he got.
Contented already. He wants to go back away. And right now, it's WHG still an even pacing up against FPX. Currently only on 800 gold lead, and this is what we're talking about, right? 1k gold lead doesn't really matter coming into the early game phase because you still have a lot of minions, you still have a lot of camps. You're not solely depending on team fights alone, so it could easily be overturned by one side or the other. But what will be very important to take note is that Dawn 128 could now pay a visit into each and every single lane, and those Hextech ultimatums has to be respected by the side of WHG.
Yeah, because when the Hextech ultimatum comes down, it becomes super easy for Khan to land his shots, to land his bouncing grenades, for Chao to get in, get a taunt up. But there's the Call of the Forge God along with the Shelly coming out in the mid lane. Shooting down 7 has been pushed out of the fight, but Carryman incredibly low. Can they actually finish this kill off? Dawn 128 with Texture Speed will take him down. And then the Hextech ultimatum onto Rocky. There's the Hero's entrance to keep everybody safe on the side of FPX. But they weren't even able to finish that turret off with the charge from Shelly. So Woohoo Gaming now really on the back foot after that one play.
Yeah, just one play changed the game. We'll see though, because right now, still even gold. Still pretty much equal when it comes to both sides here, but Sanwan,
he doesn't know he's in danger. Shingdao 7 jumps on him, even with the ultimate, even with the exhaust. He still is taken down quite easily with Skyfell's help there.
Yeah, very quick to move for the likes of FPX, getting that kill over into the bottom lane. A really good start there for FPX as well, coming right through. But once again, these back and forths are to be expected, and no one side will definitely landslide except if a team fight breaks loose, which is what Carryman and Rocky is trying to do here. And another layer to these discussions is that Ziggs as a champion, why it's so good, on top of the wave clear that he has generally for Ziggs as a champion, is that he could just stay under turret and clear down waves so easy on safety. So no other champions from the opposition could gain access to him.
Yeah, it's really hard for anybody to push into that wave because of all the wave play he has, and that's not something that can be the same cannot be said for Sandy on that Zeri. See how far he has to be just to make sure that he's safe and give up that power. And now FPX have that little bit of a gold lead, that 1,000 gold lead that Woohoo Gaming had earlier. So this is just a great turnout for FPX as they try to get a kill onto Wake Up. Super Mega Death Inferno Rocket Bomb thing. That's both Jinx and Ziggs ult, but just the Ziggs ult will swing and a miss onto Wake Up, and that will mean that tower goes down to Woohoo Gaming, as they narrowly avoid giving a kill to FPX.
Yeah, I was also like expecting the overextension there. That was really scary, nevertheless. But thus far, both these sides are just trading punches left and right, going in for those flanks. And I like what WHG is doing, right? They're going for the macro plays once again. They want to double down onto getting that tier 1 turret into the bottom lane, because the thing is, Mountain Dragon will come up at 3 seconds, and they want that even level playing field. They want that lane priority as an equalizer with the tier 1 turret being broken down into the bottom lane.
Yeah, and the thing is, in a team fight, if it breaks out 5v5, the Riven will be a lot more useful in a clumped up fight, but there is a double knockup right there. He'll wake up, maybe looking for an opportunity for Call the Forge God here very soon. Rocky just hanging around that platform, looking for maybe an opportunity. Who Gaming, the ones that are grouping up as 5 compared to FPX. We're kind of split right now, and it's who start the Mountain break now. King.7 on the backside though, in that tri-brush, looking for an opportunity to assassinate anybody who comes through. So Woohoo Gaming are being very, very careful to avoid that. They know that that is probably where Kha'Zix will be lurking, so they don't want to give Qingdao the opportunity to get any sort of solo kill, get any sort of assassination.
And look at the vision game of WHG as well. They have vision on the river, they have vision onto the single pixel brush, onto the right corner jungle, and they also have a vision towards that bot side mid lane brush as well. So really, really good overall when it comes to the visions game, and that is the reason why as well that WHG need not to overextend.
Kind of just a poke game right now with the amount of Qs coming out with the bouncing grenades as well. But Woohoo Gaming, they have done enough damage that Rocky just goes in, flashes in. There's a call, the Forge God on 2. He goes into stasis, but there's Ichiro's entrance as well. The Dragon will be secured at the very least by Carryman, and now FPX, they are on the backside as King.7 has to back away. He did get that kill onto the top laner, but now he is just going to get executed right there. Xiao has nowhere to run as well. Tried to get the kill out of the way, was successful. Traded his life for it, but Woohoo Gaming come out on top of that.
WHG! One team fight that changed the whole game. And now as we look at the replay there, it's WHG who started up that fight. Rocky came through to gain access onto Kong, but it was a massive stasis, right? Hexic ultimated him, locked him in, but that stasis bought so much time for WHG, and with Singdo7 locking down his eyes onto Rocky, the remaining off the side of FPX just got eliminated, and it was just a good play overall when it comes to those isolation plays by Woohoo Gaming.
Look at that gold lead now ballooning for the side of Woohoo Gaming. They may be able to take down FPX here in a 2-0 if they are if they keep this going, but they have to be super, super careful of where, you know, their positioning is, of where King.7 might be. So this is still pretty touch and go for Woohoo Gaming, but they have a lot of leeway to try and make plays now rather than reacting to what FPX is putting down.
Yeah, they have to do a lot of things coming into these plays as well. Rocky!
Well, Rocky getting caught out there is no bueno, not good. In your own jungle, Kong is the one who takes it with the Mega Inferno Bomb. So that is something that Woohoo Gaming has to once again be more aware of that could happen, especially with Camille on the field. You cannot get away from the Mega Inferno Bomb if you're in a Hexic Ultimatum, but you can't get away from this Golden Forge God either if you're a Kong. So now Chao with the hero's entrance may follow suit because he cannot get away from the Riven, the stuns, the knockups, and Carryman as well as Wake Up will be the ones to take that life. That is a 2-kill for a 1 overboard for Woohoo Gaming, and now they're going to threaten Baron.
Yeah, they will now go in for the Baron. They could do this. And yes, there is a threat of Singdo7, but the thing is, WHG could still turn things around. They could still turn and go in for those fights.
Yeah, they could just turn, but you can see they are just trying to poke away with the culling. That is 5 men on the side of Woohoo Gaming. Support has moved on 1-8, has been forced away. King.7 as well has been poked out.
Very low.
Cannot go for this steal now because he's a little bit too low. And Woohoo Gaming, they are just trying to zone out this jungler. They're trying to get onto King.7, and he is unsuccessful in that steal, and he gets taken out. There's a stasis from Rocky. He's in a 1 versus 4, and he gets charmed up. But at least his life will mean that
the Forge God, they're still going in
as the Forge God onto Dawn 128. That's another target there, but the life bars are getting pretty low for Woohoo Gaming. It's fine because Chao is going to be the next victim as Kong is going to waddle away. A myriad of kills for Woohoo Gaming and Baron as well.
Yeah, it's so good coming in for the likes of WHG. Thus far, everything has been going so well for Woohoo Gaming, right? They have secured the Baron. Currently, they are at a 7k gold lead, and everything just going right into a better direction for WHG compared to FPX. The linear draft that they did, it's a very easy executable composition that they were able to take down in game 2. Right, because the thing is, call to Forge God to just engage onto those team fights. Rocky will be their frontliners. Karma and Zeri will be that support and also damage. And Carryman consistently just has to focus onto the objectives. And when the right time comes, he just goes in one fell swoop to just crowd control the opposition as well. It's so good.
The broken wings, too strong. The broken blade of Riven is too big of a match for the slice dice of Cosmic, but unfortunately Kha'Zix will be the one taking that kill. So that is a little bit of a boon there for FPX, a little bit of a breather as they start to chase Woohoo Gaming out of their jungle. But there is the Ice Break up now. Don't know if they can success, but they're certainly going to try. King Down 7 is already in there. But unfortunately, the Drake is already down.
Yeah, we still have to remember, you also have Sand One that can come through into the Alice Drake that could just melt that objective quite easily. And that is the reason why that objective just got erased. And right now, WHG, they already got the Ice Drake. So a lot of bonus ability haze coming right through into their composition. And the next objective will be the Baron. They could not give this for free to FPX.
Absolutely, because FPX, they cannot start the Baron on the other side because they don't do it fast enough. They can shred it down with like decent speed, but not as fast as Woohoo Gaming can. So if FPX do start it, there is that pretty decently sized window for Woohoo Gaming to come in and get that interrupt. And even though the lead is kind of shrinking here for Woohoo Gaming, there's still like 4,000 gold in the lead. So it's really not too big of a problem for them to just come in and start wrecking face, especially with the Riven being as fed as he is, especially with the Zeri being as fed as he is. So this is still a very touch and go situation for FPX.
Yeah, they are. They definitely are in a massive advantage here. 4k gold lead though, so FPX was able to come back with a little bit of their deficit thus far, but that's still not enough to even out the playing field up against WHG because of how much advantage. And remember, Sand One only needs 3 items to be able to reach that point of success, wherein every single one he faces off will just get melted. And this is something that FPX still has to respect. They have to target Sand One in every rotation.
Yeah, the rotation is a very big prospect, but so is the Hextech Ultimatum as he has to get out of there. Dawn 128 just using it to do a little bit of disruption, bait out the Color Force shot. It did work because Wake Up did use that big ult. And now it's going to be a objective because now Baron is up, but so is Elder Drake. Which one is Woohoo Gaming going to go for first? It does look like they want to go for the Elder Drake so they can go for all these fights.
Oh, Rocky!
Bomb onto Rocky. He's incredibly low, and that means that Woohoo Gaming have to peel out of this. Peel out of this Elder Drake. They cannot risk that with Rocky being as low as he is, but if he has teleport, he can get back in the fight real quick. But Chow already on that engage, on to Wake Up. Dawn 128 trying to get up the back onto Can. He gets exhausted, and San One trying to chase. He does get one, but can he get this? 3.7. There's a stasis spot. He gets just as much to the face. Chow takes him out. Carryman, though, he's gonna carry as SkyFL falls to him, and Kong trying to get anything that he can. 3.7 and Kong both die at the same time, and that is going to be the ace for Woohoo Gaming. They can just end it right here.
That's GG. FPX lost that, in WHG on a winning run. Nexus is open.
Nexus is down, and that's going to be Woohoo Gaming 2-0ing FPX. What a run here for Woohoo Gaming.
What a play. I want to say I never doubted them, but the thing is, I was going towards the side of FPX.
You doubted them, man. You 100% doubted them.
Let me explain. Like, I was going for FPX coming into that series, but that performance from WHD was a good watch, a good series to look out for. And now, with that series win, I believe they're still running for the playoff spot. here in the CN conference.
It's still very possible for Woohoo Gaming to actually make it into the playoffs, but they will have to hustle up a little bit more after all is said and done. So big props to them for getting that 2-0 against FPX. That's definitely a big feather in their cap, but that is not where the road ends for them quite yet. There's still a lot to go before Woohoo Gaming can confidently say that they're in the playoffs, but that is definitely a big confidence booster for that team.
It definitely is. It's massive for WHG to be able to win that series, to be able to win up against the likes of FPX, because FPX is one of the strong teams right now, especially coming into the latter half of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, and beating that team is a massive feat to achieve.
Oh, absolutely. It is just no small feat at all. So big props to Woohoo Gaming that they were able to just control this game from the get-go. Look at that damage from Pan and Kong. The poke cannot be understated, but it was Carryman, I think, who really carried the tempo of that game, especially when he was denying Xingdao7 and really trying to get that Kha'Zix as gapped as possible. Wake as well did quite a lot for Woohoo Gaming with his calls with Forge God, and just being a big obstacle for FPX to kind of chew through. So big props to them, but also Sadie did a lot of damage and did harvest the most amounts of gold, and it was just a really good bloodbath there for both sides, 17-10. But at the end of the day, Woohoo Gaming, they were just a little bit more on point. Their objectives were so good. They got pretty much everything except for that one Infernal Drake, and Xingdao was not able to carry. Carryman did his name justice.
Yeah, Carryman once again did them a lot of vantage points. And WHG, that performance, I'm still in awe. How the Woohoo Gaming was able to take that dub, was able to take that win up against the likes of FPX in this series that changed really the expectations here. Because remember from what we mentioned prior to the series, right? That FPX is the fan favorites. It's the favorites coming into the series overall, and yet WHG was able to conquer and overcome that struggle and that feat. And Carryman once again.
Yeah. That's Carryman for you. He really has carried this time. 5-2-10 on the ribbon, but because of the pressure he exerted in the jungle, because of his routing, he was able to make sure that Xingdao7 was not as effective as he could have been. So big props. Very well deserved MVP here for the Carryman himself.
Yeah, Carryman with a ribbon. Unexpected jungle coming in, but nevertheless, he made it work.
Yeah, big work there, especially since we kind of went back to that year one philosophy. But what we are going to be going through too is the top 1 philosophy when we come back, because it's going to be the Battle of the Giants, Thunder Talk versus Trace Esports, coming up next after this short break.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
好的，欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是优后。那首先恭喜芜湖 Gaming 拿下了这一场比赛的胜利，我们也是邀请到了 carry 了2局的 carryman 选手来到我们的赛后采访。你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是芜湖 Gaming 的打野 carryman。
欢迎 carryman。那首先想问一下，因为第一局其实你们在一级团的处理非常非常的漂亮，那当时是为什么想着进野区然后去做那一波蹲辅的呢？
因为当时上单和辅助嘛，他说可以来这边蹲一下，为我们以后的战术做准备。
为以后的战术做准备，所以那一波的话也是上单跟辅助去做的一个指挥，对吗？
对的，他们做的指挥。
Okay, 了解. So the first question for him is like, at the beginning of game 1, you invaded their jungle, and who made that call and why? And his answer is like, well, our top lane, our solo laner and our supporter made the call, and we just do that for our like tactical, it's a tactical decision. 那第二个你想问一下，因为整个可能我们这个赛季的打野卡米尔的出场次数是在10场左右，然后你是贡献了其中的1/3将近，为什么这么钟情于打野卡米尔？
因为教练让我选，我就选了。
教练让你选了，你就选了，也确实是非常可能听教练的指挥。那其实，在你看来的话，打野卡米尔这个英雄的优势在哪呢？
就是可以中野摇摆，然后抓机会能力很强。
中上摇摆也是非常灵活的一个这样的一个英雄的选择。So the second question for him is like, why are you so into jungle Camille? And his answer is like, well, I just listened to our coach and I asked him what is the advantage of Camille. And his answer is like, well, actually this champ is quite flexible. She can be in the solo lane, can be in the mid lane, and sometimes in the jungle, everything is okay. 那第三个问题想问一下，因为可能最近你拿到的更多的是一些像卡米尔这样子负责开团的英雄嘛？那你在团队里面扮演的一个角色是什么样的呢？
就是教练让我玩什么英雄就扮演好那个英雄的角色就行了，野合就野合，开团就开团。
野合就野合，开团就开团，也是对自己可能能力非常的有自信啊，能够完美的胜任教练给他安排的任何一切的任务。So the last question for him is like what is the role that you play in your team? And his answer is like, well, actually, I just gotta play what my coach told me to do, and if he let me to engage, then I will do the engage. 那我们这一趴的赛后采访就到这里结束了，我们稍事休息，接下来有非常精彩的即时花絮。
交杯仔，来。
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
Welcome back to Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. It's the battle of the greatest the CN Conference Season 2 has ever produced. It's Trace Esports up against Thunder Talk, just moments away. But I'm Infinity, and this is still G10. G10, we're down to the last hurrah here for the day. How are you doing?
Yes, we are. I am doing amazing still. Hopefully you guys didn't hear that. There were just sirens just rushing by me. I think there's a fire somewhere. But speaking of the fire that's going to happen right now is between Thunder Talk and Trace Esports, the top two in the CN Conference. They're the strongest teams that we have seen this entire season. So I'm really, really excited to see what they have in store for us.
Yeah, those sirens are perfect. You know what? That will be what we could expect for one team here tonight. It's Trace Esports up against Thunder Talk, because right now it's Thunder Talk that is currently one of the best. EDG currently risen to the occasion here in Season 2, but right now it is Thunder Talk. But before we talk about Thunder Talk here, Trace Esports, Hueba, one of the MVPs coming into November, coming into week 7. This is what we have to look at later on for Trace Esports, because Hueba is on a different level.
He really is. I mean, especially with his synergy along with these two are just absolutely insane. And of course, Yuri can just be very, very safe in the Dragon Lane by himself, which allows Tak to roam along with Weiba and get those really big kills, big ambushes that Trace Esports is known for. Horn and Lisao as well, incredibly skilled, and this team is just by and large an amazing contender. But of course, Thunder Talk, they have a lot of star power by themselves.
Yeah, the one and only, the top team currently standing foot here in CN Conference. It's Sin coming on top side of the map, X-By onto the jungle, Z on the mid lane, it's Soil and Chensi coming down into the bottom lane. Exciting times for Wilder fans as Thunder Talk is going to currently play up against one of the Titans as well, Chris.
Yeah, the Titans of the industry, of the league here. Man, Thunder Talk and Trace Esports. Of course, X-By versus Weiba. Two incredibly sorry junglers. You can see by just raw stats alone, X-By beats Weiba. But what you don't see is that, you know, Weiba works with Talk quite a lot to set a lot of plays up for Trace Esports. But just X-By has been absolutely insane for Thunder Talk. Look at that KD, 8.55, and in a meta that is really jungler centric, you cannot discount this. It's very difficult for a jungler to get these kind of stats, but still, X-By is way up there. The kill participation as well, 72.16%, and very consistent on the damage there, with 19.23% as well.
Yeah, outright, every single stat is going towards the side of X-By. Thunder Talk, ever since the beginning of week 1, Wild Rift League Asia has been so strong. And now, before we jump into the game, let's jump first into the stage.
英雄联盟手游职业联赛 WRL-A， 我是优后，接下来将由 Thunder Talk Gaming 对阵 Trace Esports 小组第一之间的交手，谁更胜一筹，谁能够赢下这场天王山之战，让我们拭目以待。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. This is Yoho. The coming up matchup will be Thunder Talk Gaming versus Trace Esports. Who is the best of the best? Let's find out. Now please give applause for Thunder Talk Gaming and Trace Esports.
我亲爱的队长有傻我到了，你人呢？
套雷文探长一句话，这个版本中路没有用，谁上都一样。
And there we go. The two greatest teams coming in for the CN Conference for Season 2 is here to play it out. Thunder Talk up against Trace Esports, and I had no clue what they stated, but you know what? Friendly banners across the board from both these teams. Once again, emphasizing that these players are friends before rivals, and that will be something that we have to look at for today, that they will be rivals coming into the series.
Oh yeah, they will be very bitter rivals here because they are going to be for that top spot in the standings in the CN Conference. In the CN Conference, I mean, at the time, even if Trace Esports does win, they will still be one win under Thunder Talk, but they will have that, you know, kind of moral superiority. Oh, we beat you, and then later on, it will just be a little bit more of a hustle for Trace Esports to win a little bit more and equal Thunder Talk in that win, in that Series 1 stat.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at Horn and Z coming into the mid lane. Z, when you give him a Vladimir or even a Zoe, it's so good, and that is something that these both teams have to look into, have to respect. Should we ban away this champion? Should we use it? Should we do a double bluff here? And you know what? Bait out a Vladimir so we can pick up the Kassadin and the Zoe to counter it out.
That could be the play here. That could be the play. These teams, of course, have a lot of they have a lot of ways to kind of get around some things. They can definitely do a lot of mind games because their champion pools are so deep, and their strategies are so varied that you can't really ban out, you know, pretty much anybody you are always going to be competing against something, so you just ban out the highest level threats and try to get the mind games in during the champ select itself.
Yeah, and there's just a lot of threats coming into this draft, especially for CN teams. They're very knowledgeable about what can come through into a single draft and what cannot, what works currently in the meta and what does not fit in when it comes to a team composition. Thus far, there are a lot of priorities, right? It really just depends on what route you want to go for, but thus far, Camille, Hecarim, Gragas, Ornn, these are some of the priorities that we've seen over the past years and over the past weeks that has huge success. Evelyn for one can come through as well if it's left open. So a lot of eyes to really just look out for into these games on what we have to lock in.
Yeah, a lot of questions that will be answered later on, but I think the biggest question is going to be, can XBI stack up against Weiba? I think it's going to be a battle of junglers, because that has just been kind of the theme for a lot of the matches that we've seen, especially in the CN conference itself. Is, you know, can the junglers get that little bit of a lead, or give their laners that little bit of a push that they need to actually, you know, take over the game? And it's going to be a very big question here for our boys, for Thunder Talk and Trace Esports. But before all that, of course, we do have the fight for side, a 5v5 Aramon Howling Abyss, where the winner will be able to choose which side they want to start on.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about the jungle matchup, because that will be really in similar degree, in a similar thought process. That will also be something that I will look at personally, because Weiba and XY, these are pretty much the two win conditions for both these sides, for both Thunder Talk and Trace Esports. And these should be something that we look at, but Taka, as always, for Trace Esports, when it comes to support role, is phenomenal in each and every single champion he produces. The amount of engages he does for Trace Esports is uncountable.
Yeah, it is uncountable. But we will be getting into the fight for side for now, and it does look like, based on composition, I feel like Trace Esports has the slight lead, especially when it comes to those big fights. But look at that.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of these back and forth, and honestly, these fight for sides, it's very difficult to mince apart, because the thing is, when it comes to these champions, these are not the champions for Trace Esports. For the side of Thunder Talk, it's similar degree, right? These are just champions that they are given into, and they're battling towards it to just get a priority when it comes to the side selection for the fight for side. But I see what your perspective is at, right? For Trace Esports, they have Blitzcrank for the early game. They have Korn to be able to go in for those massive engages along with Weiba, and this could be a massive delivery system coming for the side of Trace Esports and Yuri and Isao. A very traditional type of composition that they have. And for the side of Thunder Talk, what I love about this composition is, in a similar stature, it's also very standard. They have Lee Sin, they have XY, they have Chensi to be their frontliners, and Soil and Z to be their damage dealers.
Yeah, speaking of Soil, he just got a triple kill, and the ace does come through for Thunder Talk right there. Yeah. They should be able to get some decent damage, if not take this tower altogether. I think they're just going to grab that tower immediately. And Soil on the Samira, just doing Samira things.
Yeah, once again, look at just the prowess of Thunder Talk. They just dive in onto their turret, and 1 minute and 50 seconds, they take the tier 1 turret already. And that is just mind-boggling how fast Thunder Talk plays. And this is one of the expectations to come around into the series, that every opportunity Thunder Talk could get just to gain an edge up against the opposition, they will grasp.
Yep, there are no opportunities not taken here. Another opportunity there to grab a couple of kills, or well, one kill and then the clone. But now Talk is down, and Soil on that Inferno trigger once again will be so formidable here for Thunder Talk, and that they're already on that second turret.
Yeah, it's just strong. Nautilus, for one, coming into these early games, we haven't seen Nautilus for quite a bit already. Into these drafts in the respective matches that we've had, but Nautilus is really strong when it comes to the early game, and that is one of the expectations that we could get if ever a team wants to go for Nautilus into the bottom lane, they can all go for the Severe, because Severe, once you pick it up, you want to go for team fighting. And Nautilus is really strong when it comes to the early game that can set the plays early on.
Yeah, Nautilus, speaking of setting up plays, Shenxi is just setting things up for Soil to once again get a kill. And looking at how ThunderTalk are playing this, they are so incredibly ahead. And they're leveraging that early game strength that they have with the Nautilus, with the, oh my god, the Hextech Ultimatum now. On
attack, locked in. And at this point in time, ThunderTalk is just snowballing this out, pushing Crazy Esports push back into their very own Nexus. The Sao jumps in into the front lines, but will be able to go back unscathed with the blood pool, with the sanguine pool. Being able to go back underneath, underground. For now, ThunderTalk still putting up the pressure.
And the pressure is on now for Trace Esports to perform, because they are already down to the Nexus, which is pretty much all in the hands of X-By, Shin, and Soil. And Shenxi as well, because he's just been in the front and always trying to get that dredge line going. But yeah, mostly because the damage is insane coming in from Soil. There it is once again.
Yeah, it's a good setup play coming from Tag. We'll be able to go in for that hook. Z falls down. 3 members alive, and that's a signal for ThunderTalk to be able to retreat. But at this point in time, doesn't matter. Even if they get wiped out, even if they get aced, you still have the super minions pushing in. So it doesn't matter. And even then, ThunderTalk just turned things around. Like, Crazy Esports currently is just on the back foot. How much advantage they were able to take when it comes to the numbers game. They were fighting 3v5 and yet they lost.
Soil, it's just the Samira. I like it. It is Samira and Shenxi working together with Soil to keep that Inferno trigger going. He is on C rank, looking for B, not going to be able to get to S where he needed to be. But basically, that Inferno trigger and the natural sustain of that Samira kept Soil alive for so long that he was able to, turn that fight around single-handedly.
Yeah, he was able to really just keep up when it comes to that pacing. Wava is now stuck. X-By just follows through. It's a really strong engage coming in from ThunderTalk. Why they have so much tools? They have so much utilities built into their composition. They have Sin to go in for the kick. X-By to start the fight. Shenxi as well. There's just, once again, very standard draft, very standard composition that ThunderTalk has when it comes to these fight for sides and these Howling Abyss plays. That it's very difficult for Tracy Esports to really contest it. And now Soil comes in to the backside. Infernal Trigger, as you've mentioned, but at this point in time, but how much advantage ThunderTalk has, there's no contest.
Absolutely not. And now it's just Lee, Sao, and Yuri. Okay, finally, Wava has been by and large. Tracy Esports can't even get a word in edgewise when it comes to these fights. Look at that, the Vladimir wasn't even able to do all too much here. It's still a 1-for-1 Shin for Lee Sao, but ThunderTalk is just looking for every single kill that they can, even this deep into enemy territory.
Yeah, and
another.
Yeah, and the thing is, Tracy Esports, once they lose Wava, there's no more that can tank for the team. And ThunderTalk consistently does this, right? Hextech Ultimatum onto Wava. Who else can do anything? And yes, you also have Tap, but that's not gonna be enough tankiness to really sustain the damage, especially coming across onto Z with Corky and Soil onto the Samira. It's just too much damage. And we always have to remember, we don't see Samira anymore when it comes to the Rift. But, I mean Corky, rather. But he has Shred armor. He could shred those armors into those team fights. So Wava and Tax is not gonna be tanky up against him.
He does. So it really depends on how Z positions, and really how Tracy Esports can get these picks as they find one with the rocket power fist onto the Shin.
Yeah,
this could be a big opening for them because it will be a 4 versus 5 basically for ThunderTalk for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, and ThunderTalk
until Shin comes in.
Yeah, you're right. ThunderTalk at this point just has to defend the tier 2, and they will still have lane priority. And right now, they're just going in front to back. Lee Sao into the back lines. X-By is just rooted out. And every single one for Tracy Esports gets deleted. ThunderTalk expectedly will now get the fight for side. Will gain the priority when it comes to side selection. And once again, for the viewers watching at home, when it comes to the new patch, it's always blue side priority by each and every single team. Except, you know what? I'm not denying the fact that ThunderTalk always wants to change things up if they want to go to red side selection.
Yeah. So for most of CN teams, it has been mostly CN conference teams that want to get that blue side priority. There have been a couple of games that I saw where red side was picked up, but it's mostly been APAC teams who have been doing that, and they've been successful with that somehow. So right now, this patch, yeah, blue side priority is so huge for CN conference team. This could be the final team fight here.
Yeah, and now Depth Charge as well. Chase down onto Yuri. We'll be able to push him back. But as far as Thunder Talk, just waiting for the right opportunity for them to be able to access these out. Comes in to fray into that fight. Sanguine Pull immediately used up, but at this point in time, as always, as we mentioned, Thunder Talk is just waiting for the right opportunity to come into those fights and gain access onto Yuri or Tak, and that will be the signal for X-Bite to come through, but X-Bite falls down. It's a 1-for-1 trade and goes back out. As Chansey with a Gargle Enchant is just so sustaining in soil. We'll be able to retreat. Chansey roots down Hueba. This is a very delayed fight.
Oh.
What was that? Missile Barrage was able to get that through with a flash. Right now, it's a 4v3 situation we're in. Tracy Esports cannot fight this up. With the Depth Charge coming in, Hueba will be locked out. Nexus will be open for them. It's a 2v2 situation with Hueba getting a target, but with Infernal Trigger with a flash, Hueba will be secured and the Nexus will fall in. Thunder Talk.
Not quite.
Not quite yet. Spoke too soon. Tracy Esports will be able to go in for the defense, but once again, Thunder Talk. A very methodical plays, very strategic brain that they have coming into these plays.
Yeah, Tak and Lee Sao versus Z and X-Bye. How will this turn out? Because there's a snowball by Lee Sao trying to get Z.
Z, so much damage, but Lee Sao has more. Now the Hexic Ultimatum is denied with a Sanguine Pull. X-Bye now stuck. But a 2v1, Lee Sao goes in with a Proto Belt. X-Bye waiting behind, but a hot shot will be able to go out and deny the damage from the title pool. You know, Thunder Talk just has to delay. They just need to wait for Z to come back up. And once that happens, it's once again back to 5v5.
At 5v5 is really where Trace Esports maybe can find something here. Because they have... they do need to get a little bit of Orianna magic in there. They do need that shockwave to hit. Yuri opens up with the curtain call, really just trying to zone out Thunder Talk. But Thunder Talk, they know that if they fall here, it could be the game for Trace Esports instead. So they are going to wait for Z. They found him, and now this could be where everything falls apart. Now Talk, though, he's going to get a rest out.
Nice root on attack, but they have to go into retreat. One of the longest fight for side games that we have thus far. 10 minutes already coming into the game. The fastest, I believe, is like 5 minutes into the matchup, and that was pretty much over immediately. And the longest could be right over 15 minutes. Right now, X-Bite comes through with a Hextech Ultimatum, locking onto one, Tak gains access into the backside. X-Bite is down low. That will be able to go back in, but Chansey into the back lines is just being a detriment to Tracy Esports, but they're still 5-man strong. Tracy Esports going for the chase with a hook, with a flash. Not gonna connect onto Z. Curtain call already used up. Z being the target. One more shot to the face will not connect. Sin. Sonic Wave into the backside. Thunder Talk will still come back on phase into the back lines, but a 3v5 situation is not what you want.
And this is where it becomes very tough for Thunder Talk because they don't have Soul. He died almost immediately. And then Chansey was just not able to really do too much in the middle of everybody. Well, with like very little follow-up. Z has the package, but will he use it right now? He's incredibly low. If he does use that package, he's signing his own death warrant.
Yeah.
He goes in.
1 more HP for Tak. We'll be able to clear down that wave. Nexus shield will fall down soon. Snowball connects, and Tak's pretty much dead at this point. But they could just leave him. They could just leave him to delay it, but won't be able to get that execute nevertheless. Thunder Talk is now on the lead. They could force out the issue here with a 4v5.
Really could, but the health bars are not the best here. Thunder Talk, X-Bye choosing to not stay in the health bar.
X-Bye.
He is just 1 HP.
1 HP. Lee Sao secures it with a transfusion. Now Snowball connects. Will not go through. Chansey, though, will be the target. And Lee Sao has to force out the Sanguine Pull immediately when it came to that engage. And Thunder Talk, they lost a lot of time, and now they're on a big disadvantage coming in. Chansey right through. Trace Esports took that opportunity to look for the back lines. Now Weiba will be the target. 2 members left coming in from Trace Esports. Has to force out a flash to retreat. Shockwave will connect onto Soil, but Sin is on the chase. Sonic Wave will not connect as attack comes through. It's a 3v4.
Yeah, it's 3v4 now, but Ford and Talk still up. Yuri can do some damage, but he has to be very on point with his positioning now. Soil is all up to full. Shanxi now
going into the front lines. Oh, the Drench line will not connect. Oh, he has just the root down. One tack will be the target, but the barriers, the shields, just too much. The Nexus will be open. That will be the target by Thunder Talk. Sin still has the Guardian Angel, so this will be enough to be able to bring it down. And that will be Thunder Talk who finishes the fight for side.
Yeah, they just go straight for the Nexus. They saw the Inferno trigger, and you saw the stasis, how terrified Trace Esports were of that Inferno trigger. So that will just be the fight for side going into the side of Thunder Talk. So that being said, it will probably be a blue side pick there for Trace or for Thunder Talk. So well done. And with that being said, they will have a lot of priority in this draft pick and this picking bans, because you really want to get those bans out first, and then get that first pick and have that priority to start your game plan. If Trace Esports leave out, say, a Hecarim over, that could be a big pickup for XBI.
It could be picked up, right? Because XBI has been using it over the past, and I think that's really strong, especially when it comes to these big engages coming for the like of Thunder Talk and even Trace Esports if they want to utilize. Because once again, Weiba had received one of the week MVPs over the prior weeks that we've had for Wild Rift Engage Season 2, and once again emphasizing the jungler coming in for both these teams are both winning conditions.
I mean, it really is. Those win conditions can come from the... Most likely will be coming from the jungle. XBI and Weiba going to be a very big matchup to focus on, to watch out for, because these two are two of the most skilled. Two of the most skilled in the league itself. You just really need to... I think you really need to focus them on the bans, if not Z in the mid lane for Thunder Talk. It's because he's so proficient as a mid laner now. I wonder if Trace Esports... Wait, actually, Thunder Talk, they went for the red side pick.
Very interesting. And I feel like this is, regardless, also not as bad. Because the thing about red side selection is that you have these double pick immediately coming into your first rotation, so they could bait out a single champion going into the Trace Esports side, and they could pick up something else.
Yeah, and man, these are some really quick bans coming out already. No Shen, no Akali, no Ezreal here for Thunder Talk. Of course, Vladimir getting taken out, as well as two scary junglers, Hecarim and Evelyn here for Thunder Talk. But giving the first pick priority over to Trace Esports, they can pick up an Ornn or a Camille here for Lee Sao.
Yeah, Camille getting picked up by Trace Esports, and that's the thing, right? Thunder Talk has the ability to really just give it away, and now they have an opportunity to go for the Ornn, to go in for the Gragas, and pick something else as well on top of that, right? If they want to prioritize to give something onto XBI, they now could give that opportunity for Thunder Talk to gain an advantage. It's Aatrox who is currently open for Thunder Talk to be picked up. It can also be Kha'Zix if they want that assassination prowess coming into game number 1. These two could be the options for TT.
I could also go Lee Sin, go Vi, many different junglers to pick from here, but it does look like Zeri will be the pick here for either Z or Soil. Great flex here for Thunder Talk. Very versatile champion. It will be matched by a Corki who's equally versatile, but most likely is going to be a Zeri versus Corki in the mid lane.
Yeah, I don't disapprove of the Corki pick coming from Trace Esports, because the thing is, it's still very flexible, as you mentioned, right? It can go into the mid lane, it can go into the bottom lane, but Trace Esports, really clever here. Going to pick up the Vi, because the point and click CC is just too valuable onto the likes of Zeri, onto the likes of the back lanes here by Thunder.
I really like that Vi pick, but it can be countered by something that does a lot of damage. And a lot of damage can be done here by XVi on the Jace. Man, when the late game comes around, or even when the mid game comes around, he's got 1 item, 2 items. That accelerated shock blast is going to be doing oodles and oodles of damage, especially against those squishier targets. Like if he gets a tag against a Torquay, and even could, you know, like do 20% to that Vi, or even the Camille if XVi gets sufficiently ahead. So a very deadly jungler here picked up by XVi.
Yeah, and the thing about Jace is that it's massive when it comes to the early game. It's not going to be, you know, very, very scary coming into that latter part of the game, where it's not on par with the likes of Zeri, but coming into the early game, level 1 to level 3, it's massive. It's one of the strongest early game champion currently in the game, just because you have 6 skills that you can utilize coming into these fights. And if ever it goes into the mid lane, it doesn't matter. It's still really strong. If ever it goes to the jungle, it still could be played out. Now, coming into the bans here, Galio and Nautilus already moved for the side of Thunder Talk, given the fact that they already have Gragas. So they're forcing the hands for Trace Esports to either go Ornn, to either go Alistar at this point.
Yeah, Ornn is still up somehow. Well, it is going to be, you know, left unbanned here, left on the table for Trace Esports, and I think that is on purpose here by Thunder Talk. Somehow they are fine with taking that Ornn risk if it means that they can get their own game plan going, and it will be the Fiora in the top lane going up against likely the Camille. Yeah, because 100% the Camille, because it's not going to be the Camille in the jungle when there's Vi on the board. But I quite like this from Trace Esports. The Ashe being hovered. If this is picked for Yuri, this could mean that, you know, this is a lot of setup. So much setup for Trace Esports to go for some of these big kills. But okay, the Amumu was hovered. Won't be picked up, but I quite like the Sona as well. Ashe Sona in the bot lane.
Yeah,
not super aggressive.
Yeah, the thing about Trace Esports, they always do this. They hover onto Amumu last pick. And
yeah,
that's already tradition here. But Ashe and Ornn,
I wish they'd pick it.
I wish, right? Ashe and Ornn will be locked in by Trace Esports. So very utility centric coming into the bottom lane. But Thunder Talk finishes it off with a Gwen. And now the big question is, will Fiora go into the jungle or will Fiora come into the top? Because Gwen will come into the mid and that will be Jace jungle. Oh, I'm really excited. This is game number 1 of the 2 strongest teams coming in to the CN conference for season 2.
Oh yeah, and it is going to be an uphill battle here for Trace Esports, I feel. Thunder Talk just has a solid composition with a lot of damage, a lot of shred. Not a lot of tankiness, sure, but Trace Esports doesn't have that as well. And once again, I think the onus is going to be on that jungler matchup. It is going to be Weiba versus XVi, the Vi versus the Jace. And if Weiba's not able to really get much done with Vi, especially in that early game, especially after getting that level 5, once he has that cease and desist, then the Jace with the scale will just be really difficult to stop, especially when it comes to those, you know, those stalled out fights where you're just trying to feel each other out and the Jace can just go freely.
Yeah, and that will be the perspective here. And something to take note, with the Jace jungle going to the side of Thunder Talk, going into the early game, they will pay a visit. Level 3 and level 5 will be, well, level 5 not exactly. It will still be good, but Jace's power really relies onto his axes, onto 6 skills. So expect those early engages coming in from Thunder Talk in the early game. And similarly, Trace Esports also really strong, especially when level 5 hits. Vault Breaker with a cease and desist will be important.
Yep, Vault Breaker, cease and desist, 2 very big tools for Weiba to perform with. So I really feel like if he needs to get some momentum going in that early game, even maybe a level 3 gank after clearing a little bit of jungle, I don't think he has to wait for level 5, because if anything, we've seen that the aggressive style of play has been, you know, really doing a lot of teams favors here. EDG and FPX specifically for the CN conference. If Trace Esports can kind of capture that same lighting in the bottle, they could get this first win over on Thunder Talk.
Yeah, they could definitely do so. And this is a really good start coming from Lee Sao into the top side of the map up against Sin. As that advantage puts a huge priority already for the side of Trace Esports into the top side of the map, which is really good, especially if you're considering a Camille versus Fiora matchup wherein Fiora will gain the better edge when it comes to that dueling prowess up against the likes of Camille. So getting any bit of piece of advantage in the Baron lane is massive for Lee Sao.
Lee Sao definitely can keep that advantage going and take that and run with it, especially if he, if he just chills out a little bit. This could still, once again, be a little bit of a push that he needs if the Vi does decide to go up that way, especially since Finn is being a little bit pushy there with his lane management.
Yeah, that's what he is. And Deswar is going back and forth here. Level 3 already, but look at Vi. Look at Jace here. Jace is hovering towards the bot side of the map, and Hueba. We've mentioned this. Level 5 is the name of the game. When it comes to that seasoned assist, he gets that first blood. That will be another advantage for Lee Sao once again in Baron lane.
Yep. I mean, let's take a look at that again. Hueba coming in, and as I said, without even the ultimate, will get that first blood right there. Did just level 4 come in with that wall breaker and just really controlled that engagement. And Shin was, he was being a little bit pushy, and that just invites, ganks, put the target on your back for the jungler to get on. And if that jungler is Hueba, he is just a very, very good targeter of people who like to push lanes.
Yeah, and that's a big aspect to it. Once again, emphasizing when Trace Esports gets an advantage up against Fiora into the top side of the map, this will be so massive for Lee Sao. Right now, though, Xby pays a visit on top side of the map. Lee Sao will be the target, has to use up the flash, but good counter out by Xby to just push him back out as Thunder Talk answers back.
Yep, Thunder Talk getting their own kill right there, getting their own back. Basically, it wasn't the first blood, but still, that does equalize it a little bit. Horn coming up to defend that lane a little bit. However, look at where Hueba is. He's in the jungle on the other side of the map, and he is denying resources right now. They don't know that he's there. So I don't think that ward saw him either, so he will be denying some resources for himself, and that just will waste the time of Xby just a little bit. And that is what you want as a jungler, is to frustrate the other guy by taking his resources and making him waste a little bit of time here. And that does frustrate Xby enough to maybe look for something up here.
Oh, denied.
Ooh, big denial.
Good post. Nevertheless, coming from Sin, Lee Sao is now having a hard time just because how Jace visited on top side of the map a while ago and got that kill to trade back. And this is always what needs to happen, because the thing is, if Thunder Talk doesn't get that kill a while ago onto Camille, onto Lee Sao, it will just be Fiora who will be on a disadvantage all throughout the top side, all throughout the laning phase, and they have to do something about it. So thus far, it is really good for these back and forths, but something that we have to be scared of is that how Hueba already has a Trinity Force, so when it comes to the damage, it will be massive. And now the Vault Breaker along with Cease and Desist, the call for good to just secure that finishing blow. Trace Esports once again gets themselves a free kill.
I mean, you said it, the damage was there for Hueba. That Infinity Force was just too much for Xby to deal with. He was surprised. He got Vault Breaker, and there was really not much he could do about it. Especially since he was basically a CC forever, along with the Call of Fortune. So that's going to be a free Rift Herald there for Trace Esports, and they will be able to contest this break as soon as Hueba comes back off.
Now Dragon will be started up by Thunder Talk. Ward is already placed though, so Trace Esports has information. Steadily waiting just on the horizon. Going on to the mountain, Drake. Corn goes in. Shelly is already spawned coming into the mid lane, but the enchanted crystal arrow connects onto Gragas, and there's just no escape coming from Chenzi with no follow through. Mountain Drake already down to 1.5k HP, but perfect cast for Thunder Talk to just secure that objective, and Weiba forced to flash away.
Yep, he will live, but Shelly will take that first tower in the mid lane. Great secure there by XBY, not letting the Vi get even close to that. As well as you gotta commend that explosive cast from the Gragas to keep Weiba away from the range of that Drake. So great timing there to secure that Drake. Thunder Talk at least keeping their scaling options alive right now. And yeah, Trace Esports, they still have that small lead, that small advantage, but it is, you know, kind of negligible at this point. They need to build it up before they can really be so confident to, you know, take every single engage that they can, especially with that ECA and the cease and desist.
Definitely is, and thus far Thunder Talk going back and forth, and Trace Esports as well getting a lead of their own as well. And the thing about Rift Heralds, the reason why you take it is the Tower First Blood, and they were able to do so into the mid lane, so a huge gold injection coming from this team. It is one of the reasons why they have the gold advantage. And now Enchanted Crystal Arrow connects onto Sin, and now the Call of the Forge God connects. There's just no escape, along with a cease and desist. Every single thing that you could throw out onto Sin has been brought out. Now Chenzi and Soil comes into fray. Korn is slowed out, but that's pretty much it.
Yep, that is going to be it. Trace Esports grab another one, and that does mean that their macro is a little bit better now. They have extended that goal lead, but still, look at Thunder Talk. They are investing a lot of time into getting this kill. Sensei trying to get something going out the attack, but they don't know that Weiba is off on the wings. This could be a 3v3 very quickly.
Explosive cast knocks up onto one. Has to force out the retreat here. Attack is already ignited along with Yuri. The shock blast is perfect from XBY.
Accelerated shock blast to take out the Ashe. When you're that squishy, XBY is going to do a lot of damage. That does mean that this tower goes down for Thunder Talk. They're evening things up little by little here. As I feel like that was a little bit too ambitious for Yuri to be staying there under that tower, knowing full well that there are 3 people there. He really should have just backed out, but great alley-oop by Shang-Chi to, you know, to really make that kill available for XBY.
Definitely is, and right now Thunder Talk thus far consistently looking for a lot of places to get those trades in. Trace Esports though sustaining their lead coming into this early game, so massive advantage coming from them. But once again, this is what we've talked about a while ago. Early game leads during the laning phase is not as massive as if it's 1k gold lead. It will be troublesome if it comes down in 2k gold lead, 2.5k gold lead. That is where it starts to hurt the opposition.
And it could really start to, you know, be a detriment here for that side. But I feel like if Thunder Talk were, you know, if Thunder Talk were to really try to get their engages going, or at least have that Gragas roam around with the Jace, this could be a lot tougher for Trace Esports to actually respond to things. But speaking of responding, they are going to be going down to the spot lane. It's going to be a 3 versus 3.
3 versus 3. Chancy, Soil, and XBY. And the thing why these teams do this, why Trace Esports wants to go for the 3-man roam into the bottom lane, why Thunder Talk wants to go for the 3-man roam into the bottom lane, is because Dragon will come out soon. And the team who gets a tier 1 turret gets a better lead onto the Dragon objective.
This Dragon will be a very big point of contention. The back coming in from XBY right now does mean that they could be a little bit late here coming into this break. Weiba is ready and waiting there at top. He does have everything available.
Yeah, just trades back and forth. A fight for fists. A trade coming in from Trace Esports and Thunder Talk, but for now not going for an all-in. And now Ice Drake will be started up. No information for Thunder Talk. Okay,
Trace
HP.
Esports, they are going to just burn this Drake down really quickly, really easily. There's Enchantress Arrow.
Hextech ultimatum to follow up as well. Chen-Si is down low as well. But looking to the backside, it will be Soil and Sin coming in through. Attack is down low already, but Soil will secure that kill. It's a 1-for-1. It's a 2-for-1 instead. And now Z is on the run. Chen-Si is on the hunt. But you have X-By still has so much damage coming in from that fight. Shock Blast will be denied with a body black from Yuri. And Trace Esports got that objective for free.
They got the objective, but definitely not for free. It was a 2-for-1 in favor of Thunder Talk. I'm surprised that they didn't actually finish Chen-Si, because he was just low for the longest time. They wasted 2 ultimates on him, and they just let him live like that. Even the third one, the Call to Forge shot was aimed towards him, and look at that, he was still on the backside of the fight, not dead. Still a very long-lived Gragas. And Wave just gave up the chase on Z. If he went in with Lisa on that Gwen, I feel like they could have at least secured that kill, but he chose to focus on the Jace instead. So some strange micro decisions there from Trace Esports. They could have netted themselves 3 kills, maybe even 4 kills if they played that a little bit differently. But unfortunately, they will just come away with 1 as well as the Dragon.
Yeah. And the thing is, if they go for the overextension, we still have X-By. X-By is pretty much full HP. And that's the big thing, right? Hueba tried to go in for that engage, tried to go in for those kills. But when he did, he almost got killed. And that's just a big aspect to it. When it comes to these early game fights, it's always Jace who has that advantage up against these damage categories. And that will be something of a big detriment. And right now, that will be the cease and desist onto X-By. There's just no escape. The CC chain is flawless. And now the explosive cast to deny that on the distance for Yuri. Z coming into the back though, forces out the Stasis Enchant. Hueba with a flash into the back, hunts down the damage dealers for Thunder Talk. And thus far, it's TT who is on the back foot.
Yeah, 3-for-1 for Trace Esports, and then they threaten the Zenxi and Jin. What can they do here? Because they are going to be slowed down by that Ash. Shang-Chi still is trying to go for it, but Lee Sao goes in.
Lee Sao goes in, into the back. Sin will be the target. Hueba with a season desist, and the Vault Breaker, as always, will put them down, and that will be the ace secured by TE.
Yeah, another couple kills under their belts, and the lead is starting to progress here for Trace Esports. Level 13 on Hueba, and he is definitely forced to be reckoned with already, starting the Baron up. They know that they have to know that it's Warrior. And X-By with accelerated shot class can start to poke him down, but he goes in.
Baron already down low. 3k HP left. Hack goes in for the knock up onto Soil. The counter attack coming from X-By. Looking to target onto the engage for Trace Esports, but with that zoning capabilities for attack, it will be Thunder Talk who secures the Baron for themselves.
Camille serving herself up as that sacrificial lamb to secure that Baron for Trace Esports. A great play there for TE, just keeping themselves mostly alive, getting that securing the Baron after 14 minutes. Even if it came at the cost of one of their members, and that is, I would say, worth. I would take worth.
100% worth. Almost got that chase, but it was a 2v1. It was a bit dangerous, so I was a bit afraid there for Hueba. But nevertheless, you still have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to be able to really help out on that long range engages.
This is so difficult for Thunder Talk now, but this momentum has shifted so hard towards Trace Esports. The Jace, if he is behind the
Hextech ultimatum,
infinitely less useful.
And now Gragas has to force out the flash to be able to return back into safety. Gold jumps into the wall, but Trace Esports will be able to go back unscathed there, just waiting patiently over the brushes.
I love the Enchanted Crystal Arrows. Yuri just taking every single moment that he can. Whenever there is a little bit of a catch, he just instantly goes.
Chen-Si, explosive catch will not connect. Tackle will be the target, but Stasis Enchant to delay this time. And now Lisa jumps through. Z will be next, but not gonna go in for that kill. Coming into the back though, cease and desist. Perfect hit onto the Zeri. Removed, deleted, and erased. And now Hueba will be on the backside to just zone away the Jays. And now Sin will be the only one left standing for Thunder Talk. Going for the run, but Taka's in formation. Will be able to deny with the repose, but Trace Esports now wants to inhibitor it into the bottom lane. They're looking to end it.
They want the Nexus. They want the Nexus. They're just trying to delay that Fiora so that he can't really do anything. Weiba, 1 HP. Well, he did get his Guardian Angel pop, so they will just be working on that Nexus. They're ignoring that Gragas, and they will take that first game. Trace Esports take the first game against Thunder Talk.
Massive win coming from Trace Esports. What a performance being shown there by one of the top teams currently into the CN conference. And thus far, Thunder Talk was punished by a couple of mistakes, but Hueba once again being the center of it all. Vi was just outright wreaking havoc in the ring.
And that is why we put a lot of emphasis on that jungle matchup, because that is where everything came from. That everything came to fruition because of Weiba. He was just out jungling Xby. Even though Xby was doing quite a lot of damage, I mean, just the tempo and the way that the map was being read was definitely on the side of Weiba. So big props to him, big props to Thunder, to Trace Esports for bringing Thunder Talk low. Even though Thunder Talk, they were the ones who picked that red side, they were not incredibly successful because they just weren't able to ban out the man himself, the big boy jungler that they had to be aware of. And I feel like Vi could be drawing a ban next time we see it.
Yeah, it was amazing. And performance showing by Trace Esports' side. I mean, you can never ban away the player itself. It's not gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. But Trace Esports, once again, the performance that they've shown us coming into that with Hueba leading the charge, they were able to strike first into the series. And the loss coming through for the side of Thunder Talk was really unfortunate, right? Because they were not able to capitalize coming into the early game, considering they have Jace into their side, into their composition. It wasn't expectations for them to really just come through aggressive into the early game matchup, but it did not net them the win coming into game 1.
Yeah, and I love how even these damage numbers are between Lisa, Weiba, Foreign. Just a few thousand separates Weiba and Foreign there, but I do love how opportunistic Trace Esports was every single time. I mean, look at that, 7-0 and 4 on Weiba, 92% kill participation. What a Giga Chat already. And you saw every time there was a skirmish that you chatted Chris Arrow from you, just flew immediately. Even when it might not have been a kill, even though it was not super advantageous for them, he had the trust of his teammates just to go boom, all right, I'm throwing the arrow to help, and it just paid off brilliantly for Thunder Talk here to have in that role. But of course, I think Weiba really was the end all be all there for the tempo of Trace Esports.
Yeah, it definitely is. It became so much of the perspective that Weiba literally just changed the pace there for Trace Esports, and this is already one of the expectations, and there's no one else deserving of this title coming from that game number 1 aside from Weiba from Trace.
And look at that, 11 MVPs on this man alone. He has been definitely the most decorated jungler we've seen in the WRL-A, and in a meta that is very jungle centric, it is his time to shine. So how do you ban him out when his jungle pool is so deep, and his team just plays so well around his playstyle? Well, that is to be seen when we get into the next game. So stick around, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back after a short break.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Welcome back once again to the Battle of the Greatest. It's Thunder Talk up against Trace Esports, with Trace Esports now leading with 1 point, who is currently on match point already in this series. 1 game away of taking away the series for themselves.
Yeah, and it is going to be Thunder Talk this time on the blue side. And as I said, they will be trying to ban out Weiba. They already took out the Vi, but now they're going to take the Gragas out now. I think that it's going to be, yeah, generally a jungle-focused ban phase here for Trace Esports. They're going to take out the Evelynn, the Shen, and most probably the Hecarim here because they do not want X-Vi on that Horsey. So that does put a lot of freedom for Thunder Talk too. Oh, they're the ones who are actually going to ban out the Hecarim because they are kind of scared that if they don't first pick it, if they put a little bit more focus on, say, you know, an Orin pick or something, that it will go through and Weiba will get his hands on the horse. So that does mean that Trace Esports have a ban to work with here. Wonder if they're probably going to ban Shen C, or one of the Shen C's champions here. We know is actually Ezreal for Soil.
The 2 jungle bans already for Thunder Talk. This is a signal for them. They're going to pick up a jungle later down the road into the first 3 picks that they've had for the likes of Thunder Talk. They do not want to overextend here because if it comes down to it, the bans are going to be hectic here for both sides when it comes to the jungle pull. But Vladimir, expectedly, this is one of the champions we've talked about during the game, during the fight for side, wherein it's very, very strong on the hands of Z.
Yeah, Vladimir on Z, so powerful, so consistent and stable in that mid lane position where, you know, you really don't have to worry all too much about getting ganked. Unless, of course, you've already used your Sanguine pool, and as the game goes on, Vladimir can just do more and more damage with the Transfusion, with the Hemo Plague. If it does get to those late game team fights, he can just decimate an entire 5-man if he lands his Hemo Plague right. But for Trace Esports, they will be picking up the Camille for Lee Sao once again, and this time is Zeri getting picked up either for Corn or for Yuri.
Yeah. You have Zeri already locked in by Trace Esports as well. Their support could even go when it comes to the Galio for that Camille Galio setup plays with a Hexic Ultimatum and the Hero's Entrance later on, if ever Thunder Talk plays with a Ornn pickup. But with a Sivir hover here, this could be an expectation that they could go for Sivir and they could go for Nautilus right after as well, so they could leave the Ornn for Trace Esports nevertheless. So there's a lot of options here for the side of Thunder Talk, and this is what we're saying, the jungle.
Oh.
If it ever comes down to it, with 2 jungle bans coming into their banning phase, this will be something that they want to pick up into the first 3 rotation.
Well, Anila maybe coming out. No, they'll default once again to the Jace. X-Buy is really comfortable at champion. They don't want to risk something like Anila right now, which I feel like they should have. I feel like they should have risked it, especially with a Sivir pickup. The Jace still a very decent pick. Does a lot of damage, especially with the accelerated shot class. You saw how much he was doing with those snipes, but that did leave open Corn's Akali, which I think is going to be very formidable, even up against a Vladimir. That's not really the main target of Corn's to dominate lane. He wants to be at least go even lane or get slightly ahead and then start, you know, roaming around, going with Weiba probably to get you know, to get things going, to get some picks again and again, because there are some squishy champions on the side of Thunder Talk already. If you can isolate X-Buy once again in his own jungle, which Weiba was able to do quite a bit, or get soil on that Sivir and try to lock him down, even though he's very, very slippery. Could be a losing proposition here for Thunder Talk with that.
Yeah, and the thing is, Thunder Talk, even if they don't go for Nilla, it doesn't matter. What we stated is they will go for jungler when it comes to the first pre-pick rotation. So that's really good coming in from them. And the thing is, coming into these composition, now they could go in for the likes of even the Braum coming into Thunder Talk sides or the Galio. What they want is a team fight power in the support role into this composition because they have the Sivir in play. But Trace Esports is smart enough. They double down on Shyvana. So when it comes to that late game prowess, it will be Trace Esports who have it in the bag.
Oh, I like this. The Shyvana. I really do. Weiba on the dragon herself, the dragon princess. This is going to be a scaling game definitely for Trace Esports. They have the Akali, the Zeri, the Shyvana, so many scaling champions here. But on the other side, Thunder Talk, they will be having a little bit... Yeah, I mean, they are scalers as well, but they have a little bit more power towards that early game. With the Jace, with the Sivir as well, and the Fiora being picked up right now. Now, they pick up the Sona. They picked up the Sona. So that is a lot of investment into Trace Esports' late game, but I'm not really seeing what they can do in the early game against Thunder Talk.
Yeah, they can't do anything. When it comes to the early game, Trace Esports pretty much has nothing away from a Thunder Talk, especially when you're considering the likes of Jace coming into the jungle role for the likes of Thunder Talk. It's going to be really strong. And the Sivir Galio pickup as well for the side of Thunder Talk. Now, this will be a huge disparity between these two teams. Thunder Talk wants to double down in the early game, while Trace Esports wants to double down when it comes to the late game.
And because of that disparity, I feel like Thunder Talk, they are going to be leading this dance for a majority of the game. Unless, of course, Trace Esports is able to kind of stop them in their tracks, which is going to be difficult to do against, a composition like that, where you do have the Jace who can get the ganks in even just by walking through the lane because he has that accelerated shock blast, versus, a Shyvana, where you need to get, dragons. You need to secure objectives in order to be fully effective later on in the game. And I feel like that is where Trace Esports is going to be putting a lot of their focus. They want to get that Dragon Soul as much as possible, so they may give up the Rift Herald. But I just feel like if they do, it's going to start the snowball for Thunder Talk here. So I guess we will see how they execute this.
We'll see how this will turn out, but the changes for Shyvana doesn't require her anymore for that dragon, but it will be a good addition for Trace Esports nevertheless if they want to go for that late game, right? For the likes of Thunder Talk, the big problem that I'm looking at and why I reasoned out that they have to heavily focus on to the early game, because the thing is, when it comes to that 5v5 late game, who's going to be their frontliners? Yes, it could be Chenzi, yes, it could be Fiora, but there's nothing else. It will be a glass cannon composition. And remember, Jace is always on a timer. He's always strong in the early game, but when it comes to late game, he will fall down.
Oh man, Weiba doing 24 seconds of crowd control in the last game, and that is including, Vault Breaker, which is I think like 0.3 or 0.5 seconds, and he just did that quite a lot. And then of course the cease and desist, which was like 1 point something seconds of crowd control. So getting to 24 from just those two abilities alone is pretty insane for Weiba. That means he hit a lot of his skills. Now we can already see the early game prowess. Lee Sao, even though he has the health advantage, does not want to scuffle with Jhin early on, just because he knows that is not the route that they want to go. But Talk and Yuri, they're not afraid to scuffle early on because they do have that healing coming in from the Sona.
Yeah, it will be something that will keep up Trace Esports. And the reason why Sona, I believe, could work coming into the latter part of Trace Esports' scaling, right? They want to double down when it comes to that late game power because they have Zeri, they have Shyvana, and they have the likes of Akali to be able to assassinate these squishy targets. Will be really strong, but X-Blade comes through at the right moment. Tack will be the target. First blood already secured by Thunder Talk. As we mentioned, the early game is the name of the game for Thunder Talk, and that they did.
Yeah, getting the first blood over onto the Jace Reno is a very good way to just cement your lead, cement that early game there for Thunder Talk, because you want that Jace to be relevant for as long as possible, like by doing that, even though you know it was a support that got taken out and it wasn't the AD that got shut down. That's completely fine, because man, that was such a sick gas from XY. Just landing the accelerated shock blast and then moseying on up, going to the skies. Everything just went right there for him, and that does mean that Thunder Talk has so much control of this early game that I feel like Trace Esports does have to back off quite a bit now. You know, XY, he's still got to be coming in for that bot lane. He's going for that dive.
Into the front, gets the Justice Punch onto one, followed up by the Shock Blasters, just no escape. And Thunder Talk secures another kill. And this is it right there. Early game is the name of the game. It's Thunder Talk that just has to capitalize on their early game power. And thus far, it's netting them 1.5k gold lead already in 3 minutes.
Yeah, because that does mean that tower is going to get wailed on a lot. There's a lot of power plates up and available for Thunder Talk to get. And, you know, putting that many resources into the bot lane is not that bad for Thunder Talk. They already actually gotten the tower, so big props to them already extending their lead to 2,000, 2.1k. So that just means that they... Oh wait, they haven't actually gotten the tower. I missaw what I saw. I thought I saw that ward and the tower was down. Not quite yet, but it is down to about half. Not about half, so good stuff there. XY once again, maybe looking for something else here. Oh man, Thunder Talk really
Shanty, Flash, Justice Punch, Yuri! Once again will be the target. XY, the perfect visit into the bottom lane. That's them another kill once again.
Now at this point, you really should be warding that river, that bot river, if you're a Trace Esports, but they aren't. And simply that is just getting them punched again and again by this Jace. That's the third kill that he's gotten there, and I feel like, you know, Trace Esports just hasn't learned yet. They just kind of underestimated how aggressive XY can be, and they're getting punished heavily for it. With 30 seconds left on these objectives spawning up at 3,000 gold lead, it's going to be pretty difficult for Trace Esports to contest things, even with the Shyvana that already has her ultimate that can go dragon form against this Jace. I mean, if your bot lane isn't really doing a lot of damage, it's going to be a little difficult to try to contest against a whole team of Thunder Talk.
Definitely is. And right now, look at Z coming into the back lines. We'll be able to chase him down. Dragon sent to be able to go back away, but already ignited. A good trade of damage already. Korn is waiting behind the hills here. A very risky situation there for Trace Esports, but they want to deny the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, but you can see it. Korn is being annoying, trying to get onto Z, trying to get onto XY, trying to get the seal onto that Rip Hail, won't be able to.
And Chansey, Shield of the Grand, taunts onto the Shyvana, but Hueva's just too tanky, and that will be Thunder Talk, who will lose the Infernal Drake, but it's a 1-for-1 objective for now. Sin trying to chase down onto Lee Sao, hook shot to be able to go back away. And that will be a Trace Esports and Thunder Talk just trading back and forth with the blows.
Yep, and immediately the Rift Herald went down to that mid lane and got that that tower as well. Fancy incredibly low, was able to escape, but Soil not so lucky there. So at least Trace Esports was able to get something else other than just that objective for themselves. Oh, a decent turnout for them, even though they lost that first tower in the mid lane. They will still be able to take that and run with it, especially since Korn did not die during that entire exchange while he was trying to steal or potentially steal that Rift Herald. That could have been really disastrous if Korn died there, but for now, it does look like that lead is, you know, slightly ballooning for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, and the thing is, this is a huge detriment for Trace Esports. Yes, they lost that mid turret, and yes, the gold could still come back. But remember what we have mentioned a while ago, that the name of the game, the story of the book, is that Thunder Talk needs the early game advantage. They need to snowball this out of control because Trace Esports coming into the late game has massive lead. And that is what Thunder Talk is avoiding coming into this game number 2. They have to win it early game. They have to win it now before the power spike comes in. For the likes of Weiba, for the likes of Yuri.
And that's exactly what's happening right now. Thunder Talk, they are controlling pretty much every lane. And they are trying to get as big of a lead as possible, trying to take every single third place that they can, trying to get every kill that they can, trying to bully Trace Esports whenever the opportunity presents itself. And you can see that's already manifested in about a 5,000 gold lead there. And man, even Shin doing a lot of damage onto Lee Sao. This is just full control so far by Thunder Talk in this early game.
Yeah, full control for Thunder Talk on how they're able to really just keep up with Crazy Esports playing it very patiently. They tower dive time and time again. And Crazy Esports, look at the rotation. They have to go in for the 4-man rank. Gang coming into the bottom lane. Hextech Ultimatum locks in onto one, and Chensi with their hero's entrance will not connect onto any single one. Coming in from Trace Esports, a 1-for-1 trade already secured. But Trace Esports has to run away, but a shield of Duran. It's a double man taunt. It's Trace Esports on the back foot. Now Thunder Talk is on the chase, Will on the hunt, gives extra movement speed. Now Z coming into the back lines as well will push Trace Esports to retreat. There's so much dominance being shown here by Thunder Talk.
Yeah, even though Thunder Talk, they lost X by early on in that fight, Trace Esports was split there. So let's take a look at that again. So this was the attempt onto Lee Sao, but then dodged quite a lot of damage with his Hextech Ultimatum. You can see Weiba, he went into Dragon's Ascent, took care of X-By already, but Talk trying his best to get over to his top laner, abandoned Weiba and Thorin, and the Weiba and Thorin just took so much damage from Soil. Just the ricochet and the boomerang shredding him down little by little was a little bit too much for them to deal with. And look at that lead, already 7,000 gold for Thunder Talk, and you can see that Trace Esports are having a lot of difficulty
being
here.
targeted. Repose denies that stun, but right now that Wolby Sin falls down for a 3v4, 3v5 type of situation, but they have to retreat here as Weiba goes in for the chase. It's a Dragon's Descent that has so much damage. Weiba being ignited along with a boomerang that dealt enough damage to get that trade in.
Yeah, for one, they're still in favor of Trace Esports. They are not afraid of a huge gold deficit. They are still trying to pump out these engages, trying to be very proactive here. And I really commend that for Trace Esports, because Thunder Talk, all they have to do is kind of not make mistakes here and respond in time. But look at this, could be Lee Sao getting this tower, not quite getting the gold bounty there. As Shin makes his way over and defends that tower. And well, this is a little bit of a bad dragon for Trace Esports to try to contest, so they will just be giving it over for free to X-By, as it is very difficult to really contest anything, even in their own jungle against such damage dealing champions.
And you mentioned it. It will be difficult for Trace Esports to go for that Drake. The reason behind that is because there's still no Dragon's Ascent for Weiba. He still needs the cap onto the Grump before he's able to get that ultimate ready. And that's the reason why they cannot go for Dragon. Thunder Talk has it in the bag. A lot of their members are still in the base, and Trace Esports cannot afford to go for that risk, because if Weiba dies, Thunder Talk once again will gain extra ammunition coming into the early game to be able to snowball this out of proportion in favor for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, but can Thunder Talk really hold on to this lead if Trace Esports is looking to scale up? You can see Trace Esports are so cautious now. They're not just engaging on anything. They are trying to figure out what is the best time, where is the best place to look for a pick, to go for something here. Z versus Thorin. This could be a decent skirmish, but see, Thorin doesn't want to risk anything, especially when he doesn't have any intel on where the rest of Thunder Talk can be.
Now, Thunder Talk once again is playing towards the macro level of tennis. Doesn't want to go for the overextension, but also still wants to find kills, wants to find ganks, wants to find every advantage that they could get coming into these early phases of the game. And once again, just denying a lot of these buffs, denying a lot of these camps away from Weiba will be something of a crucial key as well going into their winning condition on top of that early game lead that they were able to already obtain into this game.
Yeah, that is something that I feel like Thunder Talk has in the bag. They can just really control Weiba in where the avenues that he can go for, but they're going to try to go for this.
Hook shot to stun him up, but will not be enough, and now Lisa will be the target, already down low.
Weiba
he's just getting burned by the red buff, and now the Ricochet will be able to secure it. Now Soil will be the target, so it's a 1-for-1. And now Chenzi, with a Justice Punch, denies it with a knock-up onto Weiba, and just Sona sustaining Weiba's life to be able to come back up, but nevertheless, a Baron secured by Thunder Talk.
A free Baron, basically. It was completely uncontested by Trace Esports. They tried at the very end. They were just a little bit too slow. Now, you could see that was a beautiful, beautiful lead by Weiba. But Lee Sao already was the target. He was taken out right at the accelerated shot flash, I think. And Soil was just left to die after that stasis there because there was really nothing anybody could do for him. So at least it was a 1-for-1. But Thunder Talk getting these objectives for free is not what Trace Esports wants to happen, even if they are, just trying to survive until that late game stage. They still do not want to give Trace Thunder Talk. They don't want to give Thunder Talk anything easily, even this tower.
Yeah, and look what Weiba is doing. He has to go and clear down on top side of the map. He has to get every single gold that he can. He will leave his teammates behind coming into mid lane and bottom lane to defend because he needs the farm. He needs the gold. And that will be really crucial for Trace Esports if ever they want to make it back. And that's the question, right? If they can make it back, because at this point in time, it's already a 9k gold lead and favoring Thunder Talk.
Yep, a pretty convincing lead for Thunder Talk, and they're already onto that inhibitor, the first one in the mid lane, as Z is able to Sanguine Pool out of there, but Trace Esports never stay and die, as they are trying to go for something onto Shin, but the hero's entrance will save him. Shang-Chi being very on point with that, will keep the team alive. Every single member of Thunder Talk will be able to get out of there after taking the inhib turret in the mid lane.
Inhibitor into the mid lane, they were able to secure it, so a lot of these lane priorities going in favor for Thunder Talk. And once again, every single good things that could happen is currently happening for Thunder Talk. Not exactly the perfect run thus far, because they already have 5 deaths, but regardless, they're still standing so strong coming into the 15-minute mark. They're at the state of the game. We're in Trace Esports, despite having a late game lead or late game advantage when it comes to scaling, Thunder Talk could still be on even footing to battle it out up against Trace.
Yeah, and with XY grabbing that break once again, it is definitely not even footing here if they do decide to clash. 9,000 gold lead in 15 minutes. I really feel like Trace Esports needed a little bit of early game power, as Lee Sao may have gotten caught here, but he'll be able to hook shot away just fine.
Hook shot away just fine. Won't be able to retreat back to safety. And this is the important role now for Thunder Talk, to not give any breathing room from Trace Esports, not give any value, and that's the reason why they do not want to force out fights. This is Trace Esports. This is Thunder Talk, rather, who wants Trace Esports to engage first before they could counter out. And it will be Chenzi's important role to be able to deny that engage, is to be able to counter engage up against Trace Esports when the time comes.
Yeah, that time will be coming very, very soon, if Thunder Talk will it, because they basically have full control of the game. If they want to go for an engage, they can go for it. If they want to wait for Trace Esports to make a mistake and then counter engage, that's something that can happen as well. But I just feel like Trace Esports, they are running out of rope here, and they do not even want to engage. Not even Lee Sao versus Shin here.
Now going for the chase. Grand Challenge already used up. Lee Sao has to force out the flash. It's a flash for flash trade up. But will not be enough to be able to take that kill. Right now, Baron will still be open for Thunder Talk to be able to go in. Flash burn by Tak.
Oh.
A very good summoner spell burned away by Thunder Talk, by Chenzi more specifically.
Alright, now Thunder Talk. It's burning here. The great control that they have. But so far, they just want to reset, maybe go for this Baron once again. Because they know that Trace Esports, they can't do they can't do much to contest it, but they can check it out. So they're using their abilities to check it. Yuri just barely missed that ward over and over, but finally gets it. Now I feel like Trace Esports can still win, but they need to bank on a mistake being made by Thunder Talk. Somebody falling behind or getting left behind and then getting ambushed. But it's not ambush tactics that Trace Esports is using right now. They're just trying to stem the bleeding.
They could definitely still win it. I'm not denying the aspect of descaling champions to go into the side of Trace Esports, right? Because right now, Weiba is already at level 15, and that is something that you want for Trace Esports, because this will be the main carry for the team. It will be Weiba dependency for Trace Esports, so that is something that is really important for the likes of Trace Esports. But right now, Trace Esports going for the Dragon's Ascent onto the Baron Nashor. Shield of the Rand is perfect, but Trace Esports steals the Baron. This will be Weiba's time to shine, and they took it away from Thunder Talk to end the game. And now the Hextech Ultimatum denied by their post. With the Hero's Entrance as well, zoning away. Tracy Esports are gonna flip into the backside. Korn has to use up the stasis, but going into the middle of it all, it's Z who gets deleted. The Baron Nashor with Tracy Esports on hand will give them so much advantage. And right now, it's Tracy Esports who got back into the game.
They are back into the game. Xby, though, is still alive, so if they're gonna go for this Elder Drake, they have to go for it now, as they only lost Korn. That's a 3-for-1 exchange, and they got the steal. So this could be the comeback angle for Trace Esports, especially with the Elder Drake being taken already. And look at the lead evaporate, basically. I want to see how that happened again, because there's the Dragons, this Ascent coming in from Weiba. And look at the smite timing right there. You saw Xby smite first, and Weiba smite immediately right after. Gets the stasis as well. And then, I love this, the denial of the Hextech Ultimatum by the riposte, but it was not enough to save him, because Trace Esports pulled back just when the Hero's Entrance was going to come in, and then went right back into the fight, into the fray, and got everything, almost everything they wanted, except for Xby, who they just needed one more shot at.
And now Trace Esports with the Baron Nashor and the Elder Drake. This will be their time to be able to make it back, and right now, Thunder Talk just has to delay, just has to burn out these buffs, but that will take quite a bit. It will be Tracy's Esports when it comes to getting a couple of kills for themselves. And once again, we've mentioned this, when Weibo reached level 15, this is where they are able to make it back. And everything that can happen turned around for the likes of Trace Esports, and Chenzi cannot overextend here. Z has to force out the Sanguine Pull as well to just come back with Ignite, taking him down.
And I love that Talk is just sustaining his buddies as they are starting to siege. And there's Dragon Ascent.
Weiba coming back into the back lines for Thunder Talk. Already down in, but Lisa, the Hextech Ultimatum just burned Chen Xiao, and that will be the Vladimir as well, who gets deleted. 3 members left coming from Thunder Talk. Trace Esports wants to push it out onto the inhib turrets because they want that lane priority.
Yeah, somehow the lead has evaporated here. Now Shin
going to be the target. Very low already when it comes to HP, but the thing is, Weiba doesn't have Dragon's Descent already, so that is a signal for Trace Esports to come back to retreat.
Yeah, the lead has all but evaporated for Thunder Talk, and has been transferred actually even to Trace Esports. A few hundred in the lead. What a comeback from these guys as they go back to spend their gold. This is the very scary part of the game now if you're Thunder Talk, because everybody is scaled. It's 21 minutes now, and your worst fears have come true. The Zeri is scaling. Yeah, he just grabbed a bunch of items right there. The Shyvana scaling, the Akali scaling, and the of course the Camille just hurts.
The front lines was seen by Xby. And I like how you mentioned about items, because the thing is, right now, Weiba has already full items, and Trace Esports from a 10k gold deficit is now back on an even level playing field. Baron Nashor now being started by Trace Esports will be the target, will be the winning condition here. Can you take it down? It will be Trace Esports who secures the Baron Nashor, and that will be an objective secured here by Trace. Dragon's Descent coming into the scheme fight. Trigger and flip onto Chenzi will be the target. Shield of Duran will not be enough. Korn coming into the back lines. It's Soil who is down to 1 HP. And now Yuri coming into the front lines as well. Z has to force out the Sanguine pull to be able to retreat back into their own safety. But Trace Esports with a Baron Nashor already one down for the winning condition. Elder Drake, if that's secured, Trace Esports gonna win it all.
There is no choice for Thundertalk but to contest this Elder Drake. If they don't, then Trace Esports will just run away with it. And with Weiba already being full items, as you said, and level 15, it is going to be very difficult to steal it away from that Shyvana. Now, man, with this being a Baron Nashor up team, Trace Esports are trying to go for that 1-3-1. They're trying to make sure that they get at least some pushes going.
And now Lisa with a Hextile Ultimatum onto Sin as well. Hero's Entrance has been pulled up just to zone away Trace Esports, but they're not holding back punches. And now Z coming into the backside as well with a Proto Belt to close in on distance. Angel will be popped up, and now Thundertalk has to retreat quite a bit because they lost a member, and Weiba is now pushing, coming into the bottom side. Inhibitor turret's already down low, is already removed. 2 inhibitors left.
Yeah, but with that inhib turret, you have those super minions pushing. That applies just natural lane pressure, meaning that Thundertalk can't really contest this Elder Drake unless they want those minions to push in and start wreaking havoc on the Nexus itself. So this is going to be a free Elder Drake.
Attack on the hunt here. Wants to chase down Z. Has to force out the Sanguine pull, but there's just no escape. Perfect execution with the Elder Drake. Executes him up. Numb's advantage will be the side of Trace Esports as they look for the finish.
Oh my god. Look at the lead. Look at how Trace Esports has turned everything around here. They're going for the win. They're going for the throat.
The turret already down into the mid lane. Super minions coming in into the bottom lane as well. There's just so much A priority with a Nexus down. Weiba jumps in with a Dragon's Ascent. And Trace Esports will pierce the hearts of the Titans of the CN Conference. They will win up against Trace, and Trace Esports will be the kings of CN.
2-0 versus Thundertalk Gaming. What a comeback from Trace Esports. As soon as they were able to scale up, they just didn't stop. What absolute gods. A 2-0 where we were expecting a full 3-game series here. It was just an insane hold from Trace Esports to keep themselves relevant, to keep themselves from losing outright, into getting, you know, that Baron, into getting just little by little clawing their way back, and then finally getting those Elder Drakes and just cleaning and mopping up the floor with Thundertalk. What an insane game. And yeah, while they are not going to be the kings of the CN Conference in terms of ranking, they are very, very close because they did just beat out the Titans. They are the Titan killers right now.
Yeah, they definitely are coming in from a 10k gold deficit, a 10,000 gold deficit. They're able to make it back. What a feat that only Trace Esports can achieve. That was such a series. That was such a game to watch out for. And Trace Esports once again, a 2-0 series up against the Titans of the CN Conference. Thundertalk lost that with a landslide win. Wow.
Wow. That was absolutely insane to see. I want to see the gold graph once again, because that was just, man, insane. Look at how much damage was done by everybody on each side. I mean, even though Corrin did 17k, it was just because Kali is just an assassin, man. She doesn't do sustained damage, but everybody did 30s. Even Lee Sao did like 27. But you guys saw that gold graph. It was up and then down. It was just like a roller coaster ride from one side to the other. And of course, Weiba and XY, just one after the other, just taking each other to task. It was an absolute battle to behold, especially from the early game where XY looked to be absolutely dominating.
It was a feast. It was a feast. And this is what we've mentioned. Thundertalk needed the early game. They got everything in their favor, but they lost the Baron. They lost the Elder Drake. And Trace Esports, when Weiba reached level 15 with that Shyvana, there's no stopping the dragon.
Yep, there was no stopping the descent of the dragon. That was just too good. And once again, Weibo will be the MVP here, adding another to his MVP count. 12 now with this Shyvana performance. Even though he wasn't super relevant in the earlier phase of the game, once he did reach that level 15, and props to Trace Esports for not letting Thunder Talk, bully them with that huge gold lead. Weibo just became the force to be reckoned with.
He is. Weibo, over the past few weeks for Trace Esports, has consistently built them so much. And right now, he's just deserving of that 12th MVP title with a performance of that game 2 up against Thunder Talk single-handedly. Just changed the whole tides for the series when it comes to that win overall, not reaching the distance of game 3. I love it. League of Legends Wild Rift once again. One team fight could change everything for it one team or the other.
Oh yeah. And with that being said, this is today's result. We thought it was going to be a 9-game day. We were saying it behind the scenes. We were like, 9-game day. But, it was only the first match that really went the distance. Woohoo Gaming 2-0 FPX, Trace Esports 2-0 Thunder Talk. Against all of our expectations, we only saw, OMG and BRU United go the distance. And what an insane series of events here between, just Woohoo Gaming getting that 2-0, really upsetting FPX, and Trace Esports just going beast mode against Thunder Talk.
Yeah, Trace Esports brought out the Thunder. I mean, it's supposed to be for Thunder Talk, but Trace Esports applies it in a similar fashion, in a similar manner, and that just changed the whole game and thus far. Standings wise, Thunder Talk is still the top one, is still the kings as you may for CN Conference, but Trace Esports just outright demolished Thunder Talk, coming in from that series, taking them away with a 2-0 series, which nets them pretty much the top 2 still, and still sustains them one of the greatest here in the CN Conference. As for EDG, already one of the expectations here that they're still really amazing there, coming right through the gates into the CN leaderboards. But with WHG winning up against FPX, they're now even up against JDG and WHG for the playoff position along with J-Team.
Yeah, so with Woohoo Gaming winning their match today, it is very possible for them to actually make it to the playoffs. They just have to win another one and have Weibo and JDG lose, and then they will have that spot, because look, they're completely even there, all competing for 8th place. Meanwhile, in the Apex side, really not much has changed here. BRU United still going to be number 6 after their loss earlier, which really won't be changing all too much throughout the next few weeks, because it's very difficult to I think it's near impossible now for Fennel, Buriram, Team Flash, or Invade to make it to the playoffs with how locked in and how ahead the rest of the conference is on them.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, BRU at this point, even if they won up against the team of OMG from the CN Conference, it's just no going back. It's just so much more of the difficulties to be able to really rise to the occasion and go back into the playoffs. But for tomorrow's matches, it will also be a lot of exciting series that we have up ahead. It will be Fennel to battle up against J-Team in the very first one matchup. And match number 2 will be KBG, Keep Best Gaming, up against G2 Blacklist. And for the final one for tomorrow, it will be JDG up against Nova.
Yep. And that is going to be a very exciting day for tomorrow. I feel like we will be seeing Fennel, be a little bit more confident with the wins that they've had. But before we end the show, Infinity, any final words for our audience?
Well, you know what? Expectations are not going to be met here today, but hopefully it can be met into the following year, into the following days as well, up ahead that we have for the final week of the regular stages for Wild Rift area.
Yeah, and with that being said, thank you everybody for watching. It's been a blast. We'll see you tomorrow for another day of the WRL-A. Have a good night.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.